The world has fallen, everything is over. It was impossible to even imagine this, but defeat turned out to be inevitable. To speculate about how the end would come, but in any case it was all over. Among the few fighters, the heavenly rebel Tate, nicknamed the Great Sage, desperately exclaimed that all was not lost. However, Hercules, one of the heroes of Olympus, warned him, reminding him that before the external god, even immortality does not give him the right to behave so self-confidently. Soon this place will be discovered, and there will be no choice. When Kim appeared, he immediately realized that he was alone. The rest are dead. At this moment, a ball known as Stupid Chaos, one of the outer deities, rolled onto the battlefield. Everyone realized a simple truth. They would be able to defeat the external gods. Stupid Chaos began to act. It rose into the sky and began to expand rapidly, threatening to engulf everything around it. But at that moment, Kronos appeared, a man who has the divine right to control time. He activated his ability, Kronos Clockwork. The very fact of existence began to fade. Kronos did not know in what form everything would turn out, but it no longer mattered. Kim didn't understand who exactly would go back in time. Maybe it should have been Tate, one of the strongest fighters. However, because Kim entered the tower later than anyone else, he was chosen. Despite his late arrival, he adapted to this world faster than the others and fought on an equal footing with everyone else. Creatures from the upper floors were subject to restrictions when descending. However, the tower itself could only be changed by starting from the very bottom. Kim knew that fixing everything would not be easy, but he promised to try. With the help of Kronos, he was transported through time. However, his body returned to its previous state with no characteristics, no mana, no strength. They didn't send his physical body back in time, but turned back time. Now he will have to start all over again. At that moment, he was punched sharply in the face. Another blow came, but this time Kim managed to dodge. This angered the attacker, but Kim was already ready to fight him off. December 31st, 8 p.m. The neighborhood of Hongdae was filled with people celebrating the new year. Hong, a student at the Faculty of Physical Education and Sports, was hurrying to the bar where his friends were already waiting for him. He was late for a whole hour, and as punishment for this, he had to pay a fine of 50,000 won. Without further ado, he picked up a glass of beer and downed it in one gulp. His friends decided to play a joke on him, noticing that he looked too gloomy, as if he had come here just to relieve stress. Their words reminded Hoon of a recent incident in the university gym when he had been hit by Kim. Remembering that moment, he thought that he should have knocked everything out of him then, so that he would never be able to get up again. While drinking beer, he overheard his friends talking about how he didn't have parents and therefore had nothing to fear. There would be no consequences anyway. The conversation gradually turned to the topic of the holiday. There was very little time left until the new year, and someone suggested having another drink in honor of it. At that moment, Kim appeared on the street. Hoon didn't understand what he was doing here, but he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to deal with him. However, before he could do anything, Kim spoke first. He noted that midnight would soon strike and warned that after that, real hell would begin. Kim placed his suitcase on the asphalt and opened it. Inside was a cache of cold weapons. Hoon's friends were confused and panic began. The street was crowded with people, and it seemed like Kim had chosen this particular moment wrong. The time on the clock was moving inexorably forward, with only 1 second left until midnight. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. A loud explosion shook the surrounding area, and at the same moment, the zombie invasion began. The situation instantly spiraled out of control. The more people in the area, the higher the level of complexity. Chaos gripped the streets, and soon they would be flooded with blood. A system window appeared before Hoon's eyes. He checked his condition and found that he had received a basic weapon, an old knife. Screams of horror could be heard everywhere. People did not understand how they could deal with zombies, armed only with such primitive weapons. Meanwhile, Kim sprang into action. He attacked the first zombie without hesitation, killing it instantly. At the same moment, the system awarded him 100 points, and his experience increased significantly. Kim ruthlessly exterminated zombies, methodically increasing his level. His effectiveness seemed unthinkable to those around him, and after seeing how he dealt with the undead, the other tutorial participants decided that zombies weren't so dangerous. One of the brave men dared to attack, swinging an axe, but soon realized his mistake. Before he could retreat, the zombies pounced on him and began to devour his body. Kim understood perfectly well what he was dealing with. Zombies felt no pain, were incredibly resilient, and their bites were deadly poisonous. Surviving this ordeal and being able to reach the upper floors of the tower was a virtually unattainable goal for most. However, he knew their weakness. The only thing that was guaranteed to kill these animals was salt. Using this knowledge, Kim ruthlessly dealt with all the zombies in his path. Soon, the system notified him of a new achievement. He had completed the task, destroying 100 zombies in 10 minutes. This result was incredible. Now he needed to find a suitable place to hide. Looking back, he noticed that Hoon was still trying to deal with the zombie. He couldn't understand how Kim managed to destroy his enemies so easily. Realizing their helplessness, Hong and his friends decided to escape. One of them suggested that by staying close to Kim, they had a better chance of survival. While Hong hesitated, a zombie appeared in front of him. He tried to attack him, but at that moment his sword broke. Panic gripped him. He realized he was doomed. Suddenly, something white rained down from above, and all the zombies suddenly froze. Carefully tasting the grains, he realized it was salt. Kim, standing on top, poured salt from his backpack, destroying the remaining zombies. Thus, the first tutorial was completed. However, not everyone survived. Many people fell in this battle. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. He reported that the number of survivors appeared to be too large, which could lead to confusion. People began to panic, eager to return home. However, the system continued to explain the rules. Now, they have points that can be used in two ways. The first is access to the store where you can purchase the necessary items. The second is the ability to use points as a currency for trading between players via handshakes. Kim already knew that the store played a key role in this world. It was from this moment that the real struggle for level and points began. Once the system completed the announcement, the next phase of testing began. A safe zone was created in the center of each district, and now the main task of the players was to get to it. There was a strange area along the road, a safe zone whose boundaries remained a mystery. Hong and his friends were confused, trying to make sense of what was happening. Suddenly, Hong realized that one of his friends had died. Shocked and frightened, they began searching for Kim, hoping that his knife skills would help them survive. When Hoon finally saw Kim, he noticed that he wasn't walking within the safe zone. It was strange because that was where the safest place was. However, Kim understood that he needed to go somewhere else. He advised Hong not to try to please others for the sake of survival, but to simply stay in the safe zone. Hong, following this advice, stepped inside the circle. At this moment, one of the people stumbled against an invisible wall. The system announced that the limited number of people in the safe zone had been reached. This meant that anyone who didn't have time to enter was doomed. The next moment, giant earthworms appeared, mercilessly attacking people outside who didn't have time to hide. Kim suddenly appeared and was the first to destroy one of the monsters. As a reward, he received a level increase and 300 points. He realized that the main danger of these creatures was their ability to hide underground. They were invisible to the naked eye, but by suppressing one sense and focusing on the others, one could predict their appearance. Using this technique, he discovered another worm, quickly dealt with it, and raised the level again. Realizing that worms create underground nests and move through tunnels, Kim decided to go down to the subway. This proved to be an ideal hunting ground. Now that he knew their location, he could easily exterminate the monster one by one. His goal was clear: to reach level 20. Earthworms had many sharp teeth capable of easily tearing and swallowing people. However, Kim, thanks to his skills, was able to handle them without much difficulty using only a knife. During the hunt, he received a mysterious bead, which gave him additional incentive to continue exterminating these creatures. Meanwhile, panic broke out outside. Those who had not managed to reach the safe zone tried to escape, but one by one they were killed by the onslaught of monsters. Those inside the zone watched in horror, realizing they could do nothing to help. Some time passed and the system announced a reward of 100 points. Suddenly, the red zone disappeared, and the restrictions on the number of people were lifted. However, this led to a new horror. Now, when the limit was exceeded, people were being kicked out of the safe zone by accident. Mass panic ensued. People, fearing being thrown out, began fighting for the right to stay inside. Soon, Hun announced that they would now have to decide which of them should die in his place. Hong kept moving forward. He knew that if he kept going at this pace, he would have a chance to get out of here. He had to kill to survive, and someone had already decided to get rid of the old man for their own benefit. Meanwhile, Kim was dealing with the worms that had invaded the subway. His level increased significantly after he destroyed them all. As a result of his victory, he also obtained a multitude of beads, which led to the discovery of a new statue, Mana. Using his free stats points, he increased her score by 5, bringing it to 18. It was a great start. Turning around, Kim faced the void as if knowing someone was watching him. Soon, a 6-man manager appeared before him, remarking that he had made her routine work more interesting. He didn't summon her for no reason. He needed skill. However, the one he was looking for could not be found. So in order not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, he decided to purchase monkey eyes. In addition to this, he bought an inferior magic sword, which was supposed to make up for the lack of attacking power of the newbies. The 6 leaders wished him a pleasant time and left. Her interest in Kim meant that he would be closely watched, treated as an object of special service. The only thing that worried him was his return. He didn't know if they would find out about it. The clockwork used for the return was created by Kronos, Mimir, and Odin. Among them, the central figure was Kronos, who was wiped off the face of the earth as punishment for using the clock. Kim activated monkey eyes, which greatly expanded his vision and heightened all 5 senses. However, he understood that the true value of these eyes lay elsewhere, and he needed to increase the skill's mastery level as quickly as possible. He arrived at another nest of worms. This time, he decided to use a lower magic sword shrouded in mana. He had the goal of the second tutorial in front of him to have worms. Unlike ordinary man-eating monsters, she showed a strong affection for her children. Her rage flared when she saw Kim mercilessly killing her offspring. Without thinking, she rushed at him. However, he was already ready to attack. In an instant, he jumped up, intending to finish her off with one blow. Kim struck mercilessly, trying to cut through the mother of Worm's body. However, she turned out to be not so simple. Her giant body writhed, resisting death. Despite this, Kim knew he had very little time left to finish the fight. In a desperate attempt to escape, the mother of worms opened her mouth wide, intending to swallow the person who had caused her so much pain. But Kim, without losing concentration, cold-bloodedly finished the fight by cutting her body. Meanwhile, Hong tried to get to safety. None of the remaining participants wanted to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others. In a rage, he threatened to kill anyone who dared to stand in his way. There were only 30 seconds left before the safe zone narrowed. People in panic realized that their chances of survival were rapidly diminishing. But suddenly, the countdown stopped. The system announced that the narrowing of the safe zone had stopped, and there were now 15 hours left until the second tutorial was completed. Kim suffered several minor injuries during the battle. The 6 people observing the trial offered him treatment, but he refused. She was surprised that a person could get so far in just 2 tutorials. The destruction of the mother of worms, which supported the ecosystem of the second tutorial, exceeded the expectations of the 6s responsible for conducting the tests. As a reward for completing the second tutorial, Kim was offered a choice of 3 options. The first is the ability to immediately proceed to the 5th tutorial, receiving information and a reward for clearing the 3rd and 4th. The second is getting points, without any additional conditions. The third is establishing a connection with Olympus, one of the great powers of the tower. Gaining their protection could ensure his safety after completing the tutorial. Kim carefully considered all the options and decided to choose the second one points. However, the 6 tried to talk him out of it, giving him a second chance to change his mind. It became clear to him that this choice was not agreed upon with the rest of the organizers, but he stood his ground. Thanks to 6's chatter, he also learned what else he had to do before leaving the second tutorial. He requested a private meeting with the manager. To his surprise, the manager agreed. It was indeed the tutorial manager from the lower floor of the tower. The manager looked at Kim with curiosity and asked him a question. How did he know about his existence, and how was he able to demand a personal conversation? This was impossible within the framework of the tutorial rules, according to which all information must be obtained solely through the player's efforts, without any interference from the tower or its representatives. However, Kim knew that the manager could not accuse him of lying. He had access to all the truth and lies told within the limits of his responsibility. Moreover, he recalled that it was the manager who first broke the rules by interfering in the course of events. The tone of the conversation changed as the steward approached 6. He reported that Olympus support was therefore offered as a reward. 6 tried to justify themselves, but the manager already understood everything himself. His eyes flared with anger, and without hesitation, he killed 6 on the spot. He then turned to Kim, thanking him for the information he had provided. After a quick check, the steward was convinced that there were no abnormalities or peculiarities among the lower beings. This fact was very strange to him. Even though Kim didn't kill 6 himself, his death in the second tutorial was an obvious result. The manager took this as confirmation of Kim's outstanding abilities and began to think about what kind of award to give him for his incredible achievements. After a short deliberation, the manager decided to hand over the award via handshake. So Kim got a new skill, Manamaster. Satisfied, the manager declared that he still had to engage in the training of lower beings. Then he promised that they would meet again after the 3rd tutorial was over. Kim was amazed by the award he received. He didn't expect that a skill of this rank could be available within the tutorial. Curious, he decided to test his new ability. Concentrating the mana in his hand, he tried to control its flow, but lacking sufficient experience, he was unable to cope with the power. The mana got out of control and scattered all over the square. Realizing that he lacked practice, Kim decided to continue hunting earthworms in order to master his new power as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, panic began among the people. No one knew if the second tutorial would be followed by a third, or what would happen next. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. They froze in anticipation, and at that moment, a giant earthworm burst out of the ground and rushed towards Kim. However, he easily jumped on it and instantly destroyed the monster. The scene shocked the people who watched it. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Hoon rushed to look for Kim, worried about his disappearance. He searched for it for a long time, but to no avail. Chaos reigned all around. People gripped by fear hurriedly gathered everything they could, trying to preserve at least some chance of survival. Hong explained that under these conditions, moral principles and laws lost their force. Here you have to be relentlessly selfish and cruel to survive. The second tutorial came to an end. Those who died lost not only their lives, but also all their inventory. However, Kim refused to follow Hoon's path of survival and warned him against crossing the line. The third tutorial began. Participants had to hunt monsters and collect 50 entities in 72 hours. If they do not complete the task within this time, the district will be destroyed and the gate will be activated. Panic began among people, but the presence of safe zones calmed them down a little. Hong realized that he needed to kill monsters and collect essences. However, he did not have to collect all 50 of them personally. Meanwhile, Kim was covering the ground in front of him with beads, previously obtained entities. There were too many monsters around, and he decided to use his mana. Concentrating all his strength in his hand, he released a powerful beam that rushed towards his enemies. However, this technique required all of his mana, and controlling it proved difficult. Immediately after that, he set out to collect beads that fell from slain monsters. But suddenly, the bodies of the enemies began to tremble. He wasn't going to waste time trying to figure out the reason, and immediately set about a new wave of hunting. On the second day of the third tutorial, the 3 survivors decided to hide in the subway. Kang and Han reached level 10. The world had turned upside down, and this place seemed quite safe to them. Suddenly Karen, the third of them, also a 10th level, noticed something in the distance. It was a 24-hour store that glows in the dark. They were happy. Now they had a chance to replenish their inventory with provisions. But the joy didn't last long. Suddenly a monster appeared above the head of one of them. The creature instantly attacked and bit off his head. Soon other huge monsters began to appear. Kang and Karen were frozen in horror. Karen was attacked by a huge rat, and Kang was attacked by a zombie. The girl swung her knife, managing to fend off the first rat, but the second one clung to her hand, biting through the flesh. Kang tried to resist the zombies, but his attacks were powerless. Karen fought desperately for her life, realizing that there was almost no chance of survival. One of the rats jumped on her again, and he was ready to accept the inevitable end. But at the last moment, someone destroyed the monster. Kim stood before her. He had appeared suddenly and looking at them, only indifferently noted that they were disturbing his sleep. Karen couldn't believe her eyes. The way Kim had dealt with the rat using just one can seemed absurd to her. It was beyond her comprehension. Meanwhile, Kim took out a knife covered in semolina and continued on his way. Spiders awaited him ahead, but they were not a serious obstacle for him. He dealt with them with ease, causing their limp bodies to fall to the ground. Karen and Ken watched this in amazement, realizing how strong he was. They couldn't help but thank him for saving them. Suddenly, Kang felt unwell and fell to the ground. His condition was worsening, and Kim wasted no time in throwing him a bottle of medicine. It was a good remedy, but even with it, there was still a chance that the bitten hand would no longer be able to fully function. He had only slept for 6 hours, but the fatigue was still evident. For the first time in the last 3 days, he had allowed himself a full night's sleep, as his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Karen asked if he hunted here all the time, as this area was much more dangerous than the surface. Kim replied that he only came here occasionally because there was a cafe and a place to relax. However, his main hunting grounds were elsewhere. He soon led them to a 2-story dungeon. Its structure was completely different, unlike the previous locations. However, Kim questioned, knowing how dangerous it was here, why they had come here in the first place. Karen explained that there was complete chaos on the surface. People no longer trusted anyone and were killing each other to survive, so they had to flee deep inside. Suddenly, a gust of wind shook the space accompanied by a strange sound. Karen and Kang thanked Kim again for his help, but realized that they had no guarantee that he wouldn't kill them for the sake of the entities. Even though he had already saved them, doubt still crept into their minds. However, they soon realized that even if Kim didn't touch them, their chances of survival were still practically non-existent. Karen asked what he wanted from them. In response, he offered a deal. If they could pass the test, the essence would be divided between the 3 of them. The test was not long in coming, A huge green snake slithered out of the darkness. Panic gripped Kana and he ran away. Kim shouted at him to speed up. The spectacle was magical. The snake writhed, trying to catch up with Khan, its mouth opened in anticipation of prey. But the moment she tried to grab her victim, Kim joined the fight. His sword flashed, and with one precise blow, he struck the monster. The snake fell, but in its place a new enemy appeared. Kim didn't hesitate for a second. His incredible attack speed was astounding. He easily dealt with this monster too. Kang watched what was happening, not believing his eyes. He realized that Kim was a being on a whole other level. If he could kill so quickly, then how many entities had he already collected? Essence beads began to fall out among the remains of the monsters. Without hesitation, Kang rushed to collect them. At that moment, he realized that Kim was a bird of a completely different flight. Kim handed one of the 6 essence beads to Khan. He wondered about his level because, with such a speed of hunting, he should have become extremely strong. However, Kim noted that his level gradually stopped increasing, but he would raise it properly in the next tutorial. These words made Khan a little nervous. In addition, Kim gave advice. Do not ask questions about other people's characteristics and do not answer such questions. Suddenly, Karen came running, followed by a crowd of monsters. Kim and Kang didn't have time to rest properly, but there was no time left for reflection. Kim rushed to Karen's aid. Khan, following him, swung his hammer, fending off the attackers. During the battle, he managed to kill one monster, and his level immediately increased. Karen also felt that she had become stronger. Her level had also increased. Soon, both of them accumulated 50 essence beads. Karen was surprised that she had managed to collect them so quickly, and thanked Kim. In response, he also thanked her, as their presence had doubled the speed of the hunt. Meanwhile, the moment of gate activation was approaching. They began to climb up, rejoicing at the achieved result, but the tension did not leave them. The people outside made them anxious. The gates began to turn red, signifying their imminent opening. Some men among those waiting wondered if it was worth risking their lives in a battle with monsters when they could simply take essences from other players. One of them planned to quickly take away the alien entities and escape immediately after the gate was activated. Hong was approaching them, but their relationship was not good enough to welcome him with joy. He declared that with the opening of the gates, bloody rain would fall. They were 700 entities short, which shocked the man. Hun offered a deal. They were to give him 400 entities. Then his people would retreat without conflict. Otherwise, a massacre would begin with 50 people against 20. It was an extremely disadvantageous battle. Suddenly, Kim appeared, carrying a cardboard box. Inside were over 1,000 essence beads. Hun kunne ikke forstå, hvordan Kim klarede at samle så mange ind så kort tid. Realizing the importance of these entities to his team, he figured that, with their numerical superiority, they would be able to defeat Kim and his men. But Kim pointed him to a boundary drawn on the ground. He had a surplus of essences, and he decided to sell them for 100 points apiece. Those who agreed to buy the entities could enter the circle. Hong was unhappy with this condition, considering Kim selfish. But Kim wasn't going to force anyone to buy. He offered the product, and only those who wanted to buy it had to buy it. He was also willing to accept payment not only in the form of points, but also in exchange for items or skills. However, Hun saw it differently. He was certain that Kim had killed someone and taken the loot, and now intended to sell it for currency. Karen stood up for Kim, trying to explain that he didn't commit the crime. She reminded him that it was Hun who killed their friend. Kang also supported her, believing that they could not accuse a person they knew nothing about. However, this annoyed Hun. In his eyes, they were the only 3 who could not hinder him. He decided to end it and ordered his team to kill them. But things didn't go according to plan. Kim swung his knife and 2 of the attackers instantly fainted. The others froze, stunned by the scene. Fear gripped them. Kim gave them one last chance. If they didn't intend to cross the border for the sole purpose of shopping, they could live in peace. Otherwise, inevitable death awaited them. Despite this, Hun had no intention of retreating. He continued to order his remaining fighters to attack. However, anyone who took even a step forward died under Kim's blade. Bodies fell one after another, and soon Hun was left alone. At that moment, he realized he had forgotten what world he was in. Here, the one with the power was right. He decided to run away. However, Kim knew that he would not go far because new dangers awaited him beyond the borders of this safety zone. He saw that Hun would not change his worldview and made the only possible decision. With one move, he took his head off. Now, the entire group lay on the ground in a lifeless pile of bodies. Kim took the box of entities and moved it to another location. Those who watched the event understood that individual overwhelming force had easily defeated collective force. Now no one doubted his might. One man stepped out of the crowd and decided to buy the essence. He went overboard, handed over his sword for 500 points, and asked for 7 essences. The system confirmed the successful transfer of 700 points through a handshake. Seeing that the transaction had been fair, others immediately rushed to buy the entities. Sixes appeared, who began to announce the prices of goods that people wanted to sell. Through the exchange of handshakes, Kim became increasingly wealthy. The number of points at his disposal grew, and soon he had accumulated over 150,000. Karen noticed that Kim wasn't going to leave and asked why. He replied that he was not interested in allies. Then he gave advice. Don't rely on others, otherwise it will be impossible to survive in this world. Everyone should rely only on themselves. He himself could no longer move forward because he had no essence left. Kang couldn't understand why he was doing all this. He should have put aside at least 50 pieces, but he continued to act following his plan. He warned his friends to move on as quickly as possible because chaos would soon begin here. They followed his advice and Kim himself left. He knew that the point of the fourth tutorial was defense, but he wasn't going to stay. Soon a man ran up to him, wondering if he had sold all the essences. Kim replied that the trade was complete, causing panic among the remaining people. This place will soon turn into a battlefield where everyone will risk their lives for the sake of the entities. There was only 1 hour left before the tutorial ended, and he decided to check out the store. But instead of a six, a steward appeared on his path. He explained that the staff of the six had been significantly reduced, so now he had arrived. Many sixes were connected to Olympus, and the other side's progress slowed down. All of this happened because of Kim, because over 100 people used the store to make deals. His power threatened to bring down the entire tutorial ecosystem, and that was exactly what he was after. The manager had encountered someone like Kim for the first time in a long time. He sensed an absurd self-confidence in him and realized that arguing was useless. Opening the shop, Kim chose a steel sword made of ice jade. He spent almost all of his points on items of this level that could be useful even on fairly high floors of the tower. The manager understood that now no one would be able to touch her without leaving even a scratch on her clothes. But this only applied to the participants. After finishing his shopping, Kim left the store. The third tutorial has come to an end. The destruction of this area has begun. Above his head spread a blood-red sky, the likes of which he had not seen in a long time. His fire-enchanted clothing increased his resistance to fire attribute magic, but the heat outside was unbearable. The 3 remaining people were driven mad by the burning hell. Huge spears of flame began to erupt from the ground. Demons of the ugly level appeared, skulls. But the real reason this event was called destruction was the awakening of the lower demon Surtra. Kim was eagerly awaiting the monster's appearance. Once its size had been comparable to a mountain, but now it was only the size of a huge house. Surtra warned that another world would disappear, swallowed by the tower. If this world was destined to burn, it shouldn't have existed in the first place. But Kim didn't need such considerations. He was here to act. The monster noticed his eyes. They were the eyes of the monkey from the mountain of flowers and fruits. Surtra took out his massive fire sword ready to destroy Kim. At that moment, the skeletons began to attack him, but he easily dealt with them by slashing with his sword. His investment in the fire spell robe had proven to be the right decision, but he had prepared not for defense, but for the hunt for Surtra. However, from the monster's side, such intentions looked bold and self-confident. Kim took action. By destroying skulls, he raised his level. By activating the magic deactivation shield, he tried to reduce the impact of the attacks. But even in his clothes, he felt a stifling heat. The explosions that accompanied the death of the monsters were terrifying. His shield was gradually approaching its limit. Kim demanded that Surtra stop sending henchmen and fight him directly. The monster recognized that Kim had the potential to become a lord, climb the boundless tower, and become a ranker. In that case, he decided to fight him himself. Pointing his huge fiery sword, he prepared to strike. Kim responded by putting up a shield in front of him, deflecting the fiery attack. Surtra felt as if he had deliberately set himself up, appearing to be covered in stones. They fought hundreds of battles together, but Kim only managed to win a numerical number of battles. The reason for this was a divine object capable of infinitely increasing its power, turning into lightning, and instantly reaching the end of the universe. The boundless mana that appeared after absorbing the entire Heaven Treasure Peninsula strengthened him even more. But the biggest reason why the battle with Kim was such a hassle was because his monkey eyes had evolved into plasma eyes. The monster sensed the change in Kimmy. His gaze became different, full of determination. Despite his exhausted state, he thanked Surtra for the strength he had given him and announced that he was ready to hunt. To the monster, this statement sounded absurd. A person in such a state could not pose a threat. However, Kim had prepared himself in advance. He swallowed ice crystals he had purchased earlier at the store, and his temperature began to drop. The energy enveloping his body was the complete opposite of Surtra's strength. The fire spell robe has gained additional magical resistance, protecting it from flame-related attacks. All this turned what was happening into a truly epic spectacle. Kim activated the Fiery Eye's ability to predict the enemy's attacks. He also used Battle Prophecy, which allowed him to dodge the monster's attack. However, this was not enough. He swallowed the ice crystals again to lower his temperature even further. His body could not withstand such cold for long, and the battle had to be ended as soon as possible. He activated the magic sword skill, enveloping the weapon in mana. Concentrating all his available energy, he directed it at the monster, aiming for its head. That was truly a critical moment. Kim took advantage of the situation by swiftly attacking the enemy from behind. But the consequences of using such powerful abilities began to take their toll. Burns began to appear on his body. Despite the pain, he did not back down. Clutching the hilt of his sword, he put all his remaining strength into the final blow. The weapon passed through the monster's neck, piercing it with impeccable accuracy. The system confirmed. The destruction of the tutorial was complete. The monster was defeated. Kim received a level boost, as well as a notification about a delay in calculating the reward for an achievement that was previously considered impossible. Due to the numerous burns, Kim briefly lost consciousness. His body still retained the cold left over from the ordeal, and this feeling was no mere joke. He was truly on the verge of life and death. However, he was now in the intermediate stage of obtaining golden flaming eyes, which meant that his strength continued to grow. When the flames disappeared, the monster he was fighting looked ridiculous. However, the demon's body itself remained a valuable resource. All of its byproducts had special value. Among the remains, Kim discovered a giant's heart, a rare miracle cure. He wanted to use it immediately, but he understood that his body was not yet ready. It required enormous endurance to fully assimilate it. At this moment, the manager suddenly appeared in front of him. He angrily declared that the balance of this tutorial was ruined, and he had already been scolded by the other administrators for everything Kim had done. No one understood where a person who could cause so much headache came from. However, the conversation was short-lived. The manager announced that Kim would have to head to the last area, as the fourth tutorial was almost complete. There were only 4 hours left, enough time. Then there was a long discussion about the award with the managers of the other floors. Kim eventually received a performance boost and a rare higher-level experience, Fate of Heaven. He had never heard of this skill before, but intuitively understood that it had enormous potential. When the award ceremony was over, Kim asked for just one additional thing, a small pill that increased mana and stamina. The manager did not object and handed it to him, but before leaving, he warned him that he should rest a little after accepting it. As soon as the pill was inside, Kim felt his stamina quickly recover and his wounds begin to heal. He knew that in the fifth tutorial, he would face a race, a test where speed and endurance would play a key role. When he opened his eyes, the tutorial had already begun. Many people gathered around him, participants from different worlds. The tower called this final stage the Gathered World. The island of Varaganda, where they were, was slowly sinking. The only way to escape was to escape the island and prove their right to survive. However, before the participants can leave the island, they will have to kill the boss who was located at its top. The time limit was 30 days. Kim understood that there was no need to get involved in battles or rush into battle right away. However, he also understood that the more time was given to complete the task, the more time it would take to defeat the boss. One of the tutorial participants decided that their meeting at this stage was fateful and suggested creating a team. Some agreed, but one person refused. He stated that an ally is not just a partner, but someone to whom he trusts his life, and therefore he will choose his companion himself. This caused discontent among the other participants, and one of them attempted an attack. However, the one they were trying to subdue easily repelled the attack, throwing the attacker away with a single movement of his hand. This man called himself the heir to Olympus, a relative of Zeus himself. His name was Jonathan, and he had pure blood strength of the highest order. Kim knew that pure bloods were beings born and raised within the tower, absorbing its secrets from birth. In his past life, he remembered that it was Jonathan who made the biggest contribution to passing the fifth tutorial. However, Kim had no reason to contact him. The place had become too noisy, and he decided to leave so as not to waste time on unnecessary conflicts. But before he could leave, Jonathan called out to him. Kim didn't notice when Jonathan managed to get close to him. He carefully examined his attire, emphasizing that it was associated with a fire spell. Such an item could not be obtained as part of the tutorial, and Jonathan did not understand how Kim managed to acquire it. He was interested in Kim's level, but he refused to answer, considering the question inappropriate. Jonathan suggested that Kim create a team, but Kim just wished him luck and continued on his way. Jonathan didn't give up and tried to convince him, But Kim wasn't interested at all. Annoyed by his indifference, Jonathan decided to use his strength and catch up with him. However, a monster stood in his way. Having dealt with him without much effort, he still lost sight of Kim. Jonathan couldn't understand how he had left so quickly. He began to suspect that Kim had elven blood running through his veins. Another way to explain his speed. This adventure, which at first seemed boring to him, became more and more interesting. Meanwhile, Kim had already come a long way. He knew that speed wasn't Jonathan's main strength, but he used his brute Herculean strength to accelerate. Once he reached the cave, he began to methodically destroy the gnolls, gradually increasing his fate of the sky skill. However, his goal was not hunting. His body had already recovered from the cold, and now it was time to act. He decided to swallow the giant's heart before the tutorial was even finished. So that no one could detect him, he used a scent muffler powder. As soon as he did this, unbearable pain spread through his body. The demon's blood seeped into his essence, causing an internal struggle between the human, the giant, and the demon. It seemed as if the muscles were twisting and the blood was flowing backwards. Usually in the tutorial, you just smeared yourself with giant blood, but swallowing a giant's heart meant suicide. However, the conditions of the hidden part were met, and Kim received a giant fire. He lay helpless for long hours. A skill that could normally only be acquired after hunting 10,000 giants and wiping their blood, he now had. At this moment, the system announced that the pure blood of the giant and the demon had been completely absorbed, and the giant's heart had been perfectly absorbed. Kim coped. Kim regained consciousness 4 days after losing consciousness in the tutorial. There was little time left. The record for clearing this test was only a week. This result was achieved thanks to the best gladiator and leader of a huge faction named Odin. Opening the ranking table, Kim saw that Jonathan held the top spot. In third and fifth place were brother and sister Jacob and Jean, rankers from a world with advanced magic and swordsmanship. Second place was taken by a thoroughbred named Sarah. In fourth place was Stephen, who, judging by his name, was from the same world as Kim. Realizing his situation, Kim quickly checked his condition and set off. Leaving the cave, he was momentarily blinded by the sunlight. Activating the flaming eyes habit, he began to scout the area. In the distance was a tribe of orcs who, upon seeing him, mistook him for prey. However, Kim activated the giant fire skill using only his fingers, and the orcs immediately realized that they were facing no ordinary victim. Taking out his well-forged sword, he rushed into the attack, destroying his enemies one by one. This battle allowed him to quickly increase his level, rising to second place in the ranking table. Meanwhile, Jonathan noticed the changes in the rankings and was delighted to see Kim's rapid rise. His joy did not go unnoticed, and Stephen asked what had made him so happy. He didn't know who Kim was, but his name was now impossible not to notice. Jonathan had gathered a strong team around him, but there was still one vacant spot in it, and he wanted Kim to fill it. And with these thoughts, the team continued the hunt. Jacob, a half-breed with dark elf blood flowing in his veins, discovered the location with the help of his mana that their team was looking for. Jonathan, assessing the situation, ordered his men to retreat so that they would not be exposed to a possible attack. Then, using his power, he expanded the area, creating a safe passage and ordered the team to enter inside. The place they found themselves in resembled a cave. Jonathan began to worry because the expansion of the territory was not accompanied by a system notification about the dungeon found. He realized that if the system hadn't notified them of the find, someone had already discovered the dungeon before. At this point, Stephen suggested checking the rank table where Kim was now in first place. Meanwhile, Jen, along with the other participants, explored the cave. Sarah came to the conclusion that it was simply impossible to destroy so many monsters on her own. 2 forking roads appeared on their path, and Jonathan assigned Jean and Jacob to be in charge of the search, who were to maintain contact with the rest of the team. Then they split up. Sarah, Stephen, Jean, Pale, and Typhoon went to the right. Stephen used the skill Mana Concentration, expanding the space, allowing the team to move forward. They had been fighting monsters for many hours, and it was starting to get tiring. Soon they came across a massive gate behind which was probably the boss's room. Sarah warned the team not to relax. It is at such moments that people are most vulnerable. Suddenly the ground trembled, the air filled with a roar. Sarah slowly began to open the door, and the team entered. However, instead of the expected boss battle, they were greeted by something unexpected. The room had already been cleared. Someone else had done it before. That person was Kim. Kim continued his fierce battle with the boss monster. The creature turned out to be incredibly resilient, and he was forced to use all the skills available to him. Despite their efforts, the battle dragged on. When a team of hunters appeared on the battlefield, he only calmly pointed out that they were a little late. Jean could hardly believe that Kim had taken on so many monsters alone. It seemed impossible to her. Stephen, watching him, could not believe that a person who came from his own world had such incredible power. They asked if Kim had any companions, but he replied that he acted alone. Stephen understood that such a person could be a threat if he was not on the same team with her, so he invited Kim to join their group. However, Kim understood perfectly well that the small number of participants meant only a temporary separation of the team for the sake of hunting. After considering all the pros and cons, he declined their offer. Sarah wondered with surprise whether Kim was really going to single-handedly strike down Boss Varaganda. The final test of the tutorial was based on teamwork. The key to success was the number of allies you could gather in the allotted time. But it seems Kim ignored this condition. Suddenly, like lightning from the sky, Jonathan appeared. However, Kim reacted instantly, preventing him from getting any closer. He forcefully pressed Jonathan into the ground, leaving him no chance to resist. Kim then asked the team an important question. Do they want to just survive or become rankers? A ranker is a creature that has overcome all the challenges of the tower and cleared all of its floors. Kim understood that one day he himself would have to become a ranker, but for him it was just another stage on the path. His final goal lay far beyond the peaks of the tower. He intended to break through its ceiling. Jonathan, who had come to his senses, did not understand what Kim was doing. However, when Kim stopped him, it became clear that everything that was happening had a lot of meaning. Then Jonathan declared that he would one day become the king of Olympus. His team was shocked by this statement. Kim was aware of Jonathan's ambitions, as he had hinted at his belonging to the Olympus bloodline. Then he offered him a challenge. Everyone could assemble a team at their own discretion without restrictions on the number of participants. If Jonathan wins, Kim will join their team. If Kim wins, Jonathan will address him as his older brother. The dispute was settled. Jonathan ordered his team to hurry up. Following the schedule was not enough. However, Kim noted that there is no point in counting seconds and rushing. At that moment, something changed. Time seemed to stand still. There was confusion among the players. But Kim knew the truth. Varaganda was not just an island, but a sacred beast that had been hiding underwater for millennia. The monsters the players fought turned out to be parasites that had taken over his body and were sucking his strength. Jonathan didn't know whether to believe Kim's words. A stranger with information that even Olympus didn't know made him doubt. However, the fact remained. The time limit had stopped working, and the system could not return to normal until the Six or the administrator intervened. This was a hidden piece of information that Odin told Kim. The only way out is to stop time to gain an advantage. Once time starts running again, the tutorial will end. The other players didn't understand what had happened. They decided to take advantage of the situation to quickly score as many points as possible. Meanwhile, the Six noticed that the parasitic dragon had been killed. This event set a precedent. Something like this had not happened since the time of Odin himself. The head of the Red Orcs appeared. He was soon overthrown by Kim, who with bright red eyes seemed the very embodiment of horror. Realizing that they could not defeat him, the Orcs decided to retreat. At this moment, time began to move again, which meant the Sixes had completed their work. However, Kim had won 3 extra days, giving him more time than he had anticipated. Now it was time to go to the Tower of the Gods. The players began to gather at the top of the mountain. Judging by their mana, most had reached level 20. People raised in the tower received the blessings of the system and became pure bloods. Sarah doubted she could defeat the boss alone. However, as she looked at their captain, she realized that she could not even imagine the limits of his power. Kim appeared in the distance. He was calmly walking towards the group of players. Jin and Stephen, who were standing aside, were draining mana that was different from what they had before. They had obviously increased their levels significantly. Jonathan greeted Kim, but not seeing his team nearby. He immediately guessed that he was going to hunt the boss alone again. Kim was approached by other players with a proposal to team up to fight the boss together. However, before he could respond, Jonathan used his power, knocking everyone away. He looked at them with contempt, not understanding how these worthless creatures even dared to offer such a thing. Frightened people began to run away. Without wasting time, Kim stepped forward. Approaching the edge of the cliff, he jumped down and landed in the spacious hall where the first boss resided. Now his task was to find the boss and complete the task. He felt like this place was filled with creatures that shouldn't be here. But Kim knew where to look for his target. He intended to break through quickly using the giant sword technique. Players who watched him were impressed by his speed. He attacked from above, striking the monsters with powerful blows. With ease, he pierced the Red Orc's body with his sword, demonstrating strength that was beyond the comprehension of others. Stephen realized that Kim was a real monster, similar to the captain. At this time, Jonathan moved towards him, firing arrows all around the perimeter. In turn, Kim skillfully wielded his knife. This spectacle was mesmerizing with its beauty and at the same time terrifying. Sarah, without losing her composure, ordered Stephen to be ready. Meanwhile, the brother and sister used mana, but their approaches were opposite. Stephen focused on the mana concentration skill and began to break forward. Suddenly, Jonathan noticed something strange ahead and rushed towards it. Before him was a massive door with a mysterious painting. According to their assumption, a battle scene was depicted. Kim instantly realized that something dangerous was hiding behind the door. He decided to go inside first. As soon as the door opened, a piercing, deafening scream rang out. Jonathan's team froze, their bodies motionless, as if paralyzed by the sound alone. Despite this, Jonathan, overcoming his fear, followed Kim and entered the room. Inside was Chimera, the third boss. According to the rules, one person could either free her or subordinate her and take her under their control. However, there was an important condition. The time of the Chimera's limitation stopped only with the destruction of the Sealstone. In addition, the owner of the Chimera received additional points, depending on the number of victims killed by the creature. Jean realized that in this situation, she had to protect the Sealstone not only from the Chimera, but also from the people she had until recently considered allies. Sarah also quickly realized that keeping track of 10 people in such a situation would be very difficult. Kim was going to win this argument and finish the tutorial, but Jonathan tried to stop him. But Kim did not hesitate. He drew his knife and destroyed the Sealstone. At that very moment, he became the master of the Chimera, but now he had to fight the freed creature. Without wasting time, he gave his first order to destroy the wall. The Chimera obediently followed his instructions. While Kim controlled the monster, Jonathan's team had no serious problems. Their enemy was now a completely different opponent. The Chimera was a creature assembled from various monsters inhabiting the island. When she destroyed the wall, a new passage opened before them. Moving further, they entered a cave where a terrible sight appeared before their eyes. Kim realized that this was the fourth room of the fifth tutorial, the one the system had not announced in advance. Moving forward, they discovered a new arena, the fourth boss room completely covered in chains. In the center of the room was the creator of the Chimera himself. At that moment, the system announced its sole goal, to destroy him. The creator saw for the first time that someone had decided to aim for the right to control the Chimera and set off to where it was. It was an interesting experience for him. He assumed that among those present was someone in whose veins flowed the blood of Zeus. When this was brought up, Jonathan was furious. Child is a black magician who disappeared from the tower long ago. Kim knew about him. This ranker had once been an examiner on the 50th floor and had used hundreds of players as test subjects. Jonathan also knew that after the shameful defeat, he had lost almost all of his power and was sentenced to the tutorial bosses for 1,000 years. Even after the expiration of the term, he was never able to regain his former power. When Child looked at Kim, he sensed something strange about him. His eyes brought back vague memories for Child. He couldn't understand where Kim got his strength from. Perhaps he was connected to Olympus or was a descendant of someone powerful. However, Kim did not come for explanations. Meanwhile, Jonathan's team watching what was happening did not know what to do. Jonathan did not hesitate and ordered the destruction of all monsters on the way. His team immediately began to carry out the order, fighting fiercely against the enemies. This played into Kim's hands. While they were distracted by the battle, he could focus on confronting Child. Suddenly, Child activated a powerful skill, Coffin of Darkness. Even chimeras could not escape once they were inside this trap. He sealed Kim inside, hoping to permanently deprive him of the ability to live or die. But soon the coffin began to crack. After a while, Kim emerged from it unharmed. Child was stunned. It couldn't be true. When he saw the power emanating from Kim's hand, he suspected his connection to Olympus. This man surpassed everyone he knew and resembled the hero he revered most. Kim activated the gigantization skill and the power of a giant began to fill his body. His strength and endurance had increased significantly, but even with that, his capabilities had limits. Childa was not going to give in. He threatened to tear off Kim's arms and legs, claiming that even though he was a descendant of Olympus, he was still an inexperienced youth. Kim, without wasting words, attacked fiercely. In response, Child tripled the power of the Coffin of Darkness. However, even such a powerful spell was destroyed by Kim with just his hand. Soon Child used his deadly skill, infected Poison Fangs. Kim remembered Hercules' warning. If he couldn't control the gigantism, he should refrain from killing the Chimera's creator. He understood how difficult this battle was, but he knew that nothing was impossible. Even being a relative of Hercules, destroying everything with one arm seemed incomprehensible. Child, realizing he was losing, resorted to his strongest defensive skill, Black Wall of Thorns. He hoped for victory but soon saw cracks appearing in the protective barrier. A moment later, Kim appeared in front of him, finally destroying the wall. The next second, Kim fiercely attacked the creator, landing devastating blows on him. He received the power of fiery eyes and gigantism, and now had to end the creator of the chimera once and for all. Tate writhed in pain, his scream echoing through the neighborhood. Hercules knew that he was able to reach the 50th floor and destroy the creator of the chimera. Tate had nothing to add to this, and he only acknowledged the obvious. Their fate was predetermined. Meanwhile, Child, despite his immortality, fought hard for his life. Kim knew that thousands of years of experimentation with black magic had made his body incredibly strong, stronger than steel. But he also understood that an organism filled with many artificial elements could not be completely uniform. Using flaming eyes, he struck Child's weakest point without hesitation. He screamed, begging to stop, but Kim remained adamant. But Child had torn off the limbs of so many people himself with those hands, so this was revenge. The words of his comrades from the tower flashed in his memory. To fight Surtra and find the blazing eyes, to absorb his heart and gain the ability to become gigantic. This could give rise to something beyond human understanding. But now the author of Chimera was dead, and with it, Kim's level had risen. Suddenly, all the monsters the team was fighting collapsed. Kim explained that since the boss was dead, their existence no longer made sense. Among the fighters, Sarah was wounded. Jonathan turned to Kim and took him aside, wanting to discuss the situation. He didn't ask who he was or how he knew about the ranker's connection to the tutorial, but he was concerned about something else. Kim's choice had led to Sarah being hurt. He didn't understand whether it was really necessary to kill the creator of Chimera. Kim replied that the tutorial could be completed by destroying only the Chimera itself. This angered Jonathan. After all, he could have set a new record without going so far. Kim wondered how far he would have to go on his own path. The outer gods beyond the tower belonged to other dimensions. They were terrible. Hopelessness and the unborn, fallen despair, stupid chaos, and the purple sky. Countless rankers had died fighting at least one of them, and no one could say how many more such creatures lurked in the darkness. Because of this, Kim needed to become stronger. For the world to survive, he had to pull it along with him. But until now, he did not know how far this path stretched. Not wanting to talk about the team anymore, Kim decided to go alone. He simply couldn't go with anyone. At this moment, the manager appeared in the tense atmosphere. Jonathan immediately recognized the creature and bowed respectfully. The manager could barely contain his irritation. He was ready to rip out Zeus' entire beard because Kim had given him more work to do. And now he would have to listen to the complaints of the other gods about what had happened. The author Chimera was bound by a contract, but died without preparing the next boss. Thanks to this, the tutorial will rule the world for a while. Kim didn't want to waste time and demanded his reward. The steward gave him the Stone of the Black God, an artifact that stores the boundless mana of darkness. It was also known as the Shard of Hades' helmet, one of the most powerful objects in Olympus. The conditions had been met, and now they had to go to the tower. This was their last meeting, and the manager hoped that Kim would not cause such chaos upstairs again. But he also understood that by having such a thing, Kim could provoke unrest on an even more serious scale. However, perhaps this is even for the better. Maybe he will be the wave that shakes the entire tower. But that wasn't all. Suddenly, Kim received another item, an egg. They arrived on the first floor of the tower. This was an area of the surrounding area known as the Step of Beginnings. Here, players from different guilds waited for new recruits ready to be recruited. Among the crowd, Jonathan noticed familiar faces from Olympus. Despite this, he lost the argument and decided to keep his promise. Recent events had been troubling him, and he wanted to know exactly what had happened between Olympus and the steward. But the Olympus Jonathan knew was always fair. If he wanted to get to the truth, he had to find out for himself, step by step. Kim, having said these words, decided to leave. Suddenly, Jonathan was approached by Richard of Olympus, a follower of Aries who had recently become a higher ranker. He conveyed that Aries had ordered no one to reveal important information to Jonathan until his mother was found. The Heavenly Lord had no particular interest in the children, and the identity of the mother remained unknown. These words stung Jonathan, and he became angry, ready to attack. However, Richard only wished him to start a family. Jonathan understood that if he touched someone lower in rank, it would only worsen his relationship with Olympus, so he decided to retreat. Meanwhile, in the step, Kim felt the presence of pursuers. There were about 20 people behind him. These people were ideal test subjects for testing stealth using the Black Godstone. Jackal's boss Fatayo watched Kim and quickly realized that he had a top-class player in front of him. They saw that he was alone and wearing the flame spell robes. Deciding that Kim would be easy prey, the jackals prepared to attack. However, just as they were about to pounce on him, he disappeared. Suddenly, someone attacked the jackals. He was moving so fast that they couldn't figure out where he was. The leader of the jackals used the skill Hawkeyes to keep an eye on the opponent. Then he realized that the newcomer who had barely entered the tower already had the skill of concealment. Kim attacked with unprecedented fury. The whole situation irritated him. Fatayo quickly realized that he was not dealing with bait, but with a sword capable of killing. Kim asked them a single question. If they answered honestly, he would let them go. The leader of the jackals tried to resist, but quickly realized that he was faced with incredible power. The question concerned a man known as Cloudless. Fatayo was confused, and Kim realized he had found a real jackpot. Sometime later in the transitional location, Kim was sitting in a cafe calmly drinking tea. He had already found the information he needed and could now relax. Thoughts about his past comrades made him sentimental. The black stone worked against jackals, but it is still far from perfect concealment comparable to the helmet of Hades. His own abilities were not yet sufficient, and a suitable craftsman capable of processing this material had not been found either. He understood that if the power of one piece of the black stone was maximized, concealment would cease to be a problem. Recalling the history of Olympus, he realized that Zeus had taken the heavenly throne and become the ruler of Olympus, thanks to the shard of lightning, while Hades always fought, hiding his face under his helmet. The only person who could work with such material was my uncle, a great blacksmith. The player's set was activated during mana input. Kim arrived at the location, but he wasn't sure if he would find what he was looking for there. A man approached him and asked for points, citing the fact that his child was starving. Kim ignored him, but he wasn't going to back down that easily. The man pulled out a knife and brought it to Kim's back, hoping for easy prey. Kim instantly sensed the threat and reacted immediately. After dealing with the attacker, he immediately found himself in the spotlight of several other members of the local gang. However, they did not pose a serious danger to him. Having easily dealt with all the attackers, he turned around and finally spotted the place he needed. Before him was a small room, from which a thick heat emanated. The temperature inside was stifling, and the air was permeated with the smell of red-hot metal. As soon as he entered, a gray-haired man came out to meet him. His gaze immediately fell on Kim's clothing. The fiery spell's attire clearly indicated that he was not one of the local rabble. Kim decided to buy some inventory. The man turned out to be a blacksmith. Moreover, his name was Uncle Volcaro. The blacksmith asked where it came from, but Kim didn't go into details. He said he was just a newbie who had recently moved up to the first floor. The real purpose of the visit was to create an object from black stone. Upon seeing the material, Volcaro immediately realized that it was no ordinary piece of ore, but a raw artifact. He couldn't understand how Kim had gotten hold of him, but he agreed to try to work with him. When the blacksmith found out that this stone was a reward for clearing the tutorial, he was stunned. He understood that using cheap materials for such an object would only harm its potential. Despite his doubts, Kim trusted him even after seeing the quality of the weapons being created in this forge. Picking up an ordinary sword, he noticed that despite the use of mediocre materials, the balance of the weapon was perfect. This spoke of the high level of skill of the blacksmith. Volcaro accepted the order, promising to do everything he could. However, he had one condition. Kim had to keep the very fact of the creation of the object in the place of its manufacturer secret. Kim agreed and the work began. After that, he went to the dining room. Having ordered himself a breakfast for 3 points, he calmly sat down at the table and could afford to rest a little. Suddenly, a man sat down next to him. It was Jonathan. He quickly found Kim thanks to his extensive connections. After a short conversation, he asked for Kim's player number, which was a bit surprising. During breakfast, Jonathan said that in 5 days he was going to raise the level in the outer area of the tower. Hearing this, Kim decided to take the opportunity and asked him for a small favor. He suggested uprooting a pack of jackals. However, he clarified that he was going to go there just the two of us, he and Jonathan. After a short discussion, they agreed to meet in the evening. Jonathan said goodbye and left. Kim was about to finish his meal when he noticed someone at the next table watching him intently. This man came closer and spoke. He introduced himself as Richard and said that he was a representative of Olympus. Then he invited Kim to talk for a while. Kim noticed that Richard did not greet Jonathan, who was a descendant of the heavenly ruler, and this surprised him a little. Meanwhile, Richard said that the test results were a real shock to the players. The difference between first and second place was so huge that many began to talk about the appearance of a real monster in the tower. Jonathan told Richard that he and Kim were something like friends. It sounded strange to Kim, but he understood that it most likely meant an attempt at bribery. Richard spoke about the rarity of those who are able to climb a tower or become a racer. However, Kim was different. He had a chance to become a truly great being of the tower, and he should move on with those who were truly worthy. Richard suggested that Kim meet Mr. Aries, who could provide him with anything he wanted. He offered to become a follower of Olympus, but Kim immediately interrupted him. After thanking them for the tea, he bowed. making it clear that he had no intention of joining their organization. These words angered Richard. Kim's last words that he had no intention of cooperating with the unworthy only increased his anger. Irritated, Richard ordered the jackals to be mobilized. His servant reported that in a few days, it would be possible to gather a sufficient number of people. However, Kim set a record in the tutorial and beat Jonathan himself, so a few jackals won't be enough to eliminate Kim. A decision was made to prepare 100 men and kill him as soon as the harvest time was over. 2 days later, Kim and Jonathan met to discuss. Jonathan noticed Kim's red eyes and assumed he was descended from a monkey. These words undoubtedly referred to Tate the Great Sage, equal to the sky, who had the best innate qualities among the rankers. But Kim not only used Tate's abilities, he also possessed a fire similar to what his brother Apollo had. This raised even more questions. If he doesn't join Olympus, then he belongs to another faction. Moreover, Kim had a skill of gigantism, which in Olympus was possessed only by Hercules, who killed 10,000 giants. Jonathan suggested that Kim came from a family of giants and therefore stayed away from Olympus. Suddenly, Kim called him, and they went into a small closet. There, Kim turned to the seller and asked about Cloudless. Hearing this, the seller immediately ran away. Kim immediately rushed after him. The salesman tried to fight back, but Kim easily stopped him and ordered him to sit still. It turned out that standing in front of them was John, Heaven of Cloudless Light, a player from Morum who had refused to climb further in the tower. Kim knew that this man was the king of jackals. Jonathan wasn't ready to jump to conclusions so quickly based on the escape alone. However, Kim produced a blade that belonged to Jong. The floor beneath the weapon began to melt. This blade was coated with a high-level poison. The Jackal King did not understand where they got such information from. Jonathan noticed the changes in Chan's voice and facial expression. When he looked at Jonathan and saw his hair and eye color, he realized that he was from Olympus. Kim began his interrogation by asking if the Jackal King took orders from Richard. Richard confirmed that he did. Then Kim asked how much longer he intended to stay on the first floor, acting as Richard's chained dog. He warned that once this was complete, Zeus himself would deal with the jackals. However, if John copes with the task, he may be rewarded by being entrusted with much greater responsibility in the ranks of Olympus. Chan reported that the number of jackals is about 1,000 individuals. Kim instructed everyone to gather by tomorrow night and appear at the specified place at midnight. He strictly ordered not to inform people associated with Richard and Aries about this. Then he turned to Jonathan, suggesting that he go together. However, he was furious and demanded an explanation. Kim only advised him to put aside everything he knew and felt about Olympus and to be ready. The next day, near the appointed place, Kim was waiting for Jonathan. He appeared and shared his thoughts. Olympus was not just a place for him, it was his home, and his father remained his idol. He had few memories of his mother. He didn't even remember her face well. However, her voice and words were forever imprinted in his memory. Do not forget the pride that bears the name Olympus. After much thought, he came to the conclusion that he would either remain true to this truth or betray Olympus. The jackals were no longer meant to exist. They were parasites that were eating away at the system from within. So Jonathan decided to slaughter them all himself. Meanwhile, jackals gathered in the cave. Usually they were scattered in different corners. But for the first time in a long time, they were in one place. Soon their leader, Cloudless, appeared. As soon as he entered, everyone silently bowed their heads in respect. He warned that from this second on, anyone who dared to speak would lose their head. Before starting the main task, there was one important task to complete. It was so complex that it would require the participation of everyone without exception. However, he could say one thing for sure. Tomorrow, the jackals would finally rise. The leader of the pack introduced them to the two benefactors who had gathered. As a token of gratitude, he gave them as guardian currency. 1 bill equivalent to 1,000 points. The currency was reliable, and one of the benefactors happily accepted the gift. Then he snapped his fingers, hinting that it was time to say goodbye. At that moment, the cave was filled with a giant fire. The flames spread instantly, forcing the jackals to rush towards the exit in panic. At this moment, Jonathan, taking off his mask, declared that he would destroy all the jackals himself because they were a defect in Olympus. Kim also wasted no time, and brandishing his swords entered the battle. A fierce battle began between the two sides. In the chaos, the pack leader tried to contact Richard, but in the current situation, nothing worked. Kim knew perfectly well that the playset transmitted messages through mana, and in such a saturated environment, transmission was simply impossible. Realizing this, the leader of the jackals, having no other choice, rushed at Kim. However, as soon as he looked into his eyes, his body immediately turned to stone. He couldn't move. At this point, Kim calmly said that his end had already come. In the mountains, the silence was broken only by the echo of the recent battle. Kim and Jonathan completed their bloody campaign, leaving behind 1,000 dead. Jonathan was breathing heavily, But the cause of his fatigue was not only exhaustion, but also a consuming sense of guilt. He didn't understand how Kim could remain so unmoved after what had happened. However, Kim explained to him that unfounded regret can make a person turn a blind eye to evil, and it is unknown what this will lead to. His words proved wise to Jonathan. He quickly came to, regaining his confidence, which pleased Kim. Their conversation became less tense, and they exchanged a couple of jokes. Jonathan, as always, never missed an opportunity to say something that embarrassed Kim. For his help in the battle, he earned a reward, and Kim decided to share with him the money he received from the jackal. When the award issue was resolved, Kim asked what award Jonathan had received for second place in the tutorial. At this time, Richard tried to establish contact with the jackal pack, but his attempts were unsuccessful. One of his servants found the place of their last stay and suggested that he look at it in person. Upon arriving there, Richard and his men were in for a real shock. However, he was not concerned about the bodies of the killed. He was more concerned about the money collected by the jackals. Thanks to this money, Kim could not worry about his future existence. If Kim could, he would head to Asgard right now to exchange money for points. But he knew the Olympians would soon find out who was behind this attack. Despite the value of the loot, this amount was still not enough to purchase all the necessary materials. However, Kim could gather from these resources something that would serve as the basis for the creation of the Dark God Stone. Of all his items, this stone was the highest rank, and now in the hands of a skilled blacksmith, it could reveal its true value. The problem was that along with the reward, he received a strange egg and had no idea what to do with it. Jonathan, who came in second place in the tutorial, received the Hand of Thunder for it, a high-ranking item worthy even of rankers. This meant that Kim's egg must have contained something equally valuable, perhaps even more powerful than the Dark God Stone. Examining the egg carefully, he noticed a pattern on it that he had not seen before. It resembled drawings of an external god. This meant that the creature that hatched from the egg would either become his ally or the new destroyer of the world. Creatures born from eggs usually considered the first person they saw to be their father, so Kim was in for a kind of gamble. Later, he went to a blacksmith who called him to discuss making weapons and armor. During the process of working on the Dark God Stone, a byproduct was formed, a powder that turned out to be more valuable than the stone itself. The blacksmith suggested using mithril as the main material, as there was no other suitable metal. In total, it should have been about 1,800 grams, enough to create a great outfit. However, Kim did not have a sufficient amount of money. Kaval offered to take everything on credit since he himself was interested in working with this material. He wouldn't be offended even if Kim ran away because he himself agreed to the deal. If Kim had entrusted him with an item 10 times more valuable than mithril, then the blacksmith had to return the same trust. As expected, the master remained the same person Kim knew him to be. Kim handed him the sword and noted that it didn't matter what its weight was, as long as he could lift it. In the art of forging such weapons, the blacksmith was confident that he would do the best he could. A week later at the Olympus faction guildhouse, Richard waited for the results. Destroying the jackals was a kind of test from the tower, after which he could gain access to greater opportunities. Soon he was informed that all the players on floors 1 through 10 had been rounded up. There were 200 of them. Together with the army of Olympus, they began the hunt for the criminal. Kim had been hunting all this time, trying to raise his level. While he was waiting for his order, he suddenly received a message from his uncle, calling him to his place. He held a crystal of an amazing color in his hands. This spectacle ignited in him an irresistible desire to create a truly high-quality and complete object. However, it was clear to him that this was not yet possible. He knew this moment would come someday, but he wished he had at least a little more time. Coming out of the closet, he encountered an entire army. Uncle understood why they were here, even though he asked the question out loud. The reason was obvious. Uncle Blacksmith was a criminal known by the name of Hephaestus. Alarming voices began to be heard among the soldiers. Before them stood the same ranker who had been causing chaos on the first floor. The blacksmith did not wait, and swinging his hammer used the limitation of strength. Richard, one of the commanders, knew that Hephaestus was not wearing any equipment and therefore could be easily dealt with. In addition, on the side of the army were the rankers of the highest Olympus, in particular the representative of Apollo, Chris. The blacksmith was surprised by Chris's appearance. He in turn was in no hurry to start the fight, but the order was given and both used mana. Powerful streams of energy blinded everyone around. Despite the order, Chris respected his uncle for his principles. He knew that he held the hammer not for power, but according to his beliefs. However, Koval's attack backfired on him. He struck at opponents who were significantly inferior to him in level, and therefore the system imposed a serious penalty on him. Despite this, the very fact that the blacksmith gave up power for the sake of his beliefs earned Chris sincere respect. But Olympus was not going to retreat. They used the Aegis shield. Even if it was only a duplicate, its strength was enough to suppress the weakened blacksmith. His body turned to stone, and he fell to the ground. Richard was satisfied with the outcome of the battle and ordered the criminal to be delivered. However, before they could do so, Kim appeared. He wasn't going to put up with what was happening. With a cold gaze, he looked at the soldiers and asked only one question. What were these bad people doing in this wonderful place? Richard watched in amazement as what was happening. He couldn't understand who Kim thought he was if he dared to intervene in the fight alone. Kim noticed Chris in the crowd and was surprised that rankers of that level were fighting in the narrow streets of the slums. He realized that if the fight dragged on and the steward intervened, Olympus would lose a significant part of its influence on the first floor. Meanwhile, his army received orders to kill Kim and bring the perpetrator to justice. The one who completes the task will be appointed as the first floor manager. However, Kim was not going to give up just like that. His magic sword absorbed the power of the giant fire, and with impeccable accuracy, he aimed a blow straight at the center of the army. Using his fiery eyes, he calculated the trajectory of the attack. With the help of monoballs, he dealt with his opponents. Kim himself was surprised by how much his skill level had increased. Richard couldn't believe that this person was dealing with players who had already reached the 10th floor of the tower. Then Kim used the giant fire skill, causing a pillar of flame. Turning back, he looked at his uncle, but he remained as petrified as before. At this point, Chris entered the fray. He didn't understand why Kim had intervened in this conflict, because there wasn't such a strong bond between him and his uncle. However, it was obvious to him that a follower of Apollo seated on a throne of fire stood before him, and he felt his overwhelming presence. Kim could not afford to lose. He had withstood Surtra's devastating flames, and so he was confident that he could handle this opponent. However, he underestimated Chris's strength. The gigantization skill clashed with the sun shard, and Kim couldn't withstand its attacks with just brute force. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of the battle, he used the mana clot skill. With unexpected surprise, Kim saw clots of mana pass through Chris's fiery attacks. However, the flames left him with second-degree burns. If the fight continues at this pace, he may simply burn himself alive. Chris was also seriously injured and was fighting at the limit of his capabilities. Kim knew that if he could hold out a little longer, he would win. But the next moment, Chris suddenly approached, grabbed him, and slammed him into the wall with all his might. Kim underestimated him, and now he finds himself in a critical situation. Once in the corner, he noticed a bright blue light. It was a crystal that his uncle had created. Chris realized what a powerful force the tower concealed. It had mechanisms that contained excess power, preventing the destruction of the ecosystem of the lower floors. That is why, when excessive force was displayed, something always appeared capable of eliminating or suppressing it. Richard was satisfied with the work done and ordered the army to hurry up with the capture of the criminal, take him under escort, and also search for all the injured and wounded. He didn't attach much importance to Kim, deciding that it was easier to leave him. However, suddenly he stepped forward, possessing new strength and weapons. Chris immediately realized how dangerous he was. Mana of the attribute of darkness is a rare phenomenon that can change the course of any battle. Richard decided to deal with Kim personally, but he suddenly moved to his uncle, the blacksmith. Richard understood that the petrification effect was weakening, and if it completely disappeared, the situation could get out of control. So he ordered the soldiers to attack. Kim stood up and braced himself for their blows. At the moment of attack, he unleashed incredible power, blinding his opponents. Chris felt that there was something unusual about him. At that moment, the tower itself intervened and summoned the monster. Chris was in no hurry to act, wanting to watch what was happening until the very end. Kim noticed him approaching amidst the raging flames. It was amazing that he could control two mana attributes at the same time. This was an extremely rare and dangerous gift. Chris decided to win Kim over by promising him a reward that would surpass anything he had ever lost. However, Kim refused. Then Chris got angry. He decided to destroy Kim, but Kim was still going to save his uncle, despite the danger. He needed to hold out as long as possible to prevent an even greater catastrophe. A battle broke out, the spectacle of which was striking in its scope. The use of such force on the first floor of the tower could not fail to have serious consequences. Suddenly, the battle came to an abrupt end. Kim lay unconscious. Richard, not wanting to waste the moment, intended to finish him off. However, before he could strike, Hephaestus appeared. He easily knocked Richard down with one blow. Hephaestus used all his power, deciding to kill Richard. But before he could complete his plan, the manager of the first floor of the tower himself appeared and stopped Hephaestus. The manager watched for a long time the chaos that the huge faction was creating on the first floor. The rout, organized by the Olympians, caused many problems, and the administrator expressed his displeasure, threatening severe punishment if it happened again. The Olympic faction was completely defeated, and its influence was nullified for a time. At this time, teeth began to appear near the egg that accompanied Kim. He assumed that the creature inside was trying to protect it. However, he soon fainted. Waking up, he saw a familiar face in front of him, his savior, whom he called Uncle. He was clearly wondering how long Kim was going to keep addressing him like this. But in the end, it didn't really matter. He owed Kim his life. In gratitude for his rescue, his uncle revealed his true name to him, Hephaestus, the legendary blacksmith of Olympus. However, Kim didn't seem surprised by this. This made Hephaestus wonder how this guy knew about him in advance. At first, he suspected that Kim was connected to Olympus, but now he realized that was not the case. He was no ordinary player. Hephaestus decided to lie low and rent a nice forge for a few days, knowing that the Olympians would not be able to act freely for the time being. As a token of gratitude, he promised Kim to make him the best blade that would help him in his ascent of the tower. However, at first he insisted that Kim go to the hospital because his condition left much to be desired. The next day, Kim continued to earn points by destroying huge apes. He understood that it would now be more difficult for Olympus to operate on the ground floor, but their influence remained. This whole situation could have influenced the future second gigantomachy. Meanwhile, Kim continued to master his new source of power. It was difficult to constantly control the stone, but he noticed important changes in it. The most significant of these is the awakening of the Call of Hell ability. Hell was the embodiment of Hades' power and the source of his might. However, due to limitations, Kim could not use it to its full potential. The stone was more of a conduit of power than a repository of it. Nevertheless, he gradually learned to control this power. Later, he went to Hephaestus' new workshop. It was noticeably larger than the old one. High-quality items were created here, the price of which reached several tens of thousands of gold pieces. Hephaestus received part of the profit from the sale of his products in Olympus. As soon as Kim entered, the blacksmith immediately got down to business. He handed him a box that at first glance appeared empty. However, upon closer inspection, Kim noticed transparent gloves inside that had excellent monoconductivity. Hephaestus admitted that he had little time and materials, so he only did them superficially. Then he handed him the cloth-wrapped blade. When Kim unfolded it, a perfect sword appeared before him, crafted down to the smallest detail. However, even just holding it in his hands, he felt strength spreading through his body. Hephaestus allowed him to choose the name for the weapon himself. After some thought, Kim named it Sword of Dark Night. The name Kim chose had a special meaning. It was associated not only with appearance, but also with unique effects that enhance abilities in the dark and at night. With such an advantage, he could fight endlessly without tiring. This made him the perfect warrior, and Kim was enough. He intended to climb even higher in the tower, following his path. Hephaestus asked what Kim's plans were for Olympus, and heard a firm answer to throw her from the top to the bottom. Having finished the conversation, Kim left the forge, recalling the past about how Hephaestus set about creating a new weapon. From adamantium, he forged a sword necessary to fight against external forces capable of destroying this world. He abandoned the traditional hammer and used his fists in the work, melting down the old tool. Kim was happy to meet Hephaestus, but his path lay further. At the coliseum, the test supervisor, Shuri, was studying the recordings of him. She analyzed his potential, comparing it to past tutorial participants. He even outdid Jonathan, who had considerable skills, making him a highly unusual case. What was particularly impressive was that Kim came to the test alone, while it involved teamwork. She didn't believe anyone could walk through the coliseum alone, even the rankers. However, Kim had already arrived at the first-floor testing room. Here, his strength and military prowess were tested, and to pass, he had to defeat his opponent. The battle began. The Colosseum offered an endless series of challenges, where the more enemies defeated, the greater the reward. A green orc appeared before him with a huge axe. Without wasting time, Kim used the skill Monosword and instantly crushed the opponent. The system announced the completion of the first floor test, but that was just the beginning. He challenged the next round. Shuri, watching him, was amazed. It was truly a historic moment. He was passing the test faster than Tate, the all-conquering Buddha, the great sage, equal to heaven. He did not use strong skills conserving mana and stamina. His gaze was directed further, towards the absolute record. With each round, he moved forward, never slowing down. When another battle began, he activated Giant Fire and Giant Sword, easily dealing with the knight, who admitted that he had lost for the second time in his life. No one had ever risen so stubbornly before, even after being wounded and stabbed by a knight. Kim reached the 19th round, catching up with Tate's record. Now he challenged the 20th test. one that no one had yet been able to pass. The trials in the coliseum left no time for rest, and now the final stage had arrived. The atmosphere of the arena was permeated with anger and destructive energy that penetrated to the bone. Kim instantly activated the giant's power, eager to prepare for battle. However, just as he had time to concentrate, the boss of the last challenge entered the arena. His opponent turned out to be a snake with 8 heads and 8 tails, an ancient creature sealed by Susanoo in the past. Kim didn't expect to meet him here. The creature, close to the dragon lineage, radiated such power that even with its activated giant form, he could not match it. Already on the 20th test, Tate fainted from a blow with his tail, finding himself out of the game. Only his incredible vitality allowed him to survive. But for an ordinary person, this would have meant instant death. The test required destroying the 8th head of the serpent. Despite the fact that he had only one goal in front of him, Kim understood that his current strength might not be enough. Without wasting time, the snake rushed to attack. But its blows were not as devastating as Kim had expected. Something was wrong here. The snake he knew was much stronger. Taking out the sword of Dark Night, he invested the energy of the Dark God stones into it and struck. However, even with this strength, he was unable to break through the scales. The blade merely glided across its surface, causing no harm. The situation seemed hopeless, but Kim knew that the tower presented no insurmountable challenges. Shuri, who was watching the fight, didn't understand why Kim suddenly stopped attacking. At that moment, he noticed the snake's weak spot, a small, scaleless spot near its heart. It was its only vulnerable point. Realizing this, he gathered all his rage and rushed forward, aiming his sword precisely at the target. The legend that Susanoo left an incurable wound in the snake's heart turned out to be true. Now Kim intended to complete what had been started in the distant past. Kim's achievements were recorded in the Coliseum, and now he had 31 more levels to go to reach the 100th. An elf appeared before him with 6 swords at his waist, and behind him was the first floor test supervisor, Shuri. She asked him about the snake's weak spot. Kim noted that even though it was the final test, the difficulty seemed excessive to him, which is why he carefully studied his opponent, finding a way to defeat him. Shuri noted his flaming eyes and ability to gigantize, concluding that he had the skills of a peak-level higher ranker. However, despite possessing important information, she had no right to disclose it. She came to give him an additional reward from the test administrator. The warden handed over a sword intended for players who were able to pass all the trials on the first floor. Kim took the sword and decided to examine it, but when he opened it, he found only part of the blade. It was a fragment of the Totsuka blade, which Susanoo used to imprison the snake. He was pleased with the prize and immediately threw it into the store. In addition, the system gave him the 8th snake heart, filled with powerful power. The strong poison stored within it was impossible to take in the usual way, but when neutralized, it could become a powerful healing agent. Even Shuri couldn't determine the value of this item. It couldn't be expressed in numerical terms. Suddenly, the system notified the egg of a hunger complaint. An unknown energy arose around. Kim realized that if the egg still hadn't hatched, it was still forming. Suddenly, some force entered the body of the dead snake. Shuri couldn't believe it because this place was protected by the tower's power. The egg began to absorb the 8th head of the serpent. This sight amazed Shuri, as it turned out that a creature whose existence was previously unknown was indeed real. Kim himself did not fully understand the nature of this ability, but the situation looked eerie, and he could not determine what the egg actually was. Shuri initially believed him to be a descendant of Tate, but upon seeing this power, she began to doubt. Before leaving, she said she would pray to hear news about Kim from higher floors. She was a straightforward, strong, beautiful, and yet naive warrior. As a sign of acquaintance, they shook hands. Meanwhile, discussions began among the people in the tower. For the first time in thousands of years, a person appeared who took first place in the tutorial. Many assumed that Kim would be able to become a ranker in just a few decades. The next test on the 9th floor was the labyrinth. Kim passed it and a new path opened before him. Although the goal of the test was to find a way, instead of looking for a way out, he made several passes, thereby greatly simplifying the task of future test subjects. A month later, he arrived at his uncle's blacksmith shop. Kim arrived at the workshop running an errand, but his uncle told him to wait. The heat inside was unbearable, but Kim remained unfazed. The 9th floor test took 10 days, which surprised Hephaestus. He didn't understand why Kim had spent so much time, but Kim himself knew that he had to forge new paths to move forward. Now the uncle was intrigued as to how he would cope with the next challenge. Hephaestus prepared a nameless sword for him. Although its mana conductivity left much to be desired, the sword itself was well balanced and easy to move. After testing it in practice, Kim confirmed that it didn't conduct mana well, but it still turned out to be a pretty handy weapon. As a token of gratitude, he paid the blacksmith 10,000 points for his work. Hephaestus did not expect such a generous reward, but Kim was truly grateful to him. A portal opened next to the workshop, which cost 10 points to use. Kim decided to go up to the 10th floor and enter the world of martial arts. The 10th floor was Endless Hubai, a vast continent surrounded by the sea with a unique ecosystem created by great rulers. There were numerous units operating here, each of which sought to recruit new members. One of them immediately caught Kim's attention. The man approached and began to talk about the ancient origins of their organization, its glory and traditions. Kim listened to him indifferently, having already decided that he would choose another unit. This caused irritation, and the recruiter, wanting to demonstrate his power, began to suppress the players present with his aura. He used this method to attract attention, not worrying that intimidating newcomers would tarnish the reputation of his organization. However, when he met Kim's gaze, he hesitated for a moment. Kim, wanting to demonstrate that he was no match for even the head of the unit, used only a small portion of his strength, and this was enough to knock the opponent to the ground. Disgraced in front of everyone, he fled, making his way through the crowd of recruits. 10 days have passed since Kim climbed to the 10th floor. During that time, he has traveled more than 4,000 kilometers. The world of martial arts created many difficulties for him, the main of which was the lack of convenient transportation. Here, people only got around on their own 2 feet. Now he has reached the Tian Shan River. Time was running out and Kim knew he had to hurry. But he also felt like he was being watched. About 20 people were hiding in the shadows. There weren't many of them, but Kim felt like each one was an experienced fighter. Before Kim appeared, the Tian Machine Unit, an organization that had long opposed the main oligarchy. They existed in coalition for a long time, accepting only the worthy into their ranks. Among them was Mook, a purebred native who managed to climb to the 40th floor. Looking at Kim, he realized that he was not an ordinary player. The energy emanating from him was different from that of random passers-by. Mook decided to find out what floor Kim was on and invited him to join their ranks. However, to do so, he had to reveal his characteristics. Realizing that this option was not suitable, Kim agreed to an alternative path, the Teen Machine test. This was a rare event, as none of the players had attempted to pass the Protestant test in a long time. Theoretically, the chances of success existed, but in practice, no player has yet managed to do this task. Mook led him to the place of the test, the disposition process. As soon as the process began, Kim felt the reality around him begin to change. If he strays from the intended path, he will fall into the trap of illusions. Kim learned that the test had a dozen roads, each looking completely different. The only correct path was hidden among them. Mook warned Kim to be careful and follow him. However, at some point, he realized that Kim had disappeared. He wasn't even sure that he had been here all this time. Meanwhile, Kim used the skill Flaming Eyes to find the right path. Having already traveled over 10 roads, he could not understand how long this ordeal would be. Suddenly, a 2-way road opened up before him. He used Fire Eyes again and saw that both roads were real. He felt the movement of air on his left and chose that path. A small closet appeared in the distance, with a lamp burning inside. Upon entering, Kim discovered a living historian of the martial arts world. At this moment, the system notified him of passing the devil's first test. However, being indoors, Kim could still feel the wind blowing, which seemed impossible. He realized that he was not actually in a small room. The devil sitting before him asked how long ago Kim had guessed the essence of the test. He replied that it was all from the very beginning. He realized that in front of him was a person who knew how to find his own path and follow it. Suddenly, a blue light illuminated the room and Kim was admitted. After that, he found himself on the street. There was no longer any closet or devil in front of him. Some said that demons lived among people, but as it turned out, they lived in the village. Mook was impressed by how quickly and easily Kim passed their test. Kim knew that Tian Masham provided housing to those who passed the test. No one had ever heard of anyone being able to walk through illusions without help. Even Mook himself had to relearn the path each time. Kim was finally able to afford to relax and take a bath for the first time in a long time. At that moment, a mysterious egg appeared next to him, which, feeling warm and cozy, began to react to his presence. Kim recalled conversations with his fellows about the impossibility of passing the Heavenly Demon's Supreme Cult's test. No one had been able to pass it before, and this fact had become ingrained in the minds of the test takers. The Sky Demon had appeared before Kronos made the time jump, and now Kim had no choice but to meet him face to face. Meanwhile, Tate was irritated. He was indignant that no one had warned him, but he was reminded that he had refused to take the test by simply going up to the next floor. Remembering his explosive nature, Kim was not surprised by this reaction. A month had passed since the coliseum on the 2nd floor had been cleared. During that time, The egg he had received had increased significantly in size. Even before it hatched, it already demonstrated the habits of a huge snake. Kim began to suspect that this egg belonged to an external god. Dozens of eyes, sharp teeth. These entities had no fixed form, but were able to sense the fear and despair of their opponents. He pondered for a long time whether he should keep this creature with him. Eventually, the egg seemed to nod in response. Kim realized that he had been hearing him all this time, but had simply ignored him. Taking courage, he took the blade and struck the shell. As expected, nothing happened. The egg just shrank, showing no aggression. Not understanding what this meant, Kim decided to just wait. Later, he moved the egg to the bathtub, and suddenly it began to show signs of pleasure from it. Becoming increasingly convinced that the outer gods and heavenly demons might be connected, he thought that the best solution would be to enter the tiger's den himself. The next day in the supreme cult of the heavenly demon, 4 clerics gathered to discuss the agenda. The lords of heaven, the gods Chan and Do, noted that the test had occurred for the first time in 30 years. God Quan corrected them, saying that it had been 34 years. God Gam wanted to know more about Kim, as the rumors about him were too incredible. They said that on each floor of the tower, the same person wins, raising their rating. It was hard to believe, but the records couldn't lie. The council decided to find him, and God Chan summoned his servants. When the door opened, Kim appeared before the gods. He immediately recognized the gods standing on the pedestal of the high cult, and assumed that the second test would be connected not with the demon, but with the gods. However, the leader of the Black Wind Army, Yong, suddenly appeared. He asked for permission to test this person first. The gods, after deliberation, gave their consent. As Yong approached Kim, he realized that this was not an official test. However, God Gam announced that the winner would receive a special reward, the elixir of the supreme cult, the capsule of crimson blood. Kim accepted the challenge. His task was to knock Chan off his feet and achieve recognition from his opponent. The test limit was set at approximately the 30th floor level. This was an unexpected development for Kim. Yong did not understand what the leader saw in Kim and immediately recognized his victory. But Kim realized that because of his talkativeness, Yong would not have been able to achieve recognition from his opponent the way he had succeeded. Without hesitation, the leader attacked Kim. He reacted instantly, dodging the blow. They moved at incredible speed, trying to harm each other. Yong, who dedicated his life to the supreme cult, spent years studying fighting techniques, striving to become a martial arts master. For him, this ordeal was a matter of life and death. However, Kim soon grew tired of this fight and drew his blade. Blocking the attack with ease, Kim used the giant's power and knocked the leader to the ground. The gods watched the battle, not having experienced such entertainment in a long time. As a result, Kim successfully passed the test and received the Crimson Blood Capsule, one of the most powerful medicines of the supreme cult of the heavenly demon. His swordsmanship impressed even the gods. The second test was to take place in 3 months, and his opponent was God Quan, the master of the Iron Fist cult. During this time, Kim needed to prepare and delve into the study of martial arts. He assumed that Quan was inferior to the 4 lords of the heavenly cult and decided not to waste any time. However, saying something like that without proper thought was a sign of disrespect to the supreme cult of the heavenly demon. Gum reminded Kim that only the demon has the right to change the trials. He gave him 3 months to train thoroughly and learn how to counter the 3 Iron Fist techniques. As they walked down the hallway, Kim heard whispers around him. Many discussed his success and power. King Gam of Heaven took an interest in Kim and decided to oversee his training. It had been a long time since he had met a stranger who had caught his attention, and now he had high hopes for him. Finally, they arrived at the designated training location. The gods provided Kim with everything he needed, satisfying his requests. However, he knew that they would soon regret their words. Kim went to the head physician of the supreme cult of the heavenly demon Chin with the intention of buying up all the products. The huge amount of medicine weighing several hundred kilograms raised doubts in the doctor. He didn't understand how Kim was going to use them to their full potential. The terms of the deal were strict. Any unused medication had to be returned after 3 months, and any damaged medication had to be compensated for. After finishing the negotiations, Kim said goodbye, leaving the doctor surprised. With a huge pile of medicine, he headed to the training cave of the heavenly demon supreme cult. This place was arranged in such a way that the entrance could only be opened from the inside, unless, of course, you tried to break it down from the outside. Inside the cave, Kim found a patch of land where a multitude of medicinal herbs were growing and immediately began using them. The antler grass increased his resistance to poisons, but the process of taking so many medications proved extremely unpleasant. The various components began to mix, forming toxic compounds. His goal was to detoxify his body and neutralize the snake venoms that had accumulated in his body. But Kim was sure that it would not lead to fatal consequences. The most one could expect was a severe stomach upset. However, suddenly his egg opened its mouth, eager to absorb the poison that had formed. Kim, not wanting this, intimidated him, threatening to fry him and eat him like a piece of cake. Continuing his ritual, he consumed the eighth heart of the snake. The poison quickly spread throughout the body, causing nausea and dizziness. He felt like he needed to take even more medication to endure this process. At the same time, his mana began to grow rapidly, which surprised him. The detoxification process was dragging on, and Kim knew he was in for a long ordeal. A month passed. The gods waited for Kim by the mountain, wondering what he had been doing all this time. He had not attended classes or learned the secret techniques of martial arts. Iron Fist, seeking to stretch his stiff body, devoted himself entirely to training. However, Kim remained in the cave, and his complete silence made it seem as if he was dead. Suddenly, the door to the training cave opened. Kim came outside, and the gods were stunned by his appearance. Then they headed to a cafe where Kim greedily pounced on the food. The gods tried to understand the reason for his long absence and strange behavior. One of them guessed that Kim had used up all the detox medications. Rare elixirs had incredible effects, but were difficult to take due to their high toxicity. After finishing the meal, Kim thanked them for the treat and bowed. The next target was the martial arts library. This place was under strict security. As soon as Kim arrived, the guards announced his visit and assigned an escort. Entering the library hall, Kim heard that he could take any book. But behind certain doors were forbidden materials to which he had no access. He carefully studied the collection of books until he found one that perfectly suited his current goals. He knew he had to master its contents within a month. However, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another book, one with a brown cover. It contained information about the origins of the supreme cult of the heavenly demon and the birth of martial arts. The gods carefully discussed the behavior of Kim, who spent an entire month in the library studying martial arts books, followed by another 3 months in training. Such a pace seemed impossible. Even the strongest person would need years to absorb all this amount of knowledge. But Kim intended to do it in just 3 months. They were confused by his determination and had no idea what to expect from him. Time passed, and at noon, Kim announced that he had found everything he was looking for in the library. Expectations for the outsiders were high, but the god watching over him tried not to kill Kim, assessing his abilities. In the training hall of the higher cult, the servants exchanged thoughts. They rarely had the chance to observe the abilities of the kings of heaven. Soon Iron Fist appeared on the scene, a man who inspires fear with his presence. He could not believe that the supreme cult had been so weakened that only worthless people remained among its fighters. Over the noise and whispering in the hall, he loudly ordered everyone to be quiet. The upcoming trial was an important event related to the heavenly demon, and he expected everyone to show respect. Then Kim entered the arena. Iron Fist was curious to see how much Kim had improved his skills over the past months. The test began. The task was to avoid or block Iron Fist's triple attack. The first attack, called Divine Thunder, struck Kim with immense force. He was almost swept off his feet, but he was able to stand. However, he understood. If the first attack was so powerful, then the next ones would be even more dangerous. Iron Fist warned him that attempting to block the blows would be tantamount to suicide. There would be no unbroken spot left on his body. This was only the second time Kim had fought a rancor, and the difference in their levels was huge. Iron Fist launched a second attack. His movements accelerated, and he used the 100 strikes of Thunder Fist technique. Kim activated the skill Flaming Eyes, which allows him to predict the opponent's movements. Thanks to this, he began to deftly dodge blows, which amazed observers. Iron Fist noted that martial arts are not just auxiliary skills. This time, as long as they are under the same sky, Kim will not be able to dodge. The gods who watched the duel felt that the next attack would be so powerful that its destructive power would extend beyond the arena. They decided to create a protective barrier to prevent possible casualties among the spectators. Kim noticed that the gods had begun to set up defenses and realized that the radius of the strike would be enormous, leaving him no room for maneuver. However, he concluded that with such a wide reach, the attack may not be as powerful as it first appeared. Iron Fist moved on to his third attack, Sky-Splitting Lightning. God-ranked power filled the space as Kim withstood 3 powerful attacks from God Quan. The second test of the heavenly demon supreme cult had been successfully passed, but the battle was not yet over. Quan couldn't believe that his punches, which should have broken anyone, were blocked. However, Kim not only stood his ground, but was also ready to continue the fight. This only fueled Quan's interest, who decided to test it further. Gom watched what was happening, understanding that the basis of the heavenly demon spirit was material mana. He saw that Kim had advanced far beyond what could be expected, and that his power was beyond ordinary understanding. Deciding not to wait, Kim attacked first. He withstood the pressure, stopping 47 shots in a row. Even for God, it was unbelievable. Fighting against the power of the heavenly demon spirit turned out to be more difficult than he had imagined. The forces clashed on a full scale. Time passed, but Kim did not give up. He had already blocked 59 attacks, and his spirit continued to recover. Kwon underestimated his resilience, believing that Kim would fall much sooner. However, the situation became increasingly tense as the restrictions continued to tighten. To counter the increasing pressure, Kim used the Gigantomachy skill. Kwon understood that before him stood a man who had only recently reached the 10th floor, but was already capable of fighting on a par with God. However, he himself enjoyed this battle, because it had been a long time since he had met an opponent capable of withstanding his attacks. Without holding back his fighting spirit, he gave the order to Kim to attack. Kim reacted instantly, appearing on the right, and was able to block 89 shots. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of his face, flying at terrifying speed, but he managed to dodge. However, his heavenly demon spirit was almost exhausted. He knew that if he attacked now, he might not be able to withstand the counterattack. Realizing that the only chance for victory was to close the distance and immobilize Kwon, Kim activated Gigantomachy again. Clenching his fists, he lunged forward with maximum force, directing all his power towards God. Even from such a short distance, Kwon was able to block the shot. However, the next moment, Kim suddenly took out his sword and delivered a precise blow directly into God's chest. It was incredible, but the mistake of God who opened the chest caused his defeat. The gods who watched the battle could do nothing, as their role was only to observe. Even the heavenly demon only watched what was happening from the side. The second heavenly demon trial was completed, and Kim gained a new skill, possessing the heavenly demon spirit. The gods could not understand why a book about such a strong spirit was in a low-level collection of military books. Upon superficial examination, it looked like an ordinary spiritual practice, and most people would not be able to discern its true power. For the first time in a long time, Kwon became curious, and he suggested that somehow Kim would rise to a high rank, perhaps surpassing even the current head. Gum realized that now the head would want to meet with Kim to conduct the final test. Meanwhile, Kim paid attention to his characteristics. His magical power was 98, and he was sorry that the indicator could not exceed 3 digits. He could still feel his hand hitting Kwon's chest, knowing that if he hadn't admitted defeat, he would have lost. However, the test was successfully completed, and according to his calculations, it would take 2 days for a full recovery. The skill he acquired was very valuable, as all rankers sought to acquire it. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Kim was summoned by the heavenly demon. He went to the palace of the founder of the heavenly demon doctrine, went inside and felt a strange emptiness. There was not a single soul here. At this moment, the system suddenly announced that the egg had bared its teeth. Ahead in the darkness sat a man. It was the heavenly demon Keon. Chong asked about the condition of Kim's hand, and he replied that everything was fine. At this moment, the sword of the Black Knight was activated. Shi Yong immediately recognized this sword and emphasized that it was created by Hephaestus. After a brief exchange of words, he immediately decided to begin the final test. Kim was gripped by fear. His arm could move, but he couldn't fight. Suddenly, a barrier of true suppression arose around him, different from what he had felt before. He tried to activate the flaming eyes, but to no avail. Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and pulled him towards the heavenly demon hall. The final test of the heavenly demon's teachings has begun. Kim found himself in a place shrouded in thick fog. A demon walked ahead of him, signaling him to follow him. Moving forward, Kim lit the path with his fire skill, carefully observing the surrounding space. He had seen Kim fight, and it looked impressive. The demon appreciated his efforts and made it clear that even more effort was needed ahead. At this moment, the system gave a strange signal. The egg began to move, showing its teeth and as if swallowing saliva. It was a reaction to a force emanating from outside the tower, which Kim felt only faintly, but which clearly had special significance for the egg. The demon called this power divine flame. He said that when the school was located on the mountain and this fire first appeared, a prediction was made. It said that the school existed solely to protect the flame, and one day its true owner would appear. Everyone who stood at the origins of the school, the first heavenly demon, his predecessors, as well as his teacher, lived for this goal, and the demon was no exception. Before it became a school, this place was a religion, and where faith is born, there is a foundation that gives that faith form. Over the years, powerful people and forces emerged that surpassed the school itself. However, the demon, as one of the followers of this teaching, could only protect the flame, unable to do anything more. Anyone who wanted to join the school had to pass a special exam, proving their qualifications. This exam became a kind of payment for the flame, and at the same time, a way to hide it from prying eyes. The demon told Kim that there were those who had tried to pass this test before. Among them was sword god Thomas, but he couldn't even complete it. The final test had come. Kim had to endure this fire until he gained its recognition. This wasn't just a tough test, it was about survival. Even though Kim had previously been able to block the sword god's attacks and had mastered the spirit of the heavenly demon, it was all useless against the power emanating from the flames. The fire fed on fear. It chose its form, consuming and burning those who felt the terror. The only way to endure is to convince yourself that the flame is not hot. The egg opened its eyes and screamed again, but Kim held it back. He knew that if it swallowed everything, he would get nothing for himself. For the first time in a long time, he felt a fear that was beyond reason, a fear that was stronger than death itself. In the past, his body was weak. The only thing that kept him alive was his sword. In the world that was crumbling around him, he clung to life. However, after returning to the past, he slowly, step by step, climbed the tower, becoming stronger. Now he was here to fight and win, not for himself, but for his brothers. He remained in the flames no matter what, and in the end, he passed the test. The system recognized him by granting him the title of founding firefighter of the school. He survived, and a new skill hovered over his head, divine flame. The demon watched him and could not hide his surprise. He did not expect that a human being could pass this test. A few days later, the demon mused that the divine flame had accepted Kim as its carrier. This meant that now he had no reason to stay here. The flame chose only the worthy, and Kim passed severe trials earning this power. In ancient times, such an event could have caused a wave of indignation, but now only a great man could have great power. Now all that remained was to understand how he would accept this gift. Kim was about to leave this place, promising that he would visit the demon when the Great War began. If the greats so decreed, they would meet again on the battlefield. Now the demon felt empty. His goal had been achieved, and he had to decide what to do next. Realizing this, he realized that it was time to return to Murim. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Tochlin Tower, player Michael sat and prayed. He finally found himself on a team with his friends. But besides them, the group included unknown individuals and even those who were on the blacklist. The second team, on the contrary, gathered the strongest players with rare skills and immense strength. Glancing around his group, Michael noticed Kim and realized he was out of luck. Kim realized that all the truly talented players had been taken to another team, and he had been designated as the opponent. The examiner for the 11th floor test was Hypnos, one of the Olympus rankers. Kim went to the inn to choose a room, but there was only one available at the very top worth 100 points. The price didn't matter to him, so he decided to exchange the Asgardian notes. After exchanging, he called a 6. He wanted to use the store. In the list of goods, his attention was drawn to adamantium, which was not enough to create the divine dark crystal. This metal was incredibly valuable, and there were fewer than 10 blacksmiths in the world capable of smelting it. 6 assumed that Kim was close to Hephaestus, and based on all the information, he would have earned him 1.5 kilograms of adamantium for 1.5 million points. However, Kim did not have that amount, and 6 suggested that he take the goods on credit. Not wanting to get into debt, Kim decided to look elsewhere for adamantium. 6 tried to keep him, realizing that the deal could bring huge benefits. But Kim had already made up his mind. He wasn't going to buy anything from him. He decided to bargain and struck a deal, buying the adamantium for 850,000 points. 6, realizing that it was unlikely to find the best buyer, agreed to the price. After completing the deal, she said goodbye, leaving the option to contact her again if she needed anything else. Adamantium was an incredibly strong material that required long and laborious processing, so Kim decided to postpone working with it until the test was complete. There was a week left before the test began, and he decided to use the time to go for a walk. Meanwhile, on the 11th floor of the Agria Labyrinth, there was a team led by a leader named Gunn, known as a talented and charismatic player. The team was fighting monsters, and he was urging his comrades to gain strength before the challenge. However, his team did not see the need for this, confident that their opponents would be weak, even if Kim was among them. Gong himself had never met him in person, but Kim's name was well known to everyone. Suddenly, the space was filled with a strange energy. It turned out that the boss of the Cold Depths dungeon was dead. His body was burned, but there were no signs of fire around it. Gong noticed the faint cut left by the sword's blade, and realized that someone had killed the boss with a quick blow engulfed in flames. It could only have been a ranker who decided to clear a low-level dungeon. Realizing the futility of staying here any longer, the team decided to return. Meanwhile, Kim completed the battle with the Spider Queen, receiving as a trophy the thread of Agria, a unique material with outstanding durability and the ability to conduct mana. As he had suspected, his heavenly flame proved to be extremely effective. Testing this skill before the decisive battle was the right move. Its power was so great that it even threatened the owner's mind. Absolute concentration was required to control it. There was no technique in his arsenal stronger than this, and the more powerful he became, the more destructive the heavenly flame became. Later at the tavern, Michael noticed Kim. He explained that their team had shrunk. Half of the participants had dropped out of the trial before it even began. Those who remained counted on Kim, because his name inspired respect and hope. However, the cost of participating in the trial ranged from 100 to 1,000 points, an amount beyond the reach of low-level players. They wanted to discuss a strategy for passing the test with him, but all they heard from him was advice to give up, since for them the test meant certain death. This news stunned the team. Realizing that their chances of survival were very small, they realized that it was better to give up than to die in vain. However, Michael took Kim's words differently. He was filled with rage and hatred. The 11th floor examiner, Hypnos, perfectly understood the difference in strength between the teams. It was simply colossal. However, an order came from Olympus itself. Player Kim must be destroyed. A significant reward was offered for his head, and this spurred the participants on. Everyone was ready, and Hypnos was about to announce the beginning of the test. But suddenly I received a message from Zeus's wife. Players have gathered in the dark forest of Alilam. However, Kim noted that many more people declined to participate than he had anticipated. When all the participants had taken their seats, the examiner greeted them. Despite the obvious shortage of players on one of the teams, there have been no changes to the rules. The test will begin immediately after the announcement of the conditions. The task was to capture the flags. Participants had to find flags and match them with their team's flags. The number of captured flags will be displayed directly on the banners. Flags were hidden throughout the forest, inhabited by various monsters. The victory went to the team that captured the most flags by the end of the challenge. A unique feature of the challenge was the assignment of a king to each team. The king was chosen randomly, and any flags he captured were doubled in importance. However, his death did not mean a loss, but could put the team at an extreme disadvantage. Kim understood that this test depended on success. He was certain that the weakest member of their team would become king. And so it happened. Michael received this status. He didn't know what to do, and Kim only noted irritably that he didn't even understand how he got to the 11th floor in the first place. The 24-hour test has begun. The other team immediately gained the advantage they expected to win easily. Among them was the Angel role, one of the best support staff. Her healing abilities were rare, and many players called her an angel for her healing miracles. Meanwhile, no one on their team knew who had become king. If they were silent about it, it was not one of the famous players. However, Gong noticed one of the participants briefly lit up with a golden glow. He had an excellent memory, but he didn't have time to remember faces. Kim's team understood that to win, they had to capture the other king's flag. However, only one person could have done this, Kim himself. He, however, was not eager to help. The team would not be able to cope without him, but his decision remained unknown for the time being. The players didn't know which path to take to capture the enemy flag, but it soon became clear that they had been spotted. The enemy team closed in on their king, and defending the flag became a top priority. At first, the enemy team felt uneasy about Kim's presence, but they soon realized that even he wouldn't help if the king was killed. They decided to fight with all their might and tried to surround their opponents with numbers. However, a sudden attack caught up with one of them, and now there are only 9 of them left. The battle flared up with renewed vigor. The opponents, realizing their defeat, begged for mercy. At this moment, Kim appeared, intervening in the battle, and began to defend his team, dealing with the enemies with the help of his knife. Michael was relieved to see him. The opposing team tried to retreat, but Kim wouldn't let them go. One of the enemies was already ready to attack him, but suddenly realized his mistake. The next moment, Kim laid him on the ground. Realizing that there was no other way out, he offered all his flags for life. Kim took 2 flags, thereby earning his team 20 points. After that, he turned to the remaining opponents, inviting them to voluntarily surrender their flags or face his force. As a result, the team collected several flags. Kim asked Michael about the whereabouts of the rest of their team. It turned out that they split up to search for flags more efficiently. Then Kim took out 67 flags that he had managed to collect over the past 4 hours in the forest. However, instead of 67, they only had 64, which meant that the other team started taking flags from his allies. He explained to Michael that it made more sense to focus on capturing flags from opponents than trying to knock them out of monsters. The enemy team also understood this, and therefore now they will hunt for the king. From that moment on, he ordered Michael not to leave him even a step. If the king fell, it would be impossible to change the situation. The test has entered a decisive phase. Meanwhile, the surviving opponents returned to their team and said that they had given up the flags out of fear of Kim. Roll understood that now Kim was alone with the king and his guard was weakened. She suggested gathering the strongest players and striking at Kim's team. Gun and Roll stood out. Their strength was enough to organize a hunt. The angel gave the signal to begin the attack. Within 12 hours of the start of the challenge, the situation had completely changed. The team captured the flag challenge had turned into a real hunt. 200 people united with one goal, to destroy Kim and Michael. Meanwhile, Kim managed to collect 100 flags, which gave them 10,000 points. However, he was in no hurry to hand them over to the king, realizing that if he died, it would be impossible to rectify the situation. Kim began to notice strange behavior from the enemy team. They didn't try to fight, but simply threw down their flags and fled when he appeared. He guessed that the enemies had realized their numerical superiority. Most likely, the players who managed to escape earlier have already informed the team that the king is guarded by only one person, similar to a game of chess. Suddenly, he sensed a threat approaching. Reacting quickly, Kim caught an arrow flying at the king. Everything became clear. The opponents did not attack immediately because they were gathering forces to organize a massive offensive. At that moment, the white web of heaven rose around them, a barrier that prevented anyone from escaping. Kim, taking up his sword, drew a circle around the king, ordering him not to go beyond it. He was to remain in place and not advance. Making sure that the order was understood, Kim walked away, leaving the king alone. However, not wanting to be left alone, he tried to follow him. But as soon as he approached the edge of the circle, Kim instantly pointed his sword at him, making it clear that he should not take a single step beyond the boundary. The enemy team quickly realized that their only chance of victory was to attack the king, which was left unprotected. However, when they saw Kim approaching them, leaving the king behind, their attention shifted to him. In addition to Roll and Gun, there was another member of their team who decided to show himself. Var decided to take the chance to demonstrate his strength, as the test was being watched by major guilds. He threw a massive sword at Kim, hoping that if he could finish him off, he would receive universal admiration. He was sure that this was his best throw. But suddenly the spear, as if frozen in midair, stopped and then flew back rapidly, striking one of his team members. The next second, Kim was right in front of Var, staring at him. He was interested in only one question. Where was Goon? Meanwhile, part of the team tried to track Kim's movements, but he was moving too fast and they soon lost sight of him. Suddenly, he appeared right above one of the fighters before he could react. Among the enemies, he noticed Goon and Roll. Goon noted with a smile that Kim was unlucky with the team because it was too weak. He offered to surrender, not wanting to spill his blood. However, Kim saw this as empty words. Goon was left with no choice but to start a fight. He attacked first, but Kim easily parried his blow. Then Goon used his clan's Imperial Blade technique. His family sword had magic that weighed down each side of the blade, making blows incredibly powerful. However, even such blows did not harm Kim. Goon began to realize the difference in strength. Seeing that the battle was dragging on, Roll decided to intervene. At that moment, a purple-pink flame appeared in Kim. This flame was the same as the footprints in the labyrinth. He instantly understood it couldn't be a coincidence. It could only mean one thing. He was the one who killed that monster boss. Gong couldn't figure out how he managed to defeat the boss. Despite all his strength, one blow wasn't enough to defeat him. He suggested that the enemy was not fighting at full strength, which left many questions unanswered. Goon, using sound telepathy, gave Roll the order to retreat. It was obvious to him that continuing the fight was pointless. However, the rest of the participants could not understand why the captain suddenly decided to give up. Yes, the opponent was incredibly strong, but that did not mean that it was worth giving up everything at once. Roll even considered Goon a coward, but he cared for his comrades and put their lives above his own pride. Roll wasn't going to give up so easily. Kim understood that it would be better to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. After all, those who now stood against him would one day prove to be his allies in the fight against the outer gods. If Hercules had been in his place, he would have tried to keep the sacrifices to a minimum, and that was what Kim respected in him. Roll activated Divine Blessing. Kim realized that weak minds would have to be taught a lesson. Energy began to fill the entire area. Soon the real devil appeared before them, a divine flame that feeds on fears. Attempts to attack him were futile, but Roll was not going to back down. She used the skills Angel Wing and Giant Strength, but even with these buffs, her team was running in panic from the flames. She understood that they wouldn't even be able to get close to Kim, let alone hurt him. In a desperate attempt to turn the tide of the battle, she used the Executioner's sword. Kim easily cut him down with his sword. At this point, the team realized that resistance was pointless. However, he wasn't going to let them just leave. First, they had to fold all the flags. If they don't give them up willingly, he will take them by force. Thus, he received 8 more flags, strengthening his position. Roll knew that many major guilds had tried to recruit him, but he had consistently refused. Still, she decided to give it a try and invited him to join Zion. She understood that he was valued there more than she was, but as before, he refused. Roll realized that no matter how strong he was, relying only on himself was pointless. But Kim knew that the guilds were driven by pride, greed, and the endless struggle for power in the tower. He didn't need competition. He saw a different path for himself. Someday, he would be the one to unite the entire tower. It was incredibly difficult to go through it alone, but he knew he could do it because it was his path. Meanwhile, an attack fell on the king. A huge ball of fire was heading towards him. The enemy team was approaching, intending to end the battle as soon as possible. The king remembered Kim's instructions. He must not leave the circle if he wanted to survive. The only chance is to buy time and stay within the specified border. One of the opponents crossed the line and mockingly told Michael that it was time for him to say goodbye to life. However, the next moment, he was suddenly thrown up. The silhouette of his body was abruptly thrown back as if by an invisible hand. It was the protection of the heavenly demonic spirit that guarded Michael. At this time, after talking to Roll, Kim hoped that Michael would follow his instructions and not leave the circle. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the bushes. Someone was watching him. Without wasting time, he called out to the uninvited guest. A hooded man stepped out of the shadows. He clearly hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. Kim looked closely and recognized the examiner. He looked surprised. His artificial illusions didn't help him go unnoticed. It was Hypnos, a ranker known for his skill in creating illusions. Kim wondered why a ranker would come to a regular test and realized that he had already annoyed many people. The examiner's illusions turned out to be in vain. Hypnos understood that sending rankers after Kim's head would be excessive, but still, this man turned out to be far from a simple opponent. The skill Dark Night Deep Sleep illusion was suddenly activated. Kim fainted. Hypnos stepped forward, took out his knife and placed it against the body of his sleeping opponent. But at that moment, Kim dodged the blade with lightning speed. He was pretending all this time. A blade flashed in his hand, and now the knight no longer belonged to just one ranker. Hypnos' magic only worked at close range, but despite this, Kim still managed to injure the ranker. Now he had to fight an enemy from Olympus. He had already encountered similar fighters and was sure that there would be no problems. Ranker did not wait and went first to attack. Kim parried the punches with ease. Suddenly, his opponent disappeared, leaving behind only an illusion. The next moment, the attack came from the other side. Kim's fire flared up with new force, heating the air around him. But suddenly, the heat disappeared. Rancor at first thought he had imagined it, but then he realized that fear was the source of the flames. The more afraid he was, the more the fire burned. Rancor turned out to be not so simple. He simply waved away the divine flame. Kim was surprised but did not stop. He continued to attack, testing how strong his opponent was. As expected, the Ranker quickly realized that Kim was far from an ordinary player. If he managed to reach the Ranker level, it would be very difficult to deal with him. This could not be allowed. Using the Moon Sleep skill, the Ranker tried to turn the tide of the battle. Kim knew that Hypnos' intervention would displease the allocator, but for the Ranker, serving Olympus was more important. He pursued a higher purpose that Kim could not understand. But whoever traveled to the past decided the fate of the entire tower, but countless lives were at stake. Rancor knew that he had broken the rules of the tower and would not be forgiven. However, in the name of Olympus, he was ready to sacrifice everything, even his own life. Kim, without wasting a second, got behind him and stuck the knife in. The moonlight tried to intensify Kim's fear, turning it into reality, but he remained calm. The battle was coming to an end. Kim realized that the Rancor was finished. The steward suddenly appeared behind Hypnos and stopped the attack. The manager froze, not understanding what was happening, and demanded an explanation. Rancor claimed that he acted of his own free will, following Hera's orders, but the steward saw that he was trying to cover Olympus with lies. His interference in the test and assault on the participant were inexcusable. From that moment on, Hypnos was no longer an instructor, and Olympus was stripped of all authority on the 11th floor. Hypnos' punishment was 1,000 years of torment and existence on the verge of life and death. In the last moments of his life, only Kim's face flashed before his eyes. The steward turned to Kim, acknowledging that the power at the top of the tower extended much further than that of Olympus, and they often turned a blind eye to what was happening. The steward realized that the test was rigged against one team, and that was partly his fault. He assured Kim that their mistake would be compensated. Then he ended the conversation, as it was no longer private. Before leaving, he hinted that big changes would soon be coming to the tower. The opposing team overheard part of the conversation and realized that the test had been rigged by Olympus. This discovery caused a flurry of emotions in them. This has happened before, but this case was special. A simple player managed to defeat a ranker. When people find out about it, the resonance will be huge. Hearing that Kim intended to deal with Zeus, Gun was stunned. He understood that Kim had helped the blacksmith create a weapon that Olympus had banned, and this had angered them. Everything was coming together into a single picture. The blacksmith was Hephaestus. Gong had heard about this, but he didn't expect the culprit to be right in front of him. He warned Kim that despite his power, Olympus was not to be underestimated. The Great Morim tournament was about to begin soon, and Gong was to return to his clan. Later, Kim visited Michael, who upon seeing him could not hold back his tears. He knew that everything would be okay now, but the feelings wouldn't let him go. Kim praised him for his tenacity as they managed to obtain 600 flags. Michael was glad that he was able to contribute to the team's victory. When the ordeal was over, Kim handed over all his flags to the king. It was completed and Kim's team won. The 11th floor was passed, opening the way to the next level. Kim was in first place in the ranking, scoring 20,000 points. Jonathan ended up in 6th place and was getting stronger with each floor. Kim wondered if what happened on the first floor had affected him. Maybe now he has become stronger than him, which Kim was confident in his abilities. The Gong clan was the largest union after the Heavenly Demon cult and one of the leading forces of the Morim Guild. The family, which produced many top-notch rankers, rose thanks to its head, Jun. It was he who led the clan to greatness. Now faced with an important incident, Gong felt it necessary to discuss the situation in person, arriving earlier than planned. Olympus once again decided to stage a battle between the Olympian gods and the Titans, but Kim thwarted their plans. On Gun's team was in his guardian supporter named Gibbons. Jun understood that the brighter Kim's star shone, the stronger the flames they would have to extinguish. Meanwhile, Kim continued his training, hitting targets with incredible speed. The people who watched him were amazed. He shot down 1,000 targets, 10 times more than needed to pass the test. However, the reward turned out to be insignificant, which disappointed him. Despite this, thanks to the points he earned, he was able to purchase everything he needed, but he had already reached a visible limit. To receive a worthy award, he needed to participate in challenges over 20 floors. Kim realized that in order to grow further, he needed to focus on pumping up his magical power. The quickest way was to extract an elixir, a rare pill capable of healing any wound. The chance to obtain it came once every 3 years, and the only place he could get it was the Great Morim tournament. There were only a few days left until it started, and Kim wasn't going to be late. A huge crowd gathered on the day of the tournament. The excitement surrounding the main event of Morim was incredible. Many bet on Gun's victory, but believed he had no chance against the big guilds. Others assumed that Jonathan, who reached the 25th floor, would win. Suddenly, it became known that another unexpected participant would take part in the tournament, Kim. Representatives of various guilds began to approach Kim, offering cooperation, but he refused everyone. Soon Brunel, a ranker of the dragon race and leader of the 12 Earth Abodes Guild, approached him. He had several suggestions, but Kim didn't want to listen to him. Suddenly, Suriel, an angel, appeared, who also tried to win Kim over to his side, but he remained adamant. At that moment, Jonathan appeared, intercepted the angel's business card, and burned it, congratulating Kim. However, Kim's reaction surprised everyone. He ordered everyone to leave. Despite this, Kim still allowed Jonathan to stay. The doors to the guilds closed. They had nothing more to do here. Once in Kim's room, Jonathan was taken aback by her situation. It was a surprise to him to see such conditions, especially on this floor. It was probably related to the tournament. He decided to surprise Kim and came unannounced. There were rumors that it was Kim who did not give Hephaestus to Olympus. This news shocked Jonathan. He did not understand how Kim dared to cross the road to Olympus. He realized that Kim was walking on thin ice. Hera's people were everywhere, waiting for a chance to get to him. When it came to Zeus, Jonathan explained that he was more concerned with conquering the top floor of the tower and had long since had nothing to do with Olympus. No one had ever managed to conquer the top floor of the tower. Those who managed to reach it were declared rankers. The conversation turned back to Hephaestus. Kim was about to visit him and suggested that Jonathan go with him. Hephaestus worked tirelessly in his forge. For the 4th day in a row, he stood at the furnace, his hands shaking from fatigue, but he did not stop. A lot of work was done, but it didn't have the same satisfaction he felt when forging weapons. He knew that Kim was due to arrive any day now and was preparing for his visit. At that moment, the door opened and Kim entered the forge. Jonathan followed him. Hephaestus immediately noticed Jonathan's striking resemblance to Zeus. Thinking that he had come for him, he instantly gathered all his energy, preparing for battle. However, Jonathan had no intention of attacking. He no longer trusted Olympus and came to talk. From birth, he was taught that Hephaestus was a traitor and a sinner, but after talking to Kim, he realized that he wanted to hear his story in person. Jonathan had more of Zeus' blood flowing in him than any other of his descendants. He asked Hephaestus a question that had long interested him: why he no longer forged weapons. Hephaestus replied that he had abandoned this craft after the events of the Gigantomachy. Once upon a time, giants who had incredible strength and colossal stature ruled the entire tower. Some feared them, some revered them. However, the Olympians turned out to be the only ones who could stand up to them. The giants did not see them as enemies. They considered them allies and even friends. Hephaestus also considered them friends, until one day he saw their hearts pierced by the swords he himself had forged. The Gigantomachy became a war unleashed by Olympus. It was nothing more than a means of political struggle. Olympus did not want to share power with the giants. Soon the giants of Asgard joined the battle, and against them came the ranks of all lands and the strongest guilds. The battle flared up with renewed vigor, and the foot of the tower was strewn with the bodies of the fallen. All of Hephaestus's friends were destroyed so that Olympus could rid itself of the shame of its former alliance with the giants. From that time on, he swore to have nothing to do with Olympus and stopped forging weapons. Hephaestus remained unmoved, but pain was visible in his gaze. Olympus failed to exterminate all the giants, and decades later they came to him again for weapons. After telling his story, he turned and walked into the pantry, calling Kim after him. Realizing that he needed to leave Jonathan alone to think things over, Kim followed his uncle. Hephaestus understood that Jonathan wasn't a bad person, and Kim would never take just anyone with her. If even a stubborn old man like him recognized him, then Jonathan had a chance to climb the tower with him. But Hephaestus saw doubt in him. He was young, inexperienced, and still naive. He needed to be watched. Hephaestus removed the chains from the pantry, and the door opened. Canaan's black glove appeared in front of Kim. This name already belonged to the helmet that Hephaestus had once forged for Hades, and he was surprised by it. All the adamantium and dark crystal went into creating this artifact. Kim put on the glove, which turned out to be thin and weightless. However, Hephaestus knew the right to wear the Sinian still had to be earned. Suddenly, the space around them was filled with dark smoke. A mysterious rainbow creature appeared. Kim froze, not understanding what was happening. He understood that getting the glove would not be easy. The creature with the rainbow glow was the Eye and spoke with difficulty. Kim realized that dialogue with this creature would not be easy. Little is known about the 3 sacred tools of Olympus made from the Stone of Darkness. They all disappeared during the invasion of the outer gods, and the only clue left was the fragments of information known to Kronos. In the past, Canaan was the helmet of Hades, but now it has transformed into a gauntlet that has the same power as the helmet. The Eye suddenly asked about the eggs. At that moment, the egg woke up and began to emit a piercing scream. Kim was surrounded by a dark mana that threatened to crush him like an insect. There was no point in dodging anymore. The only thing left to do was use the divine flame. However, he noted that he was not being attacked. Meanwhile, the egg hatching percentage continued to increase. Kim asked Oku a question about the egg, but received no answer. The creature only said it was watching him and disappeared. After that, a strange mana enveloped his body, and the old man standing nearby became alarmed. He decided to shake Kim, waking him from his stupor. Although the alarm turned out to be in vain, who knows, maybe he actually saved Kim from danger. Kim wanted to test the gauntlet in battle, but the Eye greatly distracted him. It was obvious that this artifact held secrets that had yet to be revealed. The dark stone was divided into 3 parts, and to understand its nature, Kim needed to find 2. At this time, Jonathan felt the floor tremble and did not understand what was happening. He suggested that Kim might have fought with the old man. However, his thoughts soon turned to more important matters. First, he had to meet his brother and sister, Apollo and Artemis. These children of Zeus, recognized as the highest rankers, played a key role in the Gigantomachy. But for now, Jonathan's focus was on something else: the Great Murim Tournament. It was a chance to make a name for himself and demonstrate the power of Olympus. The tournament will bring together the strongest participants, and the battles promise to be epic. More than half of the rankers decided to attend the event to see the battles in person. Jonathan felt excited and apprehensive. There were rumors that among the participants would be the Lord of the Celestial Demon Cult, a mysterious and formidable figure. However, Jonathan did not yet know that this lord was Kim himself. For many years, the Celestial Demon Cult had guarded the divine flame, hiding in the mountains. Now that this burden had been lifted, they could see the world. The cult elder decided to show up at the tournament, and no one could predict what he had in mind. Jonathan understood that the lord of the heavenly demon cult was not just a player. When Kim confirmed that it was him, Jonathan was surprised. The initial reward for the ordeal was a divine flame, but along with it, Kim received a corresponding title. If the big clans find out about this, they will do everything to get him into their ranks. The tournament promised to be very interesting. The next day, the opening ceremony of the grand tournament took place, the main competition that would determine the strongest warrior among tens of thousands of participants. Anyone who reaches the top will make history. The most famous players watched from the stands, closely following each fight. The first stage of selection was announced and the participants began to enter the arena. Among them was Woon, whom many called Scum, but he was pleased to be recognized. Only those who had climbed above the 25th floor of the tower could participate in the tournament. Suddenly his gaze caught a familiar red cloak. It was Kim. Success was not on his side. He got into the first group and immediately found himself against Kim. The signal for the start of the battle sounded, and Woon rushed into the attack. However, the next moment, Kim punched him right in the jaw. Chon from the Siamon clan noticed Kim's dark hair, black eyes, and fire-enchanted cloak. Unlike the other participants, Kim was not going to drag out the fight. The other fighters were confused, struck by his menacing appearance. He moved with incredible speed, easily dispatching his opponents. No one could predict where the next blow would come from. Suddenly, Kim found himself right in front of Chon. Despite his strength, he never killed anyone, limiting himself to incapacitating his opponents. This was no accident. In the end, the winner of the first group was announced. It was Kim. The next group started fighting, and Kim knew that Jonathan was among them. Using his skill and manner, he confidently achieved victory. Observing the fighting style, Kim understood that Jonathan's support could be useful to him in the future. Suddenly, representatives of the Sapphire Blade clan appeared before Kim. At the head of the clan was Moon himself, the ranker and leader of the clan. He had come to personally invite Kim to join their ranks. Kim is expected to climb the offer. Moon had already heard of his reputation. He had refused everyone, even the most influential guilds. The Sapphire Blade clan was not a full-fledged guild, but its influence remained significant. They gained respect over the years, and even among other powerful clans, their positions remained among the best. However, Kim was not interested in the offer, despite the interlocutor's insistence. Ranker was not going to accept rejection. Kim understood that sooner or later someone would try to force him into their ranks. This time Moon violated the rules set by the organizers, but it didn't bother him. After all, the head of the Chagall clan was his own brother. He was sure that the Sapphire Blade clan was the best place for Kim, but he didn't need allies for that. He believed only in himself and easily removed Moon's hand from his shoulder. However, this conversation could not end with words. The blade of the sword flashed in Moon's hand, but before he could take the next step, Fun appeared, the fist of the celestial demon cult. Addressing Kim as a lord, he made it clear that he would not allow him to be in danger. Moon didn't want to make enemies among the celestial demon cult. He immediately realized the situation he was in and apologized, trying not to escalate the conflict. Realizing his mistake, he hurried away. Kim tasked Fwang with dealing with the Chagall clan's patronage. Soon after the tournament ended, there was to be a celebratory dinner with the Gong family, at which important matters were to be discussed. Later, Kim entered the cult leader's room. He didn't even doubt that he would pass the tournament's test. As he poured the tea, the chief filled the cup with the heavenly demon's mana. The cup seemed to gain incredible weight, but Kim, despite the pressure, managed to hold it. The excitement activated the glove, which helped him cope with this ordeal. The cult leader didn't understand why Kim would participate in the tournament, because to him it was just a waste of time. However, Kim was attracted by the prize, the elixir that was awarded to the winner. He came to the tournament not just for recognition, but to strengthen his position in this world. The conversation turned to the fact that Kim was not suitable for the role of lord and would not be able to fulfill the obligations assigned to him. However, the cult leader was adamant. His choice had already been made, and now Kim carried his will. He did not witness the gigantomachy in person, but everyone who had once been in the tower still remembered those times. Now Kim wanted to prevent Olympus from starting a new war. The celestial demon cult had power, but confronting Olympus would not be easy. However, the principles of the cult remained unchanged. From now on, Kim became part of the celestial demon cult. The guild leaders gathered to discuss the upcoming tournament. One of them took a special interest in Kim, hoping to recruit him into his guild. They understood that he had not only passed the test, but had also received the title of Lord, which made him an extremely dangerous opponent. A particular threat to their power was the cult of celestial demons, and if its representative were to win, it could change the balance of power in Marine. To avoid this, one of the guild heads suggested changing the competition format. 2 days later, it was announced that the main tournament was being postponed and replaced with a battle royal. Kim and Jonathan discussed the changes that had occurred, realizing that this decision was not made by chance. Upon learning of his participation, many fighters withdrew from the competition, realizing that they had no chance. However, the remaining contenders were determined. As the tournament's start time approached, Kim and Jonathan headed to the arena. The Great Marine Tournament gathered a huge number of spectators and participants. Despite the massive scale of the event, Kim and Jonathan were viewed with suspicion and even contempt. They understood that their presence would cause a mixed reaction. Jonathan remained focused and said not a word, fully focused on the upcoming battle. Soon a representative of the noble Gong clan appeared and greeted Kim. He also met Jonathan, but his main interest was directed towards the Lord of the Heavenly Demons. There have been rumors recently that the celestial demon cult intends to win the tournament. Gong acknowledged that despite their controversial reputation, they deserved respect. However, not everyone shared his opinion. Hong, a representative of the noble Chagall clan, expressed contempt for Gong, accusing him of being too loyal to the enemy. Hong himself was confident because he had secured the support of influential allies. Gong warned Kim, realizing that at this stage his advice might not matter much. However, he still urged him to stay alert, as the tournament would be full of surprises. Meanwhile, the organizers urged participants to enter the arena. The entire audience turned their attention to Kim, as his presence could not go unnoticed. Jonathan understood that he was the only one who could give Kim a worthy competition and hoped to meet him in battle. Clan leaders began to seriously consider leaving the battle royale as the main stage of the competition. The head of the Chagall clan played an important role in changing the tournament format, but without Moon's participation, it would not have been possible. Moon saw clearly that the rot had seeped into the very essence of the Murim, where cunning and treachery were valued above honor and strength. The big tournament was supposed to be a catalyst for change, a necessary step to clean up the system. When the battle began, the audience was stunned. No one could handle Kim, the lord of the heavenly demon cult. In the midst of the battle, the heavenly demon lord arrived at the head of the clan. He was late, but he came at the invitation of the Gong clan, which only increased the tension among them. Cheyenne, the lord of the heavenly demon cult, appeared before the clan leaders. The head of one of the clans thanked him for the journey he had made and was eagerly awaiting him. But not everyone greeted him with the same warmth. Several heads decided to draw their swords, but Cheyenne warned them that this act would be their last. His confidence and power made everyone around him freeze in fear. He noted that if the tournament had been held according to the planned rules, his clan's victory would have been obvious. This was unacceptable to the other clans, who now watched him with apprehension, realizing that their plan might fail. He declared that their game was doomed to failure. Meanwhile, Kim continued his fight. He came to the conclusion that one of the Maureen clan's abilities was to summon weapons using Cheyenne energy. Seeing his strength, the tournament participants decided to unite against him. Thousands of fighters rushed to the attack, rallying against the strongest. However, to Kim, they were nothing more than a swarm of small gnats. He pulled out his shadow blade and activated the mana. The enemies immediately rushed at him, but at that moment Jonathan appeared. Using his energy, he pushed the attackers away, siding with Kim. The clans hoped that Olympus would not want to be hostile to them, and that Jonathan would join them in opposing Kim. However, their expectations were not met. Jonathan made it clear that Olympus was not going to conclude an alliance. This touched the pride of the head of the Chagall clan, who instantly rushed into the attack. Jonathan turned out to be much stronger. He struck with ease, leaving the enemy powerless before his power. It was a quick and easy victory. Meanwhile, Kim continued to fight the rest of his opponents. Seeing how easily Jonathan defeated the head of the Chagall clan, the tournament participants began to lay down their weapons, admitting their defeat. The arena quickly emptied, leaving only two people left, Kim and Jonathan. They were supposed to fight each other. Kim asked to wait a moment because he wanted to ask a question. Jonathan, who was not afraid of Olympus' displeasure, did not regret his actions. Kim reminded him of a past fight when he was knocked out with just one punch. Jonathan could not forget this moment because then he lost to an ordinary player. He countered by asking if his physical changes were noticeable, but Kim only noted that he had lost weight. The atmosphere heated up and the battle began. Incredible energy filled the entire arena. Kim's dark energy collided with Jonathan's light energy, forming a powerful vortex of force. Jonathan was eager to see what his opponent was capable of now. People watched their fight, realizing how strong Jonathan was, but understanding that even he could give in. Jonathan moved quickly, but Kim kept up. At the moment when Jonathan was preparing to deliver the decisive blow, Kim's hand suddenly appeared in front of his face. The opponent struck with ease, sending Jonathan back. A cut appeared on his arm, and he couldn't figure out when Kim had left him. Kim knew that Jonathan was physically superior to him, but the shadow energy gave him the advantage. The battle flared up with renewed vigor. Jonathan focused on Kim's sword, trying to break it. A series of powerful blows eventually caused the sword to crack and crumble. Jonathan was already rejoicing in his victory, but suddenly felt a powerful wave of mana that reflected the lightning magic. Kim swung instantly, and his blow sent Jonathan to the ground with incredible force. The system announced the winner of the Muram Grand Tournament, Kim. He understood that the nameless sword was useful for training mana control, but he didn't expect it to break so quickly. The six congratulated Kim on his victory. Through the microphone, he noted that participating in the tournament was interesting, but was not verbose. After that, the host announced the award, a red elixir created by shamans with special diligence. Now Kim had a new goal in mind, the 20th floor, but for this, he still had a lot of work to do. The clan heads carefully watched the battle unfold, assessing its outcome. Recently, they had been vilifying the cult of celestial demons as a threat, but now their attitude had changed dramatically. Their admiration for their lord filled the hall. Their duplicity was revealed in all its glory. However, Han couldn't understand why the rest were willing to bow down to the cult. It was obvious to Vun that an alliance with the demon cult was more profitable than submission to Olympus. Han had long been hatching plans to transfer Muram to Olympus. Hong was shocked that his plans had been revealed. Vun knew about this from the beginning and ordered him not to tarnish his name. Hong, realizing that he had been exposed, knew it was the end. Qian turned his attention to the crowd and asked who Moon was. Hearing this question, Moon became nervous, sensing imminent danger. Within a few days at the Gong clan's training hall, Kim was given a spacious platform to hone his skills. The effect of the great elixir depended on who was using it. In the world of Muram, they talked about the importance of energy control and breathing practices, but concentration remained the decisive factor. Kim's ability to gather and retain the maximum amount of mana in his body became his main test. Swallowing the elixir, he felt pure streams of energy coursing through his body. However, controlling them proved extremely difficult. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor of the tower in the Kingdom of the Seas, located on one of the 12 islands of Portugal, there was a lot of movement. A group of people captured giants who were only 10 years old, but their height already reached 4 meters. A member of the Crimson Wolves Guild, Alex, interrogated the prisoners. He was looking for the Stone of All Seas, a legendary artifact that, according to legend, gave its owner power over all waters. Despite the fact that it was considered a myth, there were rumors that the stone was hidden by giants. Holding a knife to the throat of one of the prisoners, Alex demanded to reveal the location of the artifact. Suddenly, Kim appeared in front of him. Using the sensory field skill, he instantly received information about all objects and creatures within a radius of 50 meters. Realizing the situation, he quickly rushed into battle, intending to show who the real hero was. The attackers began to feel uneasy when they saw Kim's strength. Their confidence wavered, and Alex realized that the lord of the heavenly demon cult himself stood before them. Even the Titans, Brother Var and Sister Noir, who have incredible power, were frightened. Realizing that the situation was not going in their favor, they decided to retreat. Alex understood that it was necessary to inform everyone on the 20th floor about Kim as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the Titans, realizing that a human had intervened in the battle and saved them, expressed their gratitude. However, they also knew that people rarely do such things without a reason and assumed that Kim had some purpose. Kim was looking for the Titan Orpha, an elder who avoided any encounters with outsiders. Even the young Titans were far stronger than the humans, and there were too few of them left to ignite a new conflict. Brother Varg contacted the elder, informing him that a man had saved them, and now it was only Urfa who had to decide whether to meet him or not. The elder agreed, and the group set off, saddled on huge wolves. The Titans were amazed at how Kim was able to tame these wild creatures, and speculated that he might have been a druid. Upon arriving at their destination, one of the wolves suddenly licked Kim. For a moment, the Titans thought the beast was about to swallow him. Before them stood the great Adam tree, a legendary tree that neither wind, axe, nor fire could cut down. It was considered the greatest shelter in the world. However, Kim knew that before his reincarnation, this tree had been burned to the ground during the Gigantomachy. They started to descend, and Varg warned Kim to look down. A village of Titans spread out before them. The residents were shocked by the appearance of a person in their settlement. Noir hurried to warn Kim that he was the elder's guest, and therefore no one would touch him. Approaching Urfa's home, they received permission to enter. One of the most powerful Titans appeared before Kim, an ancient giant, a ranker who had reached the highest level. Urfa, the living embodiment of the legend of Gigantomachy, greeted Kim with joy. The elder looked closely at the stranger and asked him to say his name again. Over the years, his memory had begun to fail him, and he wanted to make sure he understood correctly who was in front of him. The stranger introduced himself as Kim. This name was familiar to him because little Hephaestus had often mentioned it. The elder knew that Kim was waging war with Olympus and considered it unwise. To the gods of Olympus, he was just an insignificant insect that could be crushed with one blow. Kim looked at the elder with contempt. Despite his well-known image as a peacemaker, he turned out to be a common coward in his eyes. These words angered the elder, and he ordered Kim to watch his language. However, he knew very well that Olympus would soon begin the gigantomachy again. Was he really going to remain inactive, watching his race disappear from the face of the earth? The elder's mana had no effect on Kim, and there was not even a shadow of fear in his eyes. The elder understood that their end was near. It wasn't a matter of hundreds of years anymore. The Titans might disappear tomorrow. Hephaestus told the elder that Kim was looking for the stones of all the seas. However, the Titans did not have it. However, the elder decided to tell him where to find it. He had no doubt that Kim was not related to Olympus. After the conversation, Kim left the elder's shelter, knowing where to look for the stone. Orpha noted that Kim is perhaps the strongest player of his era. He also suggested that the elder simply wanted to see if Kim was worthy of having the legendary artifact. Kim headed for the goal. The tree the Titans had spoken of was enormous. The only way was up, and he had to climb the trunk. Using the divine flame was too risky. The slightest miscalculation and everything around would turn to ash. To safely pave his way, he activated Fire Eyes. Now he could sense all living things within a radius of 50 meters. He climbed higher with incredible speed and precision, but using two high-level abilities at the same time was dizzying. The heightened sensitivity overloaded his thoughts, and he had to get used to it. Soon the Titan Quantum saw him. He had heard that Kim was not to be lent his powers, but that didn't matter to him. He wasn't going to let the man go without a fight. Meanwhile, memories appeared in the elder's mind. A giant wave was approaching, and finally the god of the seas himself appeared. This image haunted him again and again, returning in endless dreams and obsessive visions. Suddenly he was distracted by screams from outside. Quant had entered into a fight with Kim. Kim smiled, aware of his superiority over the Titans. His confidence irritated Quant, who couldn't believe that someone would act so brazenly in front of them. However, the next moment, Kim easily knocked him to the ground, proving that his strength was not empty words. The Titans were not going to suffer such humiliation and were ready to enter battle. Kim decided to teach them a lesson. Despite their numerical superiority, the Titans were unable to defeat him. He moved too quickly, dodging blows and responding with precise counterattacks. Soon his body was filled with the power of a giant, and partial gigantomachy was activated. However, Kim didn't want a pointless fight. He suggested that the Titans attack him all at once, instead of rushing into battle alone. Noir and Varg accepted the challenge. Kim watched their actions and doubted they would be able to hold out for long. Varg was confident in his abilities and was not going to back down. The young Titan was the first to attack. Kim instantly activated the flaming eyes and sensory field. These abilities allowed him to predict the movements of his opponents, and he easily dodged the blow. Noir seized the moment and attacked from behind, but Kim was ready for that too. He understood that fighting without the use of mana would be difficult, but that was why he decided to use them as training to practice the necessary skills. Noir turned out to be much stronger than her brother. Just before the impact, Kim suddenly disappeared. In a moment, he appeared above their heads wearing Hermes sandals. These sandals, filled with divine power, allowed him to double jump. Kim activated the Skystep ability and landed in front of the Titans with incredible speed. At the moment of landing, it barely touched Noir, leaving a scratch on her arm. The Titans were enraged. They decided to attack simultaneously, hoping that their combined efforts would allow them to inflict damage. Their blows left him no room for maneuver. The attack came from two sides at once. However, Kim continued to dodge, using the air to maneuver and anticipating their every move. No matter what the Titans did, their blows went into the void. They began to suspect that Kim was somehow anticipating their movements. Moreover, he himself did not take any offensive actions, which only increased their irritation. Varg, realizing that he couldn't handle them using conventional methods, decided to use his mana. A hurricane of mana raged around, shaking the space. Kim used his blazing eyes, easily dodging a blow of incredible force. Varg put everything he had into the attack, but Kim walked through it like it was nothing. Their forces were great, but it still turned out to be not enough. After the battle, they shook hands as a sign of respect and gratitude. 10 days have passed, filled with training and meals. Varg thought about his opponent, Kim, hoping to win, but he refused to fight. Tomorrow he had the test of the 20th floor, and he had to conserve his strength. The Titans, when they first fought against him, believed they could defeat him if they put forth their best effort. However, even 5 times they were powerless before his might. During these 10 days, Kim significantly improved his strength. His next goal was to find the stone before moving on. Not only Urfa knew about it, but all the divine giants did too. Their heritage was connected to this artifact. No one understood why the elder decided to tell Kim about his location. But in their eyes, Kim was the strongest player. Quantum could not accept this choice because of the legend of the stone, the Titans were forced to constantly suffer from attacks. Kim realized that if the stone had remained in the Titan settlement, they would have been destroyed long ago. These words angered Quant, and he, overcome with rage, rushed at Kim. However, he easily suppressed his aggression. He understood that the elder had not kept the secret well. If the Titans had known more, the information might have spread to their disadvantage. After that, Kim did not waste his energy on further proceedings and simply left. He had a test ahead of him, and he decided to get a good night's sleep. Meanwhile, Canaan continued to drain the dark mana. Everything indicated that this was the influence of Poseidon's weapon, because the stone of all the seas was part of his trident. The stone had the same energy as the glove that carried the power of the dark crystal. Kim suggested that the glove could have been a kind of radar for finding the stone. He felt Canaan yearning to reunite with an insufficient part of himself. To strengthen the weapon, he fueled it with divine flame. Then, concentrating, he called out to the eye. The 20th floor test area is Triton Island. Despite the small area, it was home to a multitude of sea creatures, turning the ordeal into a real battlefield. The Titans accompanied Kim to the starting point of the test. This event was of particular importance because, since ancient times, after the Jigan Tamaki, the Titans were forced to hide in the shadows. Kim kept the secret of the Stone of All Seas for a long time, but now it has been revealed, and Olympus will find out sooner or later. Kim couldn't let them down. The system announced the start of the test in 10 minutes. Before leaving, Kim warned the Titans to be careful. Suddenly, people appeared on the way, intending to stop him and prevent him from reaching the testing zone. However, the Titans, who decided not to hide any longer, came to his defense. Their cold gazes indicated that they had no intention of backing down now. The 20th floor examiner, Theseus, was observing the situation. He already knew that Kim had sided with the Titans, and they, in turn, had accompanied him to the island. The examiner's subordinates did not allow him to advance further. Theseus recalled how, when appointed examiner, he was ordered to find the Stone of All the Seas. His father was obsessed with this artifact and even dared to go against the will of Zeus. Now Kim's appearance was the signal for the Titans to come out of hiding. They failed to stop him, and the 20th floor ordeal began. The island and sea were inhabited by dangerous sea creatures. By destroying them, participants received sea hearts, and the time limit was 12 hours. This test reminded Kim of the battle for the flag from the 11th floor, but he knew that no one but him would be able to pass it. Remembering Orpheus' teachings, he threw himself into the depths of the sea, plunging ever further. The waters around were teeming with dangerous creatures, but battling them was only the first step. The main question was different, whether he was worthy of receiving the Stone of All Seas. Meanwhile, a team of people also participated in the test. In the first half of the time, they had collected 15 hearts, a little more, and each of them would have 2 stones. However, an order came from Olympus itself to find Kim and stop him. They understood that he could not be allowed to gather enough hearts, and it was better to prevent his appearance altogether. But suddenly Kim jumped out of the water. His gaze immediately fell on the people before him. He knew who they were. They were connected to Olympus. The team couldn't understand where Kim got so much information from, and were afraid to even imagine what he was going to do. But he warned them that he had no intention of fighting. Meanwhile, giant whirlpools began to appear in the sea, from which huge sea serpents began to emerge. There were many of them. On the other side, a whole horde of monsters emerged. The test was clearly spiraling out of control, and the team realized it was the result of Kim's interference. He changed the conditions of the test by breaking the symbols of the sun and moon and removing the seal. This made the test much more difficult. With the destruction of the seal, a sea turtle was awakened, a creature that contained the Stone of All Seas. Now control of the test had completely passed to the steward, and not even Olympus could prevent it. Once upon a time, the Titan Urfa himself raised this turtle, forced it to swallow a stone, and sent it into a deep sleep. Now that the test is over, Olympus will definitely try to take the stone, but that couldn't be allowed. The stone could not be given to Poseidon, and it had to be protected at all costs. The sea turtle woke up, and the purpose of the test changed. However, Kim's actions resulted in the test examiner losing his credentials due to non-compliance with the new conditions. Now the main task was to defeat the sea turtle and obtain the Stone of All the Seas. The turtle was the mistress of the 20th floor, the strongest sea creature, having attained incredible strength. Theseus quickly realized that it was Kim's fault for all of this, and decided to inform his father, hoping for his support. Suddenly the blood wolves appeared, whom Theseus had not seen since the Gigantomachy. With them came Suitor, a rancor titan, and the 21st son of the fire giant Surtra. The reason for his appearance is that the blood wolves attacked two small titans, and he had to intervene. However, Theseus was adamant and did not allow anyone to interfere with the course of the test. It did not matter to him who stood before him, but Suitor acted on the will of the elder Urfa and was not going to let Theseus even touch Kim. Meanwhile, Kim, while dealing with the sea serpents, noticed Suitor standing in the distance. This meant that Urfa had started playing big. Kim understood that he had to justify the Titan's trust. Olympus had to be left with nothing, and the stone of all the seas had to belong to him. He easily broke through the sea snakes and reached the turtle's mouth. Activating the gloomy blade, he began to make his way towards the stone. New monsters awaited him inside the turtle, but he was not going to back down from his principles. The legend of the 20th floor said that whoever found the stone of all seas would become the god of the oceans. The sea turtle, the personification of this legend, was now the sole ruler of the watery expanses. When Kim found himself inside the giant creature, monsters followed him, wanting to destroy him. However, he easily dealt with his pursuers. The insides of a sea turtle turned out to be not just a stomach, but an entire dungeon with its own ecosystem. Judging by its size, it could be judged that it contained a huge amount of water filled with living creatures, which now surrounded Kim on all sides. Without wasting time, he activated the gloomy blade, drawing power from the attribute of darkness. The weapons moved at an unprecedented speed, and Kim continued to clear the area without much difficulty. But despite its stealth, the monsters quickly sensed its presence. They perceived it as a foreign virus and tried with all their might to get rid of it. There were too many of them, and he knew the best option was to avoid unnecessary clashes. Thinking about the location of the Stone of All Seas, Kim came to the obvious conclusion. It must be in the most protected place of this giant organism. The monoheart is a vital organ that powered such a colossal entity as a sea turtle. The ecosystem within it must have protected this organ at all costs. Realizing the importance of the upcoming battle, Kim decided to abandon the use of fiery eyes to enhance other senses. In the dark, he activated his sensory field to navigate without sight. However, instead of the expected path to the goal, he found himself in a snake pit. The number of monsters inside the turtle was staggering. There were more of them than he had encountered in all 20 floors. Thanks to the gloomy blade, his stamina and mana regeneration rate were increasing. But he began to worry that he might not have enough resources for the final push. An hour passed. He continued to wander through the sea turtle's entrails and his mana reserves steadily depleting. Despite this, he did not stop searching, and finally he noticed what he was looking for. The heart of mana spread out before him, surrounded by countless monsters. It was obvious that this was where the Stone of All Seas was. There was no time to think. He had only one chance to show the full power of Canaan. He unleashed a veritable hell upon his opponents, comparable to the wrath of Zeus himself. His remaining mana was running low, but there was no reason to save it now. The Stone of All Seas must become his. Hephaestus created many legendary artifacts, such as the sandals of Hermes, the aegis of Athena, and the sun chariot of Apollo. However, his greatest work was Zeus' lightning bolt, a weapon capable of controlling the weather. Now she has a worthy rival, Canaan. The monsters guarding the heart of Mana began to hiss, demonstrating their power. They were ready to fight, despite the knowledge of their own doom. Kim understood that their minds were completely subordinate to the power of the stone. The Canaan depended on the hand of the craftsman who created it, and in this case, this weapon surpassed even Hades' version. One by one, the monsters rushed into battle. Kim then summoned Inferno, unleashing a flood of mana that instantly consumed enemies, incinerating them without a trace. Pain shot through his arm. It felt like it was tearing apart from the inside, but he knew he had to endure. Using the sandals of Hermes, he activated the ability to jump high. Then he used Heavenly Step, doubling his speed. Now he could hover in the air for 5 seconds. Activating his fiery eyes, he began to search for the path to his goal. Soon Canaan felt the presence of the sea crystal, a stone endowed with incredible energy. Kim decided to attack. A sudden flash of light blinded the monsters, causing them to panic. Mana's heart was damaged, blood gushing in all directions. At this moment, Kim disappeared from the sight of his opponents, thereby confusing them. The monsters didn't understand where he had gone until they felt one of the monsters falling apart at Kim's hands. The Canaan began to distort his vision. A fog formed before his eyes. His right hand completely lost sensation. He understood that he urgently needed to develop dark magic and resilience. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand the strain. Despite this, he obtained the Stone of All Seas, and having mastered its power, received an incredible amount of mana. Meanwhile, Theseus had doubts. He wasn't sure if Suktar really believed that Kim would be able to return the stone. Their thoughts were interrupted by a turtle, whose cry of pain echoed throughout the area. At this point, the system announced that player Kim had successfully passed the test. Theseus could not believe what he heard. In a rage, he ordered that Kim be immediately captured and delivered. However, Suktar and his team were not going to let him even come close. They decided to figure everything out right here and now. Theseus, preparing for battle, summoned the Triton in the chariot of fire. Suktar looked at him with contempt, considering him a scoundrel. How the son of Poseidon could be so godless. History was repeating itself, and blood would be shed again. The battle between the two sides flared up with renewed vigor. Suddenly, everyone froze, hearing a rumble reminiscent of the approach of huge waves. At first glance, it might have seemed like a tsunami, but the noise was caused by monsters. They moved in a pack, despite the difference in levels. Among them, the top-tier monster Leviathan stood out. Suddenly, Kim appeared before them. In his hands was the Stone of All Seas, a symbol of absolute power. This meant he was the owner. He demanded that everyone leave, but Theseus became angry. He could not allow this to happen, and immediately demanded the stone be returned to him. Without waiting for an answer, he rushed into the attack. Kim stopped him using seawater, but Theseus was not going to give up. Having gathered a powerful stream of water with the help of a trident, he directed it at the enemy. Kim quickly realized that Theseus's strength depended on water. Without it, he would be powerless. However, his strength began to fade. He felt that he was approaching the limit, but there was no stopping him. Using his remaining reserves, he charged forward. Their weapons clashed, trident against sword. Theseus was obsessed with his goal. He craved his father's favor and intended to prove himself worthy of becoming the heir to the god of the seas. The battle unfolded with unprecedented power, and streams of mana flew in all directions. Kim realized that something truly valuable was at stake. Theseus, the son of the great Poseidon, was ready to destroy him first, then deal with the Titans. Kim finally got a chance to use Canaan. He decided not to delay, to quickly end the fight and raise the level. A fierce battle raged all around, with opposing teams fighting each other. There was a clang of metal as the trident collided with the sword, filling the space with the clang of steel. Using the Hermes sandals, Kim managed to avoid a dangerous attack. Theseus couldn't understand why he was having such a hard time dealing with this opponent. Kim seemed to anticipate his every move, dodging all his attacks. Suddenly, Kim's eyes turned red, and he realized that his agility was directly related to this change. Huge blocks of stone were flying around, but the battle continued. Kim guessed that Theseus was in a hurry, fearing the approach of his sea animals. At this moment, Theseus' contractor appeared, warning that the situation was out of control and that it was necessary to retreat immediately. Meanwhile, Suktar fiercely dealt with his enemies, not wanting to leave anyone alive. The opponents understood that if the sea creatures reached them, they would not be able to survive, so retreat seemed the only right decision. However, Theseus could not accept this because his goal was so close. He understood how critical the situation was, but still gave the order to retreat. The warriors began to climb onto the fiery chariot. Suktar could not let Theseus just walk away. He wanted him to accept the fight and see it through to the end. But the chariot flew into the sky, carrying Theseus and his men. This meant only one thing: Seamus had won. Finally, the day came when the Titans conquered the mountain above Olympus. They celebrated the victory, realizing the importance of this battle. Kim understood that without the Stone of All Seas, he would not have survived and would surely have lost. Even Suktar could not have turned the tide of battle without the intervention of the sea monsters. If it were not for them, many Titans would have fallen in battle. However, they had not yet had the opportunity to confront Olympus. Despite this, Kim was moving towards his goal faster than he had expected. Now that he has the Stone of All Seas, his steps will become even more confident. But he didn't yet know what his next step would be. Meanwhile, Hephaestus, standing by the furnace, suddenly felt a chill. He suddenly sneezed despite the heat coming from the fire. He wasn't expecting any news at this late hour, but suddenly he received an unexpected message from Kim. Hephaestus spent 1,000 years searching for the Stone of All Seas, but was never able to find it. Now that it was in Kim's hands, he couldn't understand how a regular player had managed to get his hands on it. Olympus lost its opportunity to get Hephaestus because Theseus did not live up to the hopes placed on him and lost the stone. Kim was pleased with himself, realizing that now he had some time to rest. Hephaestus knew that Zeus and Poseidon would be furious. The properties of the Stone of All Seas were different from those contained in Zeus' lightning bolts, but he felt the same power in it. He could rework it, but that would require rare materials, including adamantium, which was now virtually impossible to obtain. If Kim manages to get it, the work will take about 10 days. Not wanting to waste time, Kim decided to focus on improving his level. He knew he had chosen a path against Olympus and everyone associated with it. Before leaving, he instructed Hephaestus to take care of the stone, asking him not to worry about payment. An egg appeared, and Kim assured him that they would meet his siblings. Odin told him about a place where he could arrange a real feast for the egg, and now all that remained was to hope that everything would go as Hercules had predicted. Recalling the past, Odin warned that the theft of the stone would inevitably result in a retaliatory strike of enormous force. However, Hercules was confident that Olympus would not be able to directly attack Kim. Once the head of a major guild made a move against him, it would cause a chain reaction among the other major guilds. Zeus, despite his anger, will be forced to restrain Poseidon so that he does not act recklessly. The relationship between the three greatest gods of Olympus remained tense. They shared a common lineage but were constantly competing for power. Once, after obtaining the divine sky crystal and creating his lightning bolts, Zeus was able to conquer half of Olympus. Then he realized that he could not allow his brothers to take possession of the divine sea crystal or the divine dark crystal. All that was left for Kim to do was keep the Stone of All Seas with him until Zeus and Poseidon destroyed each other. Meanwhile, Poseidon's third son, Orion, understood that now his father's wrath would fall on him. Poseidon, one of the three greatest gods of Olympus, felt that Kim was behind all of this. Unlike Zeus, who liked to gamble without putting anything at stake, Poseidon was sure that Olympus should deal with the gambler immediately. In a rage, he smashed furniture, cursing the situation. In the Great Guild of Asgard, there was a discussion about how the Stone of All Seas had fallen into the hands of an ordinary player. Many people bet that the Olympians are now fighting in hysterics. Meanwhile, Asura, a three-faced god with 6 arms, sensed an opportunity to fight Kim. In the Marble Mountains, Tate watched what was happening, believing that Kim was just an inexperienced newcomer. However, he couldn't wait to see what would happen next. Kim arrived at the first floor of the tower using the solar chariot. Although it was only a replica of the real chariot once used by Theseus, it allowed him to quickly reach the boundary of the first floor, the wall known as the Edge of Light. No one had been able to break this barrier before, but now it was going to fall by itself. Activating his blazing eyes, Kim scanned the surroundings in search of the right path. In his hands was a fragment of the Susanoo sword, which he had taken from the shop. In the distance, flames caught his attention. That was where the dungeon was. He dipped part of the sword into the fire, hoping that the blade would regenerate. Once all conditions were met, the entrance to the dungeon opened. Now Kim needed to traverse the tower and find the Susanoo relics. However, monsters from the 40th floor appeared on the way. Vampire hyenas. Their appearance was to his advantage as it gave him the opportunity to raise his level. He easily defeated his opponents and moved towards the massive doors leading inside. Once behind them, he saw a long corridor that he had to walk through to reach the 100th floor and pass his test. Although Kim had never met Susanoo himself, he knew how strong this warrior was. Suddenly, his inventory opened by itself. Something unusual appeared before him. A 6, a creature drawing the sword Susanoo. At that moment, Kim realized that before him was the spirit of Susanoo himself, one of the 3 precious children, a swordmaster, spirit conjurer, and necromancer. He once died in a battle with an 8-tailed snake. Despite realizing who he was talking to, Kim wasn't about to show any particular respect. The spirit turned out to be very talkative, peppering him with questions, which began to annoy Kim. However, Susanoo's presence proved useful. He explained that to advance further, you have to walk in a circle until the door to the next floor opens. The maze was confusing, and without clues it could have taken too long to navigate. When Susanoo learned that Kim had obtained the sword by passing the first floor trial and defeating the 8-tailed snake, he was very surprised. Spirits appeared before Kim, filling the space of the tower with a cold, ghostly energy. He was surrounded by the undead, and it seemed to him that he was climbing not floors, but a mountain of corpses. Deep down, he understood that all these creatures had once been living people, but now had become creatures of death, and all because of the necromancy of Susanoo, one of the greatest spirit casters the tower knew. Upon reaching the 10th floor, Kim faced another challenge, clearing the room of monsters to open a passage further. With the help of divine flame, he incinerated the evil spirits, watching them disappear. Before finally dissolving, some of the creatures had tears in their eyes. It made him think, but Kim couldn't afford to stop. Susanoo said that the oldest spirit in the tower was about 5,000 years old. By killing them, Kim was in a sense granting them liberation. More difficult challenges awaited him ahead, especially in the 6th room, but he was ready to overcome any obstacles. With each step, he moved forward, destroying hordes of undead, hearing cries for help. The system informed him that he had absorbed the insults of the murdered, but he did not immediately understand what that meant. When Kim cleared the 50th floor, he found the first Susanoo relic, a garment of the four great elements, which grants him high resistance to the elements of fire, water, wind, and lightning. He hadn't expected to receive such powerful equipment so quickly, but he knew he couldn't stop. His journey was just beginning. It had been 42 days since he entered the tower, and now with each murder he began to hear voices. They haunted him, whispering something incomprehensible, and he couldn't shake the feeling. Meanwhile, Susanoo noticed an unusual glove on his hand and didn't understand why Kim wasn't using it for real. Since entering the tower, Kim has been wearing it all the time, but it seems he hasn't fully realized its potential. Susanoo noted that Kim had improved significantly, but he was still far from reaching ranker level. They approached the massive door, and Susanoo warned them that a serious test awaited them beyond it. When Kim opened it, at first the room seemed empty, but he soon felt a powerful flow of mana. The atmosphere was filled with bloodlust. Before him stood the Death Knight King Arthur. When Merlin was still a novice player, he met a man he considered the greatest of swordsmen. This warrior had great respect among his comrades, was a loyal friend, and an example of a true knight. His name is Arthur. Even though he didn't make it to the top ranker, if it weren't for his death, he would undoubtedly have reached the top. However, now Arthur was a slave to Susanoo, and even his legendary sword, the Great Excalibur, remained with him. Using ice magic, Arthur quickly approached. Kim was not confused, instantly applied his skills and found himself behind him. There's no way he could have defeated Arthur in his lifetime. But if Susanoo managed to defeat him, then Arthur was no longer the same person he was before. Kim attacked with his sword, but suddenly a block of ice grew in front of him, a perfect defense built in an instant. Now Kim understood why Arthur was called the king of all knights and the master of the sword. His skills had been honed to perfection. A flurry of icy swords fell upon Kim, and the cold penetrated his very essence. Body temperature was dropping rapidly. The effect of frostbite was restricting movement. His four great elements outfit tried to resist the icy aura, but it felt like he had swallowed a large piece of pure ice. Arthur's attacks were predictable, yet at the same time perfect, without any unnecessary movement. They met in a tense fight. Kim used a Titan skill that changed the course of the battle. At the decisive moment, he struck and cut off Arthur's hand. The knight fell. Now he didn't have to fight anymore. The system announced that Kim had absorbed Arthur's insult. Despite his victory, he felt a pang of regret. Merlin would never see his old friend again. However, upon hearing Merlin's name, the knight, even in his condition, was ready for any conditions to meet him again. He had an important message to deliver. Lancelot had betrayed Britain. Lancelot was one of the leaders of the Round Table, a high-ranking man who helped turn this organization into a great guild. However, Arthur's fate remained unresolved. Kim could hear his voice but did not have the ability to bring him back to life. Despite this, he decided to meet with Merlin, hoping to find a way to change the situation. Arthur thanked Kim for accepting his proposal, after which the quest Cleansing Britain was launched. However, Kim wanted to know from Susanoo why he killed Arthur. In response, he heard that he would receive an explanation only when he reached the top of the tower. Kim understood that the only way forward was to continue on his path and finish what he had started. On the 50th floor of the tower, in the ratings management office, Sun's double behaved inappropriately while trying to find out Kim's whereabouts. Administration leaders demanded that he maintain manners, but also refused to disclose any information, citing its confidentiality. The disappointed double turned around and slammed the door behind him. Even for those who knew everything about the tower, Kim remained a mysterious figure. The head of administration wondered what he could be up to, having been on the 21st floor for the third month. Meanwhile, Kim had climbed 99 floors and was one step away from the top. He couldn't even imagine what awaited him on the top floor. Susanoo admitted that he would never have believed that a person from the 21st floor could reach that far if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Now he faced the final stage of the test. If successful, he could obtain the Susanoo relic. Susanoo himself appeared before him. Kim saw that he had truly gone mad, turning himself into a dungeon boss. He activated the blazing eyes to analyze the essence of the enemy. He proposed a bet. The loser would have to answer any question the winner asked without question. Susanoo accepted the challenge. Kim felt the presence of a huge number of evil spirits, all those whom Susanoo had killed. Then he realized the true reason for creating this dungeon. Susanoo used the dungeon system to continue living after death and not stop killing. The test has begun to defeat the King of Death, Susanoo. A thick wall of smoke rose in front of Kim, obscuring his opponent from view. The atmosphere around him changed, filled with unbearable pressure. He had never felt such a thirst for murder. Susanoo appeared from the shadows, a sinister smile on his face. He was pleased that someone like Kim had made it to his tower. The thirst for battle flared up within him again, and he rushed forward, anticipating a good fight. Kim fended off the attacks, trying to stay afloat. He defended himself with dignity, but he understood that the enemy was still strong, despite the fact that his body had turned into a rotting corpse. If he lost his vigilance for even a moment, it would all be over. Feeling the power of the giant seep into his hand, he activated partial gigantification. However, Susanoo was faster. He grabbed Kim, squeezing him like a toy. In response, Kim released a divine flame that engulfed his opponent. The gap in power was too great. Kim lacked speed, mana, and the divine flame itself had no effect on Susanoo. However, this only pleased the undead. He remembered how he had once been human and felt a similar excitement. Memories flooded his mind. He had once been tasked with killing Arthur, who was not yet a ranker. Then he didn't care about the manager's name, but not the process itself. He wanted war, bloodshed, chaos, where there was no need to think about rules or the intervention of the tower's leadership. Only the endless pleasure of battle. Now this young man had awakened those same feelings in him again. Kim realized that if he were to be wounded by Susanoo's sword, bleeding would be the least of his problems. As soon as the enemy gets bored, he will kill him with one blow. All that remained was to go back and look for weak spots. Suddenly, there was a loud sound accompanied by a bright flash. Kim finally used his dark crystal gauntlet. The divine sea crystal grants power over the waters. The divine sky crystal allows you to control the heavens, so the divine dark crystal can rule hell. Calling upon the forces of hell, he forced Susanoo himself to obey his will. Dark mana enveloped the space, filling everything around with ominous energy. Tension hung in the air, foreshadowing the beginning of a real battle. Susanoo began to lose control of his phantoms. Something was draining their power, subordinating them to someone else's will. At that moment, Kim realized the true power of the glove he had wielded. It was absolute dominion over the dead. But even with that realization, it was naive to think he could defeat Susanoo so easily. However, the power that filled his body seemed limitless. No one before him could fight against Susanoo so confidently. The phantoms trembled, losing their stability. The infernal abyss dragged them in, preventing the Lord of the Dead from regaining control over them. The body of the dead man, once a great warrior, was now in excruciating pain. The flames coming from Kim awakened in Susanoo something he had long forgotten: fear. No matter how powerful he had been in life, he was now only a phantom, doomed to the sad fate of all who crossed the line of death. The battle ended and Susanoo was defeated. Kim won, having passed the most difficult test. As a reward, he received the soul of Susanoo, as well as the title of King of the Dead, which allows him to leave the dungeon with the help of the return command. The first trophy of his victory was the legendary Kusanagi sword, one of the 3 sacred treasures. The title of King of the Dead gave him the ability to use Kanane, but he himself did not yet know how to activate this gift. However, one thing became apparent. He could control the dead, sealing their souls into physical shells. He already had Arthur, the king of all knights, in his glove. Now, using his new power, he summoned his first phantom, naming it Arthur. Then, testing his abilities, he summoned the spirit of Susanoo. Kim tried to find out who hired him to kill Arthur, but even Susanoo himself did not know who was behind this conspiracy. Susanoo decided to show Kim his memories. Images from the past flashed through his mind, the moment when the man had asked to kill Arthur. This face was familiar to Kim. Another worldly entity capable of taking any form and doing whatever it wishes. The oldest god known only to the tower. One of the outer gods is mindless chaos. The death of the king of all knights was to sow the seeds of war that would soon spread throughout the tower. Susanoo did not know who this person was, but he noticed that gigantomachia had begun shortly after their meeting. However, Kim knew him. He was the one who killed his friend. Now he was ready to do anything to get to him and get revenge. Returning to the past, Kim thought everything was going according to plan, but it turned out that the gods were always one step ahead. Arthur died thousands of years ago, and the seeds sown by the gods have already borne fruit. Lancelot, the current ruler of Britain, was directly involved in Arthur's murder. It was this death that became the starting point that changed the course of history. Kim realized he had to change the game, no matter what. He found himself back in the past when Merlin and Arthur met their doom. Only he managed to escape death. The outer gods began the attack, and now there was a battle. If Kim had known about everything in advance, he could have saved many lives. Now it didn't matter how many times he had to go back in time. He would kill again and again for all those who had fallen at the hands of the gods. When he woke up, he realized that the external gods had already begun to act, but that did not mean defeat yet. While he pondered, his spirits continued to struggle. Hephaestus, noticing Kim, became angry because of his long absence. In a fit of anger, he threw a sledgehammer at him. Kim didn't try to dodge. He knew that if Hephaestus ever hurt him, he would feel guilty and become kinder. Kim explained that he was going through a hidden dungeon that turned out to be more difficult than he thought. It took a long time. During this period, Hephaestus continued to work on the orders he received from Kim. As a result, he presented him with a pure divine sea crystal, formed from the created waters and infused with their mana. The difference with the divine dark crystal was insignificant. Only the attribute was different. Hephaestus suggested creating a cell for the crystal in his glove so that Kim could insert it at any moment. This would allow Canaan to be used for two different attributes, although it was impossible to use both crystals at the same time. Kim wondered if it was possible to strengthen Canaan using other ingredients or mana. Hephaestus found the idea interesting, and he admitted that sometimes Kim could really be useful. Hephaestus pondered the impossibility of securing a permanent effect, but his blacksmith instincts told him that nothing was impossible. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door. He had not expected guests so early and assumed they might be people from Olympus. However, when the door opened, Sun's double appeared before him. Hephaestus did not understand why he had come. When the double told him that he had thrown away the staff made by Hephaestus and exchanged it for the staff of the Dragon King, Hephaestus became angry. But then Song asked him an unexpected question about whether he knew Kim. Hephaestus' reaction betrayed him, and Sun knew he had found the right person. His golden, ash-colored eyes, capable of discerning truth, immediately caught deception. However, Hephaestus refused to betray Kim and replied that he did not know him. Sun wasn't going to just leave. He warned that he would force the truth out of him. But even after that, Hephaestus remained adamant. Meanwhile, Kim arrived for the test. All the participants watched him closely and discussed him. The player from the elf tribe, Rainer, understood that this guy was not one to get lost in words. The 21st floor challenge has begun. A crystal has appeared in the dungeon which teams must protect from waves of untouchable monsters. However, among the members of each team, there was a traitor whose goal was to destroy the crystal. Many immediately panicked, suspecting that the double might be Kim. Kim didn't understand their fear of ordinary doppelgangers. Without hesitation, he beheaded one of the participants who immediately turned out to be a traitor. Now his task was to find all the doppelgangers and keep them from reaching the crystal while the rest of the participants fought the monsters. Monsters appeared and teams began to defend. Their fighting spirit was at its peak. Rainer accidentally ran into Kim, but when he looked into his eyes, he realized he had found out. However, he was still haunted by a strange feeling. Kim had only found one doppelganger, and that seemed suspicious. However, finding doppelgangers so quickly was practically impossible, and the fact that he found one was already a good thing. Despite all doubts, as long as Kim remained with them, neither the monsters nor the doppelgangers could get close to the crystal. Everyone wondered how far Kim, whom they trusted, would be able to take them. The test was nearing its end. Only 25 hours remained, and most of the participants were already exhausted. Kim stood next to Crystal, not letting anyone get close. He understood that the doppelgangers, realizing the threat after the destruction of one of their own, had changed their tactics. They now expected to wear the team down, waiting for a convenient moment to strike. Kim asked everyone to point out the person they thought was most suspicious. The participants panicked because a murder based on suspicion alone could lead to tragic mistakes. However, some still began to express their guesses, and most agreed with this method of detecting doubles. Soon Kim managed to spot one of them, and he was ready to strike. Suddenly, he was stopped by a man who looked exactly like himself. This meant only one thing. His double stood before him. Kim used the blazing eyes and instantly recognized the enemy's identity. Having turned out to be an imitator, the double was easily neutralized. Many participants tried to prove their innocence, claiming that they were just regular players and had no idea who the doppelgangers were. Meanwhile, Kim finally came face to face with Rainer. He suspected that he was also a double, but Rainer's comrades confidently stated that their captain had been with them from the beginning of the ordeal and could not have been replaced. Despite this, Kim decided to test his guesses and grabbed him by the neck. His suspicions were confirmed, Rainer's true nature was revealed, and he was soon exposed. Kim activated the heavenly demon spirit to finally detect all the doppelgangers. The test was successful. Soon his double came to his senses, an exact copy of Kim. In panic and fear of him, he called himself Mamos. It turned out that he was a pure-blooded demon, and at the same time an ordinary player. His lineage led to Belial, the lord of hypocrisy, and one of the powerful demon lords. Kim, using his fiery eyes, made sure that Mamos was telling the truth. The Chaos Lords Guild, to which he belonged, could rival Olympus in strength and numbers, and therefore he was just as dangerous as Jonathan. However, it turned out that Mamos was here for a different reason. He was Kim's most devoted fan. He was trying to convince him to see how he overcame the challenges, climbing the towers step by step. Realizing his mistake, Mamos repented and swore that something like this would never happen again. This time, Kim decided to forgive him. Mamos remained in his debt, and as payment for the mercy shown, Kim asked him for help. A month later, Kim was thinking about his promotion and expected to reach the 24th floor in 10 days. The possibility of Olympus intervention still remained, but he did not foresee any serious problems. At that moment, he received a message from Jonathan asking for a meeting. When Kim arrived, Jonathan was already waiting for him, thoughtfully finishing his cup of tea. He said that he is now on the 34th floor of the tower, and progress is becoming increasingly difficult. In addition, he learned that Kim had acquired the Stone of All Seas, which caused real chaos among the gods of Olympus. Kim hoped this would lead to conflict between Zeus and Poseidon, as they were currently immersed in their own internal affairs. However, he understood that this was only a temporary respite. Sooner or later, they would come for him. Jonathan advised him of two options: either bow down to Olympus and give up the stone, or hide in Asgard or the Celestial Kingdom, where the gods of Olympus would not be able to reach it. He had already decided on his future, so he wanted to meet Kim. However, Kim's stubbornness only complicated the situation. This was especially true of his advance into the heart of Britain, the place that was his most dangerous trap. After Kim left, Jonathan contacted Apollo through a magic ball. Apollo reported that Poseidon was in no hurry to make a decision, as the matter was of too great importance. At the same time, Jonathan had to focus on becoming a ranker and direct all his energy towards development. Maybe it was just his naive dreams, but he believed that this time things would be different. The 24th floor test soon began. Its essence was to stop the pressure of the big bulls. Each team was given its own zone, leaving the boundaries of which meant immediate expulsion. Mamos was thrilled to be on the same team as Kim, but Kim warned him that from the 25th floor onwards, paths would diverge. When the zones were created, the team members were happy to have Kim among them. It gave them a sense of confidence. Kim, however, hoped they wouldn't regret it. Soon a multitude of large bulls appeared, and this was only the first stage of the test. They realized that the other teams had decided to unite, directing all the bulls at them, hoping to eliminate the strongest group. Kim instantly activated the Monasher's skill, directing it at all the bulls. In a matter of seconds, their entire area was cleared without a single enemy. He then addressed his team, urging them to hold out as long as possible. If they just stand still, they will only become a burden and easy points for enemy teams. The participants experienced mixed feelings, realizing that a difficult battle lay ahead of them. The third team, which participated in the 24th floor test, was confident that no one would direct the bulls at them. They considered themselves safe and saw no reason to worry. At the same time, the fifth team decided to first get rid of Kim's team, and only then continue with their plan. Team 9 followed a similar strategy. They believed that the challenge would only begin in earnest after they eliminated Kim's team. Meanwhile, Kim's team was approaching a critical stage where 1,000 bulls would be sent at them at once. This attracted the attention of the rest of the test participants, and now everyone decided to focus their attacks on them. Despite this, Kim remained confident. He knew they could withstand the pressure and continue the challenge until the 10th stage. Suddenly, the call of the bulls grew louder. The team members were amazed by their number, not understanding where they came from in such huge numbers. Kim, seeing their confusion, decided to take control of the situation. He ordered the team to rest, stating that he could handle it alone. With each new invocation, he gathered more and more bundles of mana, gradually increasing their power. Controlling the energy flows was becoming easier thanks to the Mana Lord skill, but he knew that it wasn't enough yet. With the beginning of the 9th stage, it is time for active action. Using his skills, Kim easily threw back and destroyed the bulls, paving the way forward. When the 13th stage began, he used Heaven's Fate, understanding that control was the key now. He instructed Mamos to spend all his accumulated points to call the bulls on one of the enemy teams. This was supposed to provoke them into retaliatory action and force them to send even more bulls in their direction. Despite his fatigue, he was ready to see the plan through. The team members were amazed at Kim's strength, not understanding why he had not yet achieved ranker status. Mamos, who was watching what was happening, was aware that his abilities were far beyond those of ordinary players, but even he could not believe in Kim's true power. As Kim continued to exterminate the bulls, the conditions for the fate of heaven were met. At that moment, he felt his body change. He gained a new state, a demonic body, and with it a new ability, the control of demonic energy. The transformation amazed him. Demonic energy was available only to demons, and while its nature resembled mana, it was far more destructive. Even Mamos could not understand how Kim managed to subjugate this power. But there was no doubt about it. He had gotten what he wanted. Now their test was over, and they had earned an incredible amount of points. Without wasting any time, Kim used the points he received to call the bulls for one of the teams in the next stage. The enemy team, seeing the message about the approaching monsters, was confused. They did not understand what was happening and tried to figure out where to run, but they had no time to think. Panic gripped them as the roar of the summoned bulls filled the space of the ordeal. Teams of players were eliminated one after another, unable to withstand the onslaught of hundreds of bulls summoned by Kim. Even strong teams could only last for a short time, as he kept sending out new bulls until their strength was finally exhausted. Those who found themselves on the same team as Kim felt relief and awe. They were lucky to be under his protection. As a result, they passed the 24th floor challenge, earning 50,000 points. The team members realized that without him, they would not have had a chance to win and express their gratitude to him. Kim received a new skill, Cloud Step, which allows you to move silently and leave no traces. Together with Mamos, he teleported to the 25th floor. The 25th floor opened up Britain to them, one of the most beautiful places. The main symbol of Britain was the majestic statue of King Arthur. However, Arthur's spirit was filled with resentment. He dreamed of regaining his full body, rather than remaining in the form of an orc. Arthur had created an entire country, but now the power was in the hands of Lancelot. On the border of Britain, they were met by Percival, the 31st Knight of the Round Table. He greeted with arrogant pride everyone who managed to overcome the ordeal of the 24th floor. The Round Table Guild was developing the fastest, and Kim was confident that it would remain at the top for many years to come. He noted the confidence of Kim and Mamos, setting them apart from the rest of the players. Percival explained that the Round Table was looking for new candidates among the newcomers, and invited them to follow him to the capital of Britain, Camelot. To Mamos, the whole situation seemed suspicious, like a trap. He exchanged whispers with Kim, clarifying the details, and now they had to follow the knights so they wouldn't be exposed before their time. Strict rules were in effect in Britain. Demons and creatures of darkness were not revered here, and they were not welcomed in the capital. Mamos, as the son of the demon lord, was outraged by this attitude. He was not going to put up with prejudice, but the Knights of the Round Table tried to avoid conflict and let it pass, realizing that the dispute was pointless. They arrived at Arthur's palace. It was an incredible sight. The egg that Kim carried with him began to behave strangely. It would sometimes rock, sometimes tremble with sobs, sometimes tremble with impatience. Kim knew that this creature was connected to the outer gods and realized the need to accelerate the hatching process in order to understand its true nature. He did not know whether this creature would become an enemy of the outer gods or would eventually turn against him. But one thing was clear. As the hatching rate increased, the egg became more and more talkative, and this began to annoy him. Arthur had not spoken a word since his arrival in Camelot. Everything around him had changed, but this place seemed the same to him. He didn't understand why Kim had come here when he knew Olympus had already warned him about him. However, Kim reported that Sir Lancelot himself wanted to see him. His goal was to give Arthur the opportunity to meet Merlin. This was unexpected for Arthur. He had always considered Kim a cautious and cold person who calculated his every move, guided by clear motives. But this act lacks a rational explanation. Did Arthur somehow influence his calculations? A doubt flashed in Kim's eyes. Perhaps he himself didn't fully understand his own motives. Arthur knew that if Kim let his emotions control him, he would never be able to become a ranker. Meanwhile, Camelot was preparing for a shock. The ruins hidden behind this place promised to shake all of Britain. At this time, one of the gentlemen became angry when a branch fell on his head. In his anger, he threatened the maid that he would break her arms. However, a man intervened and stopped him, after which the maid thanked him for his intercession. He advised her to be more careful because there were many people with difficult characters at the Round Table, and it was better to avoid their anger. The maid, who had recently started working at the castle, noticed that all the knights became completely different when they saw this man. She assumed that he held a high position here. However, he himself only smiled and said that if she was truly grateful, then let her tend the garden. Sometimes he would walk there to distract himself from unnecessary thoughts. The beauty of the flowers brought him peace. Times have changed. People have forgotten what true chivalry is. Once the Knights of the Round Table were a model of nobility, but now all that is a thing of the past. Kim fully agreed with this conclusion. The man turned out to be Merlin himself, the great wizard and one of the founders of Britain. He asked Kim what he needed. He replied that he had recently arrived as a gambler and had come here at the invitation of Lancelot. He took out the sword Excalibur from the shop. Seeing it, Merlin was amazed. He could not understand how this sword ended up in Kim's possession. They had a long conversation ahead of them. Kim suggested they sit down over a cup of tea so as not to attract too many listeners. During tea, he said that he found this artifact completely by accident. At that moment, Merlin realized the terrible truth. Arthur was dead. 1,000 years passed, and there was no news from him. The wizard was overcome with deep grief, but he soon realized that it was better to leave the past behind. Then Kim said that he met Arthur a few months ago. Then he summoned Arthur's spirit, and he appeared before them in the body of Org. Merlin recognized his voice immediately, and tears welled up in his eyes. Arthur delivered terrible news. The man who killed his son is still in the castle. These words struck Merlin to the core. Arthur uttered terrible words. Lancelot had killed his son. Kim understood that one should not give in to emotions and attract attention, because the presence of Merlin's mana could be felt. Lancelot was now king of Britain, and without a clear plan, their hasty actions could doom the entire kingdom to disaster. They needed a true leader like Arthur. Kim asked when the next round table meeting would be held, and whether it was possible to be an outsider there. Merlin said that it was scheduled for 10 days, and if he requested a word, then admission was possible for him. Kim was going to use this day to turn the round table upside down. Meanwhile, Lancelot, king of Britain, gave orders to his servants to spread his will. Everything for the good of the people. Such was his law. 2 knights, Lancelot and Toll, approached him with a question about a player named Kim. Lancelot intended to meet him in person. Rumors have reached him that all the major guilds are trying to recruit Kim, but Asgard remains cautious. This person remained a mystery. There was little information about him, which aroused suspicion and at the same time great curiosity. However, there was a more disturbing rumor. Someone said that Kim had a hand in the murder of King Arthur. There was no proof, but as the ruler of Britain, Lancelot could not simply ignore Asgard's words. He did not want such rumors to sow chaos in his kingdom. Leaving everything alone was also impossible, and the servants understood what he was leaning towards. They vowed to eliminate Kim, for a man who dared to raise his sword against Arthur could not escape his fate. Lancelot just smiled. He reveled in his power, ruling the fate of an entire kingdom. All the rankers of Britain were under his control. This throne belonged to him, and soon the Stone of All Seas would also become part of his possessions. Not even a day had passed since Kim appeared at the castle, and the kingdom had already taken its first step. Using his fiery eyes, he saw someone insistently knocking on his door in the middle of the night, dressed in full plate armor. The uninvited guests wanted to talk. Soon they found themselves in the yard. Tall was ready to ask questions. If Kim lied or refused to answer, they would start chopping off his limbs one by one. The first question was who killed King Arthur. Kim didn't understand why he was being asked that. He didn't have time to respond when the ranker instantly attacked. However, Kim managed to dodge. Tall asked again. Kim immediately understood who was behind all this, Lancelot. Immediately, he took out a knife from the magazine and instantly blocked the ranker's attack. He knew that Lancelot had added fuel to the fire by fanning the flames of hatred, but he would not get his hands dirty himself. In the current situation, it was necessary to first deal with the rankers. As soon as one of them met Kim's gaze, he was seized by icy fear. The glove containing Arthur's spirit warned Kim against murder, reminding them that their minds were clouded by lies. He could have summoned Arthur right now, but he knew that the knights were certain of his involvement in the murder. His appearance should have been reserved for the round table meeting. One of the rankers, the 42nd Knight of the Round Table, challenged Kim. According to the rules of the duel, all restrictions were lifted if a third party intervened. The second ranker refused to participate because his honor did not allow him to attack one player together. He stated that the Round Table is based on knightly honor, which always drives them. But Kim knew the truth. The Round Table was built on blood spilled thousands of years before Britain was founded. These knights took cover with honor, despising the achievements of those who truly created their world. They needed to be taught a lesson. He wasn't going to kill the rankers just to shatter their imaginary pride. Lancelot activated the Knight of the Round Table's shield, absorbing Kim's first blow. He understood that he was not dealing with an ordinary player and that he should not be underestimated. His fighting style was based on defense, so he decided to attack with a shield. This man was a walking token, capable of holding back even the most powerful destructive attacks. Kim realized he had enough power. For the first time, he achieved full gigantification and launched his attack. The gauntlet, forged from adamantium by the greatest blacksmith, served its purpose. Lancelot understood that Kim had not used any sophisticated techniques or clever strategies, just raw, unbridled force. Wanting to defend himself, he activated his shield, but was met with a fierce attack, imbued with pure power and aggression. The shot broke through the defense despite Kim being just a regular player who didn't even have a rank. The duel suddenly ended. A third party intervened. Lancelot was joined by Tall, who came to his partner's defense. They didn't want to admit that they had underestimated the enemy, but they were still confident that they could deal with him by joining forces. Tall activated his most powerful skill, Colossal Sword, deciding that Kim would regret his challenge. However, Kim, without wasting a second, drew his sword and rushed to the attack. Using Heavenly Step, he greatly increased his speed, forcing the knight to strain to the limit. The counterattack was blocked, but each new attack from Kim only accelerated, forcing the knight to overcome his limits. He understood that he would not last long and looked for the slightest loophole in the enemy's defense. The moment of the decisive blow has come. Lancelot, following his partner's call, used the sword of the protective barrier, creating an additional obstacle in front of Kim. The knights have pushed themselves to the limit, but they will continue regardless of the fact that it may cost them their lives. Kim understood that if he acted recklessly, he would simply be ground to powder. His demonic energy was running out fast and he had only 1 minute left. But if that was enough time, he would do whatever it took to finish the fight. Kim knew he could break through the insurmountable wall of mana. He needed only one precise blow to unleash all his power on his enemies. There was a powerful explosion that could be heard and seen from afar. By the time the dust cleared, Tall had lost all his strength, but he was still alive. The knights observed this and assumed that Kim had made a deal with a demon to gain power of this magnitude. A man appeared behind Kim and calmly noted that after this battle, not a single stone was left standing here. It was Lancelot. His appearance was met with trepidation. The knights immediately began to apologize, realizing their guilt. However, Lancelot coldly said that they had tarnished the honor of Britain and the Round Table, for which the punishment would be death. With a single swing of his blade, he lynched his servants without hesitation. Kim was furious, but he understood that now he had to be patient. If he kills Lancelot here and now, no one will know the truth, and in the eyes of the people, he will remain only a murderer. However, as he met his gaze, Kim noticed something strange. Lancelot's purple eyes. This could only mean one thing. The outside gods had taken power from him. Lancelot spoke calmly, apologizing for his tactlessness, for dragging him into a thoughtless conflict. As a sign of reconciliation, he invited Kim to join the Round Table. Kim made it clear that when he was ready, he would just have to call him. The next day, he was offered dinner, but the food seemed disgusting to him. Lancelot just smiled, advising him to be less picky and enjoy the local delicacies. He said that after yesterday's incident, the noise outside the walls immediately caught Merlin's attention. However, Kim himself understood that he had not been invited here for the sake of a meal and asked them to end this empty chatter. Lancelot, having blocked all mana signals so that no one could hear their conversation, finally got down to business. He declared that he wanted to obtain the Stone of All Seas by force. At first, he wanted to frame Kim as a traitor who had come with Mamos. But upon learning that he was the son of Belial, he changed his plan. The Lord of all the Seas was favorable to Kim, and Lancelot offered a deal. If Kim would give up the stone and bow the knee, Britain would forget the past and grant him eternal patronage. However, Kim knew that Poseidon had been trying to kill him all along, and he was not going to follow Britain's plan. Lancelot was furious. How could a simple man dare to speak to the king of Britain on an equal footing? However, Kim saw that Lancelot himself no longer understood what he had become. Understanding the intricacies of the situation, Kim knew that the conflict between Zeus and Poseidon would play into his hands. His main trump card remained the glove in which Arthur's spirit was sealed. At that moment, he received a message. He had a meeting tomorrow for which he had to be prepared. The next day, a round table meeting was held in Camelot. One of the chairs was occupied by Kim, and most of the knights did not understand why he was allowed to be present. Gawain, Arthur's right-hand man in the first night of the round table, along with the knight Gidrak, were discussing his behavior. Kim looked worried and agitated, and the knights did not like it. Lancelot reminded them that usually only those who deserved it were allowed to the table, but this time it was Merlin's request, and no one objected. However, he stressed that despite the general agreement, Kim still remains an outsider. Kim himself did not attach importance to these rules, but assumed that he was sitting in the chair of one of the knights, Tola or Lolit. The conversation at the table was interrupted when it was revealed that Lancelot had killed the knights. This news alarmed everyone present. He explained that he had to raise his sword against them because he had good reasons. Kim didn't like Lancelot's wordplay because for him this meeting was not a discussion, but a trial in which he had to pay for his crimes. A new member has arrived soon, and he should be welcomed much more warmly than Kim. King Arthur himself appeared before the audience. The reaction of the knights was overwhelming. Some of them were shocked, others had tears in their eyes. Merlin remained alert, watching for reactions. Lancelot could not hide the panic that was reflected in his eyes. Arthur greeted those present, and the knights immediately rushed to him, showering him with questions. Lancelot, not understanding what Arthur and Kim were up to, frantically tried to think of a way out. In a fit of despair, he jumped up from the table and accused Kim of having led a demon into the castle, claiming that they were not facing King Arthur, but his double. He drew his sword, causing confusion among the knights. They did not understand why he was doing this, but Lancelot, overcome with anger, rushed to tear the mask off the demon. At that moment, Merlin intervened, instantly stopping his attack. Arthur's body disappeared and Mamos appeared in its place. It was obvious to him that Lancelot was acting so self-confidently, only because he was certain of Arthur's death and did not expect his return. Kim raised his hand and from his glove appeared Arthur, who was in the body of an orc. Before Arthur stood Lancelot, who was stunned to see someone he had thought was long dead. His whole body trembled from Arthur's energy, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Arthur recalled the symbol of the king, the Pendragon ring, which he had supposedly given to Lancelot. However, it still remained his. There were only two such rings, and Arthur knew where the second one came from. It was worn by Arthur's son, whom Lancelot killed without hesitation. The realization of this act caused contempt among all the members of the Round Table present. Feeling an unbearable sense of shame, and realizing that everyone had learned the truth, Lancelot became distraught. He saw no other way out than to escape. But as soon as he rushed towards the city gate, he encountered an irresistible force that threw him back. Merlin had previously placed a powerful barrier surrounding Camelot. At that very moment, the wizard himself appeared before the fugitive and instantly chained him. He didn't give Lancelot a chance, demanding immediate confession to his crimes. However, most of all, he wanted to know the true motives for the betrayal. The answer was painfully simple. There was no deep reason or justification. Lancelot simply craved power. He wanted to be king. The moment he said it out loud, something terrible began to erupt from his body. The magical energy, imbued with the betrayal of King Arthur himself, gave birth to an entity unlike anything in this world. The city shook, buildings began to collapse, and walls cracked under the pressure of the dark force. Merlin was not going to let Lancelot leave Camelot. However, the fugitive did not direct his attack against the wizard. His target was the city itself. The magical protective barriers were able to contain the pressure a little, but even Merlin's strength was not enough to deal with an opponent of this level. Lancelot was too strong, but he didn't take into account one thing. Arthur had been waiting for this day for a long time. The moment when he would finally be able to finish off the traitor himself. Arthur and Kim surrounded Lancelot on two sides. At that moment, Kim summoned the power of hell to end the confrontation once and for all. The flames of hell engulfed everything around. There was no chance of escape now. Every part of Lancelot's body, his flesh and soul, was doomed to be consumed. The egg slowly swallowed the greedy traitor Lancelot. He cursed Kim furiously, but it was useless to resist. Soon his body completely dissolved into the dark shell of the egg. At this moment, Merlin used the skill, Forest of Swords. Hundreds of shining swords filled the space, creating a terrifying picture of destruction. But considering the number of lives Lancelot took, his death was deserved. With the fall of Lancelot, the throne of the King of Britain was vacant. There were 10 days left until the election of a new king. Meanwhile, the egg's incubation was approaching the 70% mark, but the absorption process was getting slower and slower. Merlin felt a familiar but much more powerful force, something resembling Lancelot's strength but exceeding it many times over. Kim was focused on something else. He looked up at the sky, knowing that the heavens themselves were about to fall upon them. At the same time, Poseidon arrived to Zeus with news of Lancelot's defeat. However, Zeus already knew this. It was not in their best interest to start a full-scale war now, but it was also impossible to leave witnesses. The only way out was the complete destruction of Britain. Just a few lightning strikes would have wiped it off the face of the earth, along with the surrounding areas. Poseidon wondered if the tower administrators would allow such an intervention, but Zeus had already arranged everything. The administration allowed him to use only one lightning strike. This made Poseidon wonder about the hidden intentions of the supreme god of Olympus. Kim knew that the Lord of Heaven had already made his decision. The ordeal had begun, the destruction of Camelot. Only 10 minutes remained before the lightning strike. Something had to be done, or the entire city would disappear from the face of the earth. Merlin understood that Zeus was no fool. If he dared to destroy Camelot, he would suffer a great penalty, putting Olympus under attack from Asgard. Therefore, Merlin immediately used his skills to protect Britain. But he knew that without Kim's help, they couldn't cope. Kim used fire eyes and noticed that the 12th eye of the great sage, similar to the heavens themselves, was watching him. He asked him for help, but the eye remained indifferent to their fate. However, Kim could not let Britain disappear, so he offered a deal, aid in exchange for a favor in return. This time the eye agreed to help. At that moment, the Monkey King himself descended to Earth. This was his first and only intervention, but Kim wasn't going to ask for help again. The test had begun. The destruction of Camelot was inevitable. Zeus's attack has begun. The barrier erected by Merlin crumbled instantly under the devastating strike of lightning. However, the Monkey King's power was able to partially protect against the destructive energy. The staff, which was only a replica of the original created with the help of a skill, could not fully absorb the power of the blow. Kanane began to worry, and Kim's suspicions proved correct. He asked the Monkey King to hold out a little longer while he thought out a plan. At that moment, he began to rapidly climb up the staff, heading directly under the stream of lightning. Suddenly, the electric discharges began to fade. The divine dark crystal he had began to react to the force of the impact. Zeus's thunderbolt, forged by Hephaestus with the divine celestial crystal, is associated with the Sinian. Originally, these artifacts were part of a single whole. The glove began to absorb the power of the lightning, absorbing it without a trace. Even the blow weakened by the stick was still incredibly powerful, but Kim did not back down. He went through a lot to become stronger, but it wasn't enough to openly confront Zeus. When the lightning was completely absorbed, the sky cleared and the clouds dispersed. Kim, completely exhausted, began to fall rapidly downward. The Monkey King instantly noticed this, and reacting at the last moment, managed to pick him up. Meanwhile, Zeus informed Poseidon that their plan to destroy Camelot had failed. The Monkey King's intervention completely changed the course of events. Even with all their strength, declaring him their enemy was unprofitable. However, the biggest surprise for them was Kim. He turned out to be a much more significant variable than they expected. Events in Britain will reverberate throughout Asgard, causing concern among the gods. But Zeus had an idea. He activated his power, releasing new lightning bolts. He did all this for the sake of the revival of Olympus. 5 days after the battle, Kim finally woke up. All this time, Merlin worried that he would never regain consciousness. As soon as he lost consciousness, the lightning from the sky disappeared. But now, as soon as he regained consciousness, the electric discharges filled the room again. Kim had just acquired a new skill and didn't yet understand how to control it. At that moment, Hephaestus, who had been waiting for him to wake up all this time, burst into the room. He was furious at Kim's prank. Hephaestus, as usual, began to get clingy, which was entirely expected given his fiery nature. However, Merlin remained confident in his decision. These stones could indeed become one. Kim initially thought that Hephaestus was worried about him, and that was why he had come. But he quickly made it clear that he was here solely for the monuments of Camelot. Hephaestus had already prepared everything he needed for work and chosen the right place in Camelot, and Merlin promised to find him a comfortable room. The master blacksmith brought all the necessary materials and charged $1.5 million for his work. Kim, not wanting to overpay, tried to use his charm and negotiate at least $1.4 million. Hephaestus reluctantly agreed and announced that the work would take 4 days. Meanwhile, the country was in a precarious position after the disappearance of the king. Merlin understood that it was unlikely that anyone would simply sit idly by, knowing that news of such a betrayal would soon spread throughout the tower. The round table had fallen apart, and the unity it once had was gone. This ruse had been doomed from the start, but now no one regretted what had happened. Despite this, Merlin felt grateful to Kim. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have had a chance to fix things. Merlin suggested that Kim go with him to a place where he was going to call Arthur. After Lancelot's death, he toured his former possessions and discovered something important there. In the most secret place accessible only to the king, he found the son of Arthur Pendragon. Seeing him, Arthur could not hold back his tears. Kim offered to transfer Arthur's soul into his son's body, but this proved to be too difficult a decision for Arthur. He felt guilty because his son died because of him. The thought that his child could suffer the same suffering, being turned into an undead, seemed unbearable to him. However, Kim reminded him that a rebirth of Britain lay ahead of them. Perhaps in the future he would be able to reunite with his son, but for this he would have to take a decisive step. Arthur hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he made this difficult decision for the sake of Britain's future. Kim promised him that he would not regret this choice. Using the power of necromancy, he transferred Arthur's spirit into his son's body, receiving the king's absolute loyalty as a reward. Meanwhile, the Monkey King was thinking. He tried to figure out if Kim knew about him before, if they had known each other, and if so, how long ago. Arthur still needed time to fully get used to his new body. But it came as a surprise to everyone that the great king of all knights now served Kim. But the most amazing thing was the Monkey King who came down from the sky. He couldn't believe Kim's confidence in helping him. Gradually, everything fell into place. The king realized that Kim had known him long before they met. Kim assumed that the king was not watching him through his fiery eyes. Nowadays, this was a special ability. But in the past, such a gift belonged exclusively to the monkey family from the Flower Fruit Mountain. Kim did not delve into the explanation and only noticed that there was hardly anyone who did not know the Monkey King. However, the king insisted Kim really knows him. His eyes saw what the king himself could not discern. They captured his true form standing in front of Kim and made it clear that Kim knew the real King Tate. Realizing that there was no point in hiding, Kim decided to tell the truth. In the world he came from, they truly knew each other. They were not just acquaintances, but opponents connected through numerous duels. The Monkey King was shocked by this confession. He remembered their past battles filled with a spirit of rivalry. A moment flashed through his memory when they fought over little things. Kim lost that battle, and it was thanks to the Monkey King that he remained alive. Their fights served not just as battles, but as a way to hone their skills, improve their abilities, and become stronger. Kim wasn't going to give up. He moved deftly, confidently, and at the decisive moment he delivered a powerful blow, knocking the king to the ground. It was a hard-fought victory, but it remained his. It was not easy for him to get used to the fact that there was someone else next to him. However, there was no choice. He had to accept it, because the enemy he was fighting was immortal. As soon as all barriers between them disappeared, bad news arrived. The outer gods, never seen by the tower, invaded this world from its destruction. War broke out, and battle after battle ended in defeat. They suffered one defeat after another, and it was clear that the situation needed to be turned around. It was necessary to decide which of them would go back in time to change the course of events. The choice fell on Kim, because he had destroyed the most external gods. That's how he ended up in Britain, where he had to deal with Lancelot, a man who would become a huge problem in the future. He assessed the progress of events as insignificant, almost imperceptible. Everything was moving too slowly, but Kim understood that he was gradually approaching his goal. Assessing the possibility of defeating Tate, he concluded that it was 1 chance in 100. Tate couldn't understand why everything was so difficult. He longed to get his body back, but he knew he couldn't do it alone. Kim knew the situation was not easy and offered his help if Tate agreed to do him a favor in return. Suddenly, the sky overtaked, darkened, and a huge crater began to form above their heads. From it began to appear Valkyrie, who came straight from Asgard. Kim suggested that they had arrived to personally assess what was happening. Arthur's return to the throne led to an attack on Olympus, and this caused Asgard to intervene. When Lancelot was finished, Kim was finally able to catch his breath. He prepared to leave knowing that Asgard had a strict moral code. He could only raise their swords when they were certain of victory. Kim told Tate that the war would only begin when Olympus took its first step. Tate felt goosebumps from the calmness with which Kim spoke. Even though he came from the future, could he truly control fate, changing its course at will? He was still far from considering himself strong enough, but he had no doubt that he could make it through this journey. Kim stood on the border of Britain. Before him stretched a space that seemed like the edge of the world. The administrator explained that the difficulty of the test was increasing significantly, and if Kim wanted to pass it alone, he would have to pay a significant amount. Despite this, his responsibilities as an administrator remained paramount. There was a certain role that had to be fulfilled, otherwise the entire system could collapse. Kim was given a year to cross the uncharted forest, and the test began the moment he crossed the castle's border. Tate offered his help, but warned that accepting it could result in a fine and disqualification. However, Kim was not going to spend a whole year on the test, and set himself the goal of completing it in less than a month. Having reached the border of the 25th floor, he found himself in an unexplored forest. The other test participants couldn't believe that Kim had gotten here so quickly, as it would normally take 3 days. Among them was the 3rd sergeant of the research squad, a high-level player named Warlock. He understood that the help of such an experienced fighter as Kim could prove extremely useful. The expedition needed a year to cross the forest, but Kim intended to do it in a month. He hoped that no serious problems would arise during the test. Despite his fatigue, his body was full of energy. Unlike Kim, Warlock felt indecisive, which could put his comrades in danger. Without wasting time, Kim activated the special skill of the Divine Skystone. A massive spear woven from dark mana emerged in his hands. He threw it at the monsters, destroying them with one blow. Now the test participants began to realize that he was not lying when he claimed that he could complete it in a month. Kim urged everyone not to delay and to continue the movement. On the 4th day of the expedition, the research team members were already completely exhausted. They tried to catch up with Kim, but the difference in strength and endurance was too great. Despite this, they had to try their best, because not only the fate of the expedition, but also their own lives depended on their success. Warlock understood that even Kim, no matter how strong he was, could not handle this test in such a short time. Suddenly, a huge snake appeared in front of Warlock, its eyes flashing with cold light. He froze in place, not even having time to react. At that very moment, a man entered the battle, protecting him from the attack. It was the lord of the demon divine cult known as the Heavenly Fist, named Fun. He arrived here at the young bishop's command and was looking for him. Warlock was confused and didn't understand who they were talking about, because only their research team was in the forest. However, it soon dawned on him that Fun had been talking about Kim from the beginning. But Fun did not arrive alone. He had a large number of servants at his disposal, whom he called upon to carry out his mission. Kim had to complete this test on his own, with only the support of the research team. Using his power as a cult master, he could use his abilities, and it didn't violate the rules of the test. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to help the research team in every possible way and accelerate their advance through the forest. The research team was engaged in destroying small monsters, clearing the way for advancement. At the same time, Kim fought with stronger creatures, winning each time. After a while, they made a pass to regain their strength. At that moment, Kim received a message from Merlin. He was wondering where Kim could go, as times were tough in Britain at the moment. However, despite the situation, he promised to try to help Kim. Another week of struggle has passed. In the second week of the expedition, Kim finally completed the World Explorer Challenge and gained access to the 26th floor. Kim shook hands, handing over the points to the lords as a token of gratitude for their help in the test. He understood that it was time to return to Camelot, because Hephaestus was probably already mentally urging him. However, before leaving, Fun expressed his gratitude. But instead of a reward, he asked for something else, a fair duel with Kim on equal terms. Kim did not mind and agreed to have a duel now. He ordered that no one interfere, ensuring they had a clean fight. Fun, being the Heavenly Fist, one of the 4 cult lords in the embodiment of martial arts, was a worthy opponent. However, Kim decided not to use the power of the heavenly demon to keep the fight fair and even. The fight began. Fun was the first to attack, delivering powerful blows. But Kim defended himself masterfully, dodging attacks with an accuracy that exceeded his opponent's expectations. He knew Kim had gotten stronger, but he didn't think it would be this much. Kim, feeling that the time had come to show his true capabilities, went on the offensive. The attack was so powerful that it almost broke all of Fun's bones. He spent a lot of time training in this moment. Was a chance for him to check how strong Vladika had become over all these years. The desire to win was strong, and he could not miss the opportunity for revenge. But in response to his attack, Fun used the 1,000-step lightning fist technique, and a strange vision appeared before his eyes. In this vision, the main demon was calling to him, but Fun could not understand what exactly he was seeing and why such a scene appeared before him. He realized that it was with the power of the Lord, but he had to understand it to the end. Fun admitted his failure and realized that his attempt at defiance had been too tactless. He apologized to Kim, realizing he had lost. Merlin was surprised that Kim had returned so quickly from the uncharted forest. He was brought by the Monkey King on a cloud. Merlin revealed that the situation in Asgard was tense. Some knights began to doubt their right to remain at the Round Table, thinking about leaving it. There was a storm in the atmosphere, but as Kim claimed, everything would soon calm down. Merlin was counting on him because he promised to deal with this situation. As a thank you and help, Merlin gave Kim his power, asking him to take it with him to the next floor. It was a gift from Hephaestus Triton, the true brother of the Sinian glove. Hephaestus created special armor for Kim using the Stone of All Seas. The armor was light but had impressive protection, covering almost the entire body. But suddenly, Kim took out his sword and began to cut the cloak. Kim decided to test how well the new cloak would protect him. Despite its simple appearance, it was made of adamantium, one of the strongest materials, and it was almost impossible to penetrate. However, he felt that something more was protecting him. Leaving Merlin aside, he focused on his feelings. Inside the blue mana, he sensed the presence of an unknown entity. It was something similar to what he had once seen in Canaan, but it was noticeably different from the aura of ordinary artifacts that possessed consciousness. When Kim tried to find out who was in front of him, the essence replied that he was second. Suddenly, a face appeared before him that seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it before. The creature hinted that it was not only he, but also a third one who had the same eye connection. After that, Kim told Merlin that he was going on a solo trip again. In response, he wished him success and said that before his return, his own statue would appear in Camelot. Months passed. Kim persistently moved higher and higher, overcoming floor after floor in the tower. 6 months passed, unnoticed. Now he was on the 40th floor of the testing area. During this time, he managed to collect 50 draft stones. However, his actions did not go unnoticed. A group of people under a silent spell were watching him, remaining invisible to his hearing. They decided to attack and take away the collected stones. At that moment, the two stones in Kim's hand suddenly fused together. The enemies attacked, surrounding him on all sides. However, suddenly a number of summoning stones appeared above his head, far exceeding what he had before. He used Divine Flame, instantly wiping out the remaining team and taking their stones. Kim realized that if you divide the collected stones, the system starts counting them differently. This opened up new opportunities for him. Now it was time to move on to the main stage of the test. He activated the summoning stones. The demon lord Diablo appeared before him. The monster was one of the 20 strongest rankers and the head of a large guild. Diablo was amazed. He didn't understand how crazy he had to be to use 1,000 stones and summon him. However, Kim was not going to waste any time. He raised his weapon, preparing to cut off the demon's head and earn a huge amount of points. Kim entered the vicious temple of Diablo, feeling an ominous atmosphere imbued with the power of darkness. In an instant, a monster appeared before him, declaring that it would turn every bone of his into smoldering ash. Feeling the negative effect being imposed on him, Kim decided to first destroy the temple itself. Gathering all his strength, he released the divine flame, directing it at the walls of the cursed place. For a moment it seemed to him that the temple began to collapse, but suddenly the hand of Diablo himself appeared before him. He watched what was happening with growing interest, as if expecting Kim to continue. Not intending to retreat, Kim rushed to the attack. His blows were swift and powerful, but the monster did not give in, parrying attacks and demonstrating incredible defense. Diablo's gaze lingered on the divine flame emanating from Kim. He clearly did not like his presence. However, Kim himself understood that fire alone would not be enough. The creature's mind was as powerful as its body, making it virtually invulnerable to the effects of flame. Then Kim decided to take a different approach. He noticed that the lightning bolts charged with Kanane's power had left a mark on the monster's body. This meant that he still had a chance. However, before he could launch an attack, Diablo, sensing the threat, unleashed a powerful stream of fire, incinerating everything in its path. Kim had time to react. Now he knew exactly which abilities worked against the enemy and which ones didn't. He activated the celestial step, instantly changing position, and summoned the power of lightning gained in battle with Zeus himself. The monster froze in surprise. Before it stood Kim, who had not only survived its devastating fire, but also the attack. It was incredible, but now Diablo realized that the battle was just beginning. Kim struck and the monster's arm was severed. The creature froze in shock, unable to believe that a human could cause it such harm. He was sure that if Kim accepted the challenge, he was an ordinary player, and he did not like this situation. The monster tried to lure him in by offering to join the Demon Lord's Guild. Moreover, he promised to promote him to the position of one of the lords once he became a ranker. In his opinion, although Kim was human, he had the power of a demon flowing within him, making him worthy of the title of ruler. However, Kim replied that he was a human being and had no intention of becoming part of any guild. Hearing these words, the demon realized that the same Kim was standing before him. The test was completed and Kim won. As a reward, he received the Diablo horn. Once on the 42nd floor, Kim felt a sense of dislike for the place. It was disgusting to him. Soon Jonathan appeared before him, and with a pleased expression on his face greeted him. There was a childish triumph in his voice, for he was sincerely happy. In the past, Kim also hated this floor. It was hard to even breathe. Rumors of Kim's appearance on the upper floors spread quickly, and his rank rose significantly, as did many Olympic rankers. He realized that Jonathan had gotten here before Zeus. They continued on their way, heading towards an inconspicuous place. When they started going down, it turned out that there was no door at all. They walked for about 10 minutes, and the place seemed infinitely deep. There was something ominous in the air. Kim felt as if they were being watched from the darkness. He didn't know if he could handle what was hiding there, but he decided to try. Three-headed Cerberus appeared from the darkness. Kim didn't waste any time and summoned them all together, so as not to waste his strength fighting alone. The Cerberus, hearing the threat, fiercely rushed into the attack. Kim reacted instantly, defending and counterattacking with incredible force. He used the power of the giants, and this caused fear in Cerberus. Their instincts reminded them of the distant past when Hercules had taught their pack a lesson. These memories were deeply imprinted in their minds, making them tremble at the threat that Kim represented. Soon the Cerberus were finished. After that, the one who was second only to Zeus appeared before him, Hades, the Lord of Darkness, and the greatest mind of Olympus. They sat down at the table to talk. Hades offered a drink capable of replenishing mana and restoring the connection between body and spirit. He was amazed that such a young man was able to stop Zeus' lightning bolts. The Lord of the Underworld advised Jonathan to stay close to him. Jonathan thought this was a really good idea because Kim could be trusted. Hades, however, couldn't shake the feeling that Kim and his companions were hiding something. He didn't trust people who had secrets. The name Hephaestus came up in the conversation, having previously claimed that Kim could be trusted. Now that Kim was the lord of the divine demon sect, Hades wanted to hear his opinion on the matter. Kim replied that his position in the sect was high enough that no one would dare to contradict him. If necessary, he would enlist the support of his organization. The conversation turned to the upcoming battle. By defeating the king of Britain, Olympus would be able to put an end to it, but one battle would not be enough to end the war. When the sect of divine demons takes their side, they will declare war on Olympus. The great battle of the Gigantomachy lay ahead. Kim understood that his strength was not yet sufficient to confront Zeus, but he had no other choice. Meanwhile, he was not the only one who shook the position of the Lightning Lord. In their trio, Poseidon changed the balance of power, and Zeus knew that his brothers were plotting to imprison him in the underworld. In addition, Hercules also played into their hands. Kim suggested to Hades that they conclude an alliance, wanting to know how he felt about the idea. The probability that Hercules would join their side was 70%. This fact surprised Jonathan, who had not expected such a high probability. Kim asked a counter question to Hades, wanting to know what their chances of victory would be if Hercules really fought on their side. Hades listened carefully and realized that Kim spoke with complete confidence. It seemed like a smart idea, and he took it into consideration. Kim was going to head to the 40th floor to sort out some issues, and that might also help them win Hercules over to their side. Hades noted that the powers he saw in Kim during the battle with Cerberus might allow him to repel Olympus, but it was not enough to destroy it. However, he still gave his consent because he saw ambition in Kimi and believed that his decision could play an important role in the future. Thanks to Kim's intervention, Zeus' plans to destroy Asgard with the help of Titans and demons failed. This opened up a wonderful opportunity for a visit to Asgard to Odin. Hades advised Jonathan to meet someone who shares Apollo's blood. Kim had long wondered why his Canaanese skill was called Hell. To find the answer, he decided to test it right in this cave. The moment Hell was summoned, he found himself underwater, but discovered he could breathe. For the first time, he saw this place with his own eyes, realizing that he was in his own kingdom. It turned out that it was not water, but manna, and its boundless expanses amazed the imagination. The souls of the dead began to gather around him and worship him. Arriving on the 40th floor, he was amazed by its views. There he met Arthur's son, whom Susanu had sealed in the world between life and death after his death. Something resembling an ocean stretched before his eyes, which surprised Kim. The preparations were practically complete, and now everything depended only on the word of the Lord. A fierce attack fell on the castle. The sounds of battle were everywhere, the clang of crossed blades, the thuds of blows, and the screams of the dying. The smell of blood hung in the air, filling the room with a deadly atmosphere. Amidst the chaos word spread, Kim had challenged the god of war himself, Aries. The great warrior was not surprised. He watched what was happening with a slight smile, waiting for the one who dared to oppose him to appear before him. At that moment, a servant burst into the hall, hastily reporting that Kim had arrived, ready to fight. Aries wondered how far this daredevil would go. Suddenly, Arthur appeared, dressed in ice mane and clutching the legendary sword Excalibur. Aries needed only one glance to understand that he was facing a walking dead man. An alliance with such a creature was impossible. The dead could not be an ally of the living. Then Kim himself entered, the one who dared to challenge the god of war. There was a guard in the hall, all rankers, ready to destroy the uninvited guest at any moment. However, Kim felt no fear. He did not come to fight aimlessly. These words made Aries smile. Kim possessed the mana of the Stone of All Seas, a priceless artifact whose power transcended the limits of reason. Hearing this, the rankers froze in indecision. They were ready to tear the impudent man apart, but the god of war raised his hand, stopping them. No one should interfere without his order. If Kim plays such a powerful artifact at the end, it means he is confident of his victory. Aries accepted the challenge. He would not just kill Kim, he would take his power. That was his essence, his nature. A great warrior does not fight in vain, but this fight promised to bring him not only victory, but absolute power. Kim ordered Arthur that no one should interfere. Now it's a clash between a regular player and the god of war. It was pointless to delay. The challenge was given, the battle had begun. Kim activated flaming eyes, trying to predict the movements of his opponent's sword. The god of war was not going to stop and continue to use his best skills, attacking with unwavering fury. In response, Kim used the gigantization technique, delivering a powerful blow that caused the opponent to feel significant damage. Aries instantly realized that the power Kim had reminded him of something familiar, the same power he had expected to see once in Jonathan. The god of war's irritation quickly turned to rage. In response, Kim used a lightning strike, hoping to turn the tide of the battle. However, his attack did not harm the enemy. Lightning could not hit a direct descendant of Zeus. The condensed mana began to engulf everyone watching the battle. This no longer looked like a battle for an ordinary player. Their clash was taking place at the level of the highest rankers. The god of war's mana was imbued with a thirst for blood and destruction, his aura radiating pure aggression. Despite everything, Kim managed to seize a number of advantages. Now Aries understood. If he killed Kim, he would be able to surpass even Zeus. At this moment, Arthur, who was watching the fight, noticed in a hoarse whisper that with one swing of his sword he could cut off the enemy's head. His anger at the god of war grew. The highest qualities of a knight that he possessed came into irreconcilable conflict with the nature of Aries, whose appearance caused him only disgust. Kim waited for his insight to return, but there was no more time for thought. Suddenly, a vision of his father flashed before the god of war, instantly engulfing his mind. At this moment, Kim launched an attack reminding his opponent that lightning belongs to Zeus. However, does Aries know who this power really belongs to? Kim decided to use the full potential of Kinanon. At this moment, the god of war realized that the enemy was preparing the final blow. He understood that a protracted battle would not bring him victory, and the patron of military honor could not afford to drag out the battle. He wanted to end the battle as quickly as possible and finish off Kim, but before he could strike, a single moment decided the outcome of the battle. A swing of the sword and the body of the god of war froze. Kim deliberately exposed himself by approaching the source of the dark element's mana. A flash of power and the roof of the tower was destroyed. The servants of the god of war could not believe what had happened. Their lord had fallen. However, Arthur did not allow them to approach, standing guard over his master. Meanwhile, the king of the dead summoned the soul of Aries. The power, capable of instantly incinerating even high-ranking beings, proved to be an invaluable acquisition. At that moment, the house shook. Tension hung in the air. The Olympus rankers appeared. Athena, the highest ranker of the Olympus Guild, could not believe that Aries was dead. Now Kim has become her younger brother's enemy. Suddenly, the Gorgon's call echoed throughout the space. Numbness began to grip everyone around. The Gorgon's shield is the greatest defensive weapon on Olympus, capable of inflicting numbness with a single click. The danger was growing, but Kim decided to wait for the right moment. At that moment, Tate appeared. As he said, "The main character always appears at the most critical moment." Athena assumed that the great sage and Kim were associates. However, Tate objected. Kim was too uncoordinated to be his companion yet. Athena ordered the punishment of the enemies of Olympus, but Tate was not going to back down. His staff slammed into the Gorgon's shield with force, but it didn't even crack. The situation was becoming more and more interesting. Tate asked Kim to deal with the rest, while he took on the main opponent himself. Kim wasted no time. He ordered Arthur to get rid of the interfering boy and leave the place. There was tension in the air, foreshadowing a new, even fiercer battle. It was just beginning. The blessed shield of the Gorgon has been activated. Athena, waiting for the right moment, rushed into the attack. She was rapidly approaching Tate with the help of his cane. However, he immediately understood her intention and repelled the attack by shortening his stick. In response, Athena used Flying Nimbus, instantly disappearing into the sky. Meanwhile, Kim was exhausted after his battle with Aries. His strength was running out, but he had no choice. Together with Arthur, he continued the attack. The only goal was salvation. It was necessary to do everything possible to escape. Realizing that further playing the battle would only lead to defeat, Kim decided to gather all his remaining strength. He used the Holy Fire, which was effective on everyone except high rankers, and used this chance to escape with Arthur. Once they were only victims of Olympus, but now the time has come for the destruction of this world. Those who fled no longer looked back, and Athena, left without a goal, lost the sense to continue the fight. From a height, one could see how the divine flame engulfed the houses, leaving only destruction behind. Athena could not understand why the Monkey King helped the traitor of the heavenly world. But Tate wasn't going to explain his motives to her. He found it funny, and that was enough. After a while, Kim found himself on the 38th floor of the tower. The heat was unbearable. The volcanoes were spewing hot steam, filling the air with suffocating heat. This place seemed to be immersed in peaceful silence, but beneath this tranquility was a real nuclear bomb. He noticed footprints on the ground and decided to follow them. After walking some distance, he finally found what he was looking for. In front of him was a man busy chopping down trees. This man was Hercules. Despite the passage of time, his aura remained unchanged. Hercules was the key to the destruction of Olympus, and Kim understood that he needed to do everything he could to make him part of his team. However, this took time and patience. Hercules was currently busy gathering logs, and Kim decided to wait until he was finished, watching him. It was hard to imagine how this man was able to gain the title of Titan Slayer. After some time, they reached Hercules' hut, which despite the passing years had not changed at all. There was a sense of solitude and seclusion here. Hercules suggested that Kim wait a while he sorted out the logs and then prepare the food. However, Kim refused and took it upon himself, believing that if he was sheltered, then he should cook. In the evening, they sat by the fire, having dinner in the open air. Hercules finally asked his guest's name. Kim responded immediately, but it turned out that Hercules had never heard of him. It's not surprising. He's been living here alone for a long time, avoiding contact with the outside world. Despite his unsociability, he understood that it would be wrong to completely disconnect from reality. The next day, Kim continued to help Hercules carry the logs. The work was hard, but he didn't complain. In the evening, when the starry sky spread out above them, they gathered again around the fire to have dinner. The atmosphere was calm, and there was something elusive in the air, as if something more than just a casual acquaintance was developing between them. For long days, Hercules trained, lifting weights daily without any tools, symbolizing his incredible strength. No living creature was given the opportunity to match his physical prowess. However, despite his strength, he found himself in a rather difficult situation. He asked Kim why he was still here, since he had previously promised to leave this place soon. Hercules insisted that Kim leave before sunset, despite the circumstances. Kim, puzzled, questioned the reason for such a hasty departure, assuming that Hercules was concerned for his safety. But Hercules only said that it would be dangerous here. Kim, reflecting, guessed that Hercules did not want him to witness his battle. He also questioned why Hercules hated the Titans so much, since he had previously had a good relationship with certain the Titans. Suddenly, the mana emanating from Hercules became incredibly heavy, as if the very air around him was tensing with the weight of his power. Hercules replied that they were not close enough to discuss such matters. He added that this floor was different from the others and required special attention. Kim felt a twinge of resentment and said that Hercules would regret it. At this time, the 16th day of the agreement between the Titans and humans began. The rule of the world has changed. Now the Titans have become its rulers. Hercules, remaining calm, ordered Kim to stand still and not move unless he wanted to be drawn into what was happening. Using the blocks of wood, Hercules continued to cast mana, defending himself from the attacks of the Titans. He believed that in any battle, weapons should only be used for good reasons. Fighting without a reason is just slaughter. And that was exactly what Hercules was doing now. Fighting the Titans in a merciless struggle for survival and power, leaving no room for doubt or hesitation. In the first month, after the agreement was made between the two great races, the world was divided. The first half of the moon belonged to humans, the second to the Titans. This unusual world was ruled by Gigant, king of the Titans, and Zeus, king of Olympus, who swore that neither would invade the other's territory. Everything seemed stable and peaceful, but Kim knew that this world held secrets that could change everything. Kiriua, the place he found himself in, was now safe, and if Kim wanted to survive, he needed to find shelter. But his goal was not simply survival. He knew that Hercules needed to find a giant, one of the three Titans, a representative of his race. However, the giant's whereabouts were unknown, and Kim's safety was in doubt. Kim offered to show the way, which surprised Hercules. He didn't understand how Kim knew about the giant's location, but despite their confusion, they set off. Along the way, they descended to the base of a volcano, and Hercules asked Kim to put on a lion's head, which was part of their training. Then, using his incredible physical strength, Hercules made a deep dent in the ground, but it turned out that this was not enough. 3 more blows were needed. After several attempts, a dungeon opened before them. They immediately went down into it, but Hercules could not understand how Kim knew about this place. He did not ask, but he felt that Kim was hiding something. He couldn't even imagine meeting someone he would feel so comfortable and at ease with. At times, Hercules thought that maybe this was a trap, but they stopped, and Kim asked him to hit the rock. Hercules obeyed without further question and struck. At that moment, he felt a vibration and energy that was familiar to him. It was the energy he had been looking for, the giant he should have found long ago. The giant appeared before them in his true form. His size was incredible, and his power was devastating. Kim knew that in the original story, the giant was to die at the hands of Hercules, and this was the beginning of the second gigantomachy. However, now Kim was determined to stop that fate, no matter what. The giant, sensing his fate approaching, was filled with rage. He knew why Hercules had come here. The blood of countless titans had soaked the ground, and the giant was ready to take revenge. He was going to cut off Heracles' head and present it to Zeus as proof of his victory. But Kim wouldn't let him do that. He stopped the fight, asking if they knew why they were fighting in the first place. The giant fought for revenge, seeking revenge for the fallen race of titans. Hercules, on the other hand, sought revenge for his murdered mother. But Kim knew that this hatred would not bring peace, and they had to stop before their fight led to even greater tragedies. Kim gave Hercules the amulet he had taken from Aries. When the amulet was in Hercules' hands, he suddenly felt memories flooding back to him. He remembered his mother, Outmen. In his memories, she said that she was sorry for giving birth to him because the world was too cruel and he had to become a part of it. She begged him to be a good person and not abuse his power. In the memories, mother and son were happy together despite the difficulties. But the world wouldn't let them be happy. Hercules was used as a weapon, but his role in life was determined before he was born. He was the son of Zeus, a god who had many other children and women ready to bear more offspring. As soon as Hercules breaks through the ceiling of the tower, others like him will appear. Alcmene, the mother of Hercules, was killed by Ares, blaming the Titans for the murder. Despite everything, she always loved her son, even knowing how cruel this world was. Every minute spent with him brought her happiness, and in the last moments of her life dying, she thanked him for being her son. Kim traveled a long and dangerous journey, risking his life to resolve a misunderstanding between Hercules and the Titans. The giant, having heard about Kim from Urfa, showed him a deep scar from Zeus's projectile, which did not heal for a long time. The Titans, preparing for war, faced the destruction of large guilds, and this was a consequence of Zeus's actions. Understanding that Kim was an enemy of Olympus, the Titans considered him an ally and supporter of their cause. At this time, Hercules was in deep sorrow, missing his mother. In a fit of emotion, he began to beat himself, aware of his guilt. Ares was killed by the hand of Syme, which meant that Hercules no longer sought revenge. Hercules realized that his path now was to find Zeus to avenge the death of his family and the crimes he had committed. He apologized to the giant, realizing that he had fallen victim to Zeus' manipulations and vowed to atone for his sins. The giant, in turn, understood that Hercules and his mother were only victims of deception and therefore did not punish the hero. However, if Hercules truly wanted to atone for his sin, he had to destroy Olympus. With this decision, the giant disappeared and the rock that hid him closed. Hercules realized his mistake and thanked Syme for preventing an unnecessary battle. He was preparing for the next step, the attack on Olympus. Kim, understanding the importance of this moment for Hercules, decided to give him something that could support him on this difficult path. At this point, the king of the dead summoned Hell, where Ares was overthrown and found his death. Kim told Hercules to hit Ares with all the force he wanted. Hercules was given the opportunity to find relief and restore his soul. Ares was exhausted and realized his guilt. At the last moment, he apologized for his actions. Hercules, accepting his words, decided that now Ares would get what he deserved according to his actions. Ares lay on the ground, completely beaten at the hands of Hercules. His body was covered in abrasions and bruises, and he could barely move. Kim, standing nearby, decided to reveal to Hercules all the information about those who were collaborating with him, who agreed to kill Alcmene, and who was now an enemy and who was an ally. Hearing this, Hercules in turn decided to let off steam and head to Olympus to sort out the situation. However, when Hercules left, Ares regained consciousness. He was filled with rage and frustration directed at his master. Kim, without wasting time, threatened that he would call Hercules again and he would immediately take part in the matter if necessary. Hearing the threat, Ares immediately apologized. Kim had his own plans. He wanted Ares as an undead to fight of his own free will against Olympus, but he refused, unable to raise his sword against his parents. Kim realized he had no other choice. He offered Ares a deal. If he agreed to help, he would no longer have to fight the inhabitants of Olympus. The spirit of such a rare and talented ranker was priceless, and Kim was willing to make him an undead that acted on his own will, not just a tool in his hands. As a result, they concluded a contract in which the spirit of Ares was completely at the disposal of the player, while Ares could not participate in battles with the inhabitants of Olympus. Meanwhile, on the 88th floor of the tower in the Temple of Hera, the temple's highest rankers, Hector and Antaeus, discussed the latest events. Suddenly, as if something huge and heavy, something crashed into the asphalt, shaking the surrounding area. It was Hercules who had arrived in search of Hera, intending to find out her whereabouts. Hera's soldiers declared that she was not there, but Hercules was not going to wait. Instead, he decided to hasten its appearance by destroying the temples one by one. The soldiers tried to protect the honor of their goddess, but their attempts ended in failure. Gradually, they realized that they were doomed. Seeing the futility of their resistance, Hercules ordered all available fighters to be gathered, including the rankers. At this time, Kim received a message from Jonathan stating that the Temple of Hera had been attacked by Hercules. However, Kim ignored him. He wanted to sleep. But then a message came from Hades that they were ready. At that moment, Kim jumped out of bed. Everything was going according to plan. All that was needed was to knock the ground out from under Zeus' feet. On the 42nd floor, Jonathan met Kim, who suggested that he fight his father. Although Jonathan was faster than most players, compared to Zeus, his strength was as insignificant as dust. Kim noted that Zeus has only one favorite child, Jonathan himself. However, for Jonathan, this was absurd. He didn't understand why his father loved him, because from birth he had been raised and raised only by his mother. Up until this point, everything Kim had said had proven to be true, as if he knew the future. Jonathan fell silent, realizing what he had heard. Suddenly, he received a new message. Zeus ordered Apollo to attack the celestial demon cult. Kim and Jonathan raced through the sky in a chariot of fire. Although the preparations were not yet complete, Jonathan could not stand by as hundreds of thousands of people died. Kim contacted the heavenly demon cult, warning them to be careful. He didn't expect anything catastrophic, but the anxiety didn't leave him. He considered Zeus's possible actions. Hades and Apollo would likely not interfere, but he wasn't sure about Athena, Hermes, and Dionysus. Suddenly, Kim realized that Zeus could use his secret trump card. He told Jonathan about a mysterious ranker who had long been imprisoned in the Olympus prison. Few knew his name, but his power was fearsome. In a situation where Hercules changed sides, the big three of Olympus were split. Hephaestus refused to supply Zeus with weapons. It was only logical that Zeus would go to extreme measures, even if it put him at risk. However, even knowing about the possible trump card, Jonathan could not believe that his father would risk his own safety. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the celestial demon cult on the Olympus outpost, Athena received orders to destroy the cult. Zeus assigned Odysseus, Hermes, and another ranker to help her. Hermes, known as the Lord of Freedom and Theft, did not like to fight, but this time he decided to make an effort. However, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Their ship found itself in a dangerous zone and began to collapse. It was the work of the head demon of the heavenly demon cult. He ordered his servants to protect the heavenly mountain and the cult itself. Athena, seeing the threat, ordered Hermes to deal with the heavenly rulers. She called upon the army of Olympus to destroy the enemies. The clash between the two great powers has begun. Aside from the main battle, there was a man buried in a huge vessel. She was on Olympus's side, but she didn't know what to do. Athena told her to bide her time, but she was torn by doubts. She called out to Zeus, begging for forgiveness, and at the same time involuntarily releasing green mana. Kim's egg suddenly responded to this mana and began to react strangely. The woman trapped in the vessel saw a flash of blinding light through a crack. At that moment, her memory flashed back to that fateful day when the enemy who had destroyed her parents left her a strange gift. A box that could not be opened under any circumstances. The light coming from it was the same as what she saw now. A woman appeared from the vessel, Pandora. Her existence baffled everyone around her. None of the soldiers of Olympus could recall such a woman ever living among the gods. But an unknown fear gripped their bodies as she looked at them. As soon as her eyes met theirs, the soldiers began to writhe in agony, dying one by one. If Pandora reached the battlefield, the consequences would be catastrophic. She could destroy not only the heavenly demon cult, but also the army of Olympus. At best, only Athena, Hermes, and the sky demon would survive. At that moment, Kim appeared on the battlefield, racing on a fiery chariot. He felt a strange reaction from the egg he carried with him to Pandora's presence. Going down to the ground, he tried to distract her, declaring that there was nothing here that could interest her in ordering her to stay away. But a strange feeling troubled Jonathan. His consciousness became clouded and a sense of anxiety grew. Meanwhile, Kim ordered Jonathan to go to Heavenly Mountain and help the Lord. Pandora amplified even the slightest negative emotions, turning them into an abyss of despair. Kim had never felt anything like this before. The feeling enveloped his mind and he felt disgusting. He decided to attack. A bolt of lightning pierced the air, heading for Pandora. But even that wasn't enough. The only way to defeat her is to give her no respite, attacking continuously. But suddenly his body gave out. He collapsed right in front of Pandora, who was crying. His mind was in chaos. He knew he couldn't give up and he was looking for a way out. Kim slowly got to his feet and headed towards Pandora. He knew perfectly well that in close combat he had no chance. Her movements were too fast and precise. Activating the blazing eyes, he noticed that in her current state, Pandora surpassed even Athena in rank. He was trying to find a way to clear up the situation because her power depended on negative emotions. If they could eliminate the source of her power, victory would be much closer. Suddenly, he realized that there was a way to combat this. Meanwhile, the demon fought with Athena. Their battle unfolded across the entire mountainside. The demon fully justified its title of celestial demon by putting up strong resistance. Athena understood that Pandora was too strong, and Kim would not be able to defeat her. She declared that today the heavenly demon cult would come to an end, and that everyone associated with Kim would regret it. Kim, as the Lord's deputy, had outstanding abilities, but his main strength was his unwavering will. The demon understood that no one could stop him. The sacred fire, although weaker than usual, still affected Pandora. This fire grew at the expense of someone else's fear, and all of Pandora's negative energy fueled it. As long as she remained in her state, the sacred fire continued to mercilessly burn her. At this point, the egg has finally completed its development. It opened baring its teeth before Pandora. The absorption process began, which proceeded at an incredible speed. The development percentage has reached its maximum 100%. The egg has completed its development. It didn't immediately realize where it was, but it knew that Kim had brought it here. A tiny man appeared before him who was at the first level of development. He looked at Kim and called him Dad. Suddenly, a small creature flew into Kim's body at great speed. It was all over. Pandora was dead. Hermes, who was watching what was happening, was stunned. Unlike his sister, he wasn't a fan of fighting and had no intention of getting into a fight with Kim. Instead, he asked for an explanation of what happened here. At this moment, Foon appeared, mistaking Hermes for an enemy who was trying to take Kim's life. However, Hermes immediately surrendered, realizing that further resistance would not bring any benefit to either him or his sister. Athena soon arrived, not understanding what Kim had done to make Hercules, one of the greatest heroes of Olympus, turn away from Zeus. Kim replied that he had only told Hercules the truth about Zeus' actions. He wondered if Athena knew about the events between Zeus and Hercules. Using his fiery eyes, he saw that she was indeed unaware. Hermes didn't care even if Olympus was in danger. Kim ordered the followers of the heavenly demon cult to take Athena and Hermes. The brother and sister realized that they had lost. Suddenly, Pandora came to her senses. Meanwhile, the top Olympus rankers, Artemis and Apollo, have learned about Jonathan's friendship with Kim. Zeus understood that it would take him another 3,000 years to restore the power of Olympus. He called upon Apollo and Artemis to keep them with him. However, they had already decided to flee. Their plan was to use the sun chariot, since even Zeus would not be able to catch up with them in it. They carefully chose the moment to summon her, but Zeus saw through their intentions and demanded an answer because he did not understand whose side they were on. Meanwhile, Jonathan was confused, not understanding why Kim had brought Pandora with him. Unable to bear the emotional shock, he decided to leave. The baby, who had just been born, reached out to Kim, showing affection. Kim ordered Arthur to guard the barracks and make sure no one entered. Then he decided to give his little miracle the name Danpun. Danpun had unusual eyes with a mysterious pattern like snowflakes. Looking into those eyes, Kim suddenly felt his consciousness drifting into an unknown space. The baby showed Kim his tiny teeth. He called him a good boy. The monster's teeth didn't harm Kim. They just passed through him. This was made possible by a new skill he gained, Predator. This skill contained the power of the Titan, allowing him to summon a monster that hunts unknown creatures. Now, to become stronger, his son had to hunt foreigners. Previously, Kim believed that his chances of winning were minimal, but now everything has changed. Danpun, his talisman, remained with him. When Jonathan saw Kim's son, he couldn't contain his excitement. They sat down and talked about Jonathan's mother. Kim understood that Zeus would soon intervene, which meant he needed to learn about all of his opponent's trump cards. Jonathan had the other half of Zeus' power. Jonathan spoke about his mother. She was a beautiful, pure woman, devoted to only one man in her life. Once Zeus approached the fountain of truth to see his true essence in the imprint. However, the reflection of the people he knew was distorted. Only two faces remained unchanged. Hera's face, which always showed disgust, and the face of the only woman who smiled sincerely at him. Zeus again succumbed to her sincerity and gave the other half of himself. It remained unclear whether she was the only one, as there were also Nemesis and Themis, who sided with Hades. Jonathan's mother didn't want him to live the same way she did. At this moment, a message came. Hades began to act. Everyone understood that this battle would be decisive for Olympus. Jonathan remembered Kim's words about his intention to destroy the top of the tower and realized that he had met a man who had the same goal as his father. However, Jonathan didn't understand why Kim needed this, but it was too early for him to know the answer. Meanwhile, on the 32nd floor of the tower, Hercules fought Orion and won. He knew that Zeus himself would appear before him right on the eve of the fall of Olympus. However, before reaching it, Hercules had to face the army of Olympus. He needed to buy some time by following the plan Kim had outlined earlier. Soon Dionysus appeared before Hercules. He intended to teach him a lesson. Hercules realized that the prelude to the final battle for the fate of Olympus had begun. Zeus was not going to leave the temple until the next Gigan Tamaki, but events turned out differently. Hercules, standing before him, withstood the lightning strikes without resorting to any skill or evasion. Zeus was fascinated by the sight of his enormous creation before him. He wondered how many blows Hercules could take and how close he could get. Suddenly, Hades appeared before Zeus. The brothers met again, but it wasn't just another skirmish. A war had begun. However, its scale was so grandiose that it looked more like a family quarrel. Zeus was completely confident in his victory because in all of history, Hades had never been able to defeat him. But this time Hades thought differently because there was one more detail. Suddenly Poseidon appeared. He rushed into battle full of determination, for he had been waiting for this moment his whole life. Everything went exactly as Kim had planned. A clash of two opposing elements began, lightning and water. Zeus was not so foolish as to leave Poseidon the advantage and sent an electric discharge across the water, seeking to strike. Poseidon could not match him in strength, and Zeus easily overthrew him. However, even lying on the ground, Poseidon only smiled. The next moment, Hades rushed to attack Zeus. Their strength was equal, but Zeus had no doubt that Hades would not be able to reach him. A flash of light erupted, a collision of dark and light energy. Hades barely had time to block the blows, and there was no question of a counterattack. Despite all his power, Zeus didn't even start fighting seriously. Then he unleashed his destructive power, directing it at Hades. From a great distance, Zeus himself could be seen retreating under the influence of his power. However, this did not change his mind. He was disappointed. The brothers remained as weak as before, but Zeus wasn't going to stop there. He had to reach the top of the tower. Only then could he become a true king. Olympus alone wasn't enough for him. He was sure that there was something more above the floors and he would get there no matter what. Kim watched this battle from a height. He knew that the moment of meeting had finally come. Zeus demands that Kim tell him everything he knows about the current situation. In response, he used his best skill, creating a barrier that even his brothers could not break through. However, the knowledge that Kim possessed was strikingly different from what Zeus himself knew. Now it became clear why an ordinary player who was not even a ranker managed to turn the entire system upside down, including Olympus, and rose higher than Zeus himself. For him, Kim became the most dangerous enemy. Without wasting time, Zeus aimed his divine lightning at Kim's shield. At this moment, Pandora appeared standing up for Kim. She demanded an explanation from Zeus as to why he had imprisoned her in the box. Poseidon and Hades couldn't understand why Pandora supported Kim. Hades, watching what was happening, realized that the course of the battle had changed. Now Zeus was not paying attention to them. It became like a chessboard where the game only ends when the king falls. And Zeus now saw Kim as his main opponent. The battle began. Zeus and Pandora engaged in combat, their blows shaking the air. Soon Zeus was thrown back and landed next to Poseidon. He wasted no time and immediately launched an attack, putting up incredible resistance. A moment later, Hades also entered the battle, intending to finish off Zeus. At this point, Kim began to call upon the forces of hell. He combined the power of the sea and the stone of all seas to create conditions in which the powers of Poseidon and Hades could grow stronger. The stone increased Hades' strength, and he was struck by a sudden surge of strength. However, even with this, their chances of winning remained negligible, only 10%. The three of them attacked Zeus, but it wasn't enough. Kim knew from Jonathan that the most terrifying threat was Zeus's unbreakable weapon. His spear and shield were both armor and weapons, and as long as the armor remained intact, Zeus could not be wounded. Suddenly, Hercules intervened in the battle. He attacked Zeus, finally meeting his father face to face. The battle reached a new level. The battle of the rankers continued in the sky, towering over the entire world. Hercules was incredibly strong, having arrived on the battlefield immediately after the battle with Zeus's rankers. Now the outcome of the battle depended on who would expire first, or on when Zeus's mana would run out. The chance of victory was only 30%, but the moment came when Jonathan had to enter the battle. He had to complete an important task to retrieve part of Zeus' lightning bolt. When he appeared, the god of thunder was amazed. He was surrounded on all sides by Hercules, Hades, and Poseidon. It was at this moment that Jonathan, while on the sun chariot, used a bolt of lightning directing it directly at the target. However, Kim understood that even Jonathan would not be able to withstand the power of the ranker for long. Pandora rushed to the aid of the allies, but Zeus grabbed her by the leg and forcefully pushed her into the ground. Only now did he realize his mistake. He shouldn't have given half of his strength to Jonathan. At that moment, Poseidon's spear pierced Zeus' chest. Hercules was already descending on him from above, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Zeus screamed, unable to believe that Jonathan dared to go against Olympus. He tried to convey his memories to his son through a divine gaze, but Kim intervened by poking his fingers in his eyes. The next moment, one of Zeus's eyes was torn out, and with it the divine celestial crystal filled with a bolt of lightning. Because the lightning bolt was removed, the chances of winning instantly increased to 70%. Zeus was on the verge of defeat. Hercules lunged forward, his fist crashing down on Zeus with devastating force. The impact was so powerful that it flew a considerable distance and fell to the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. Once the greatest god of Olympus, Zeus still had incredible power, but now he was no longer the man he had been known to be in the past. Kim watched what was happening and realized an important detail. No one but Zeus himself could activate true divine lightning. This thought flashed through his mind and he instantly made a decision. He ordered Pandora, told her to throw him into the clouds. Pandora without hesitation carried out the order. Kim soared upward, cutting through the thick clouds and found himself right in Jonathan's chariot. There, surrounded by turbulent energy, he used Jonathan's lightning to combine with the eye of Zeus. Controlling true lightning required extraordinary skill, and it was a miracle that Kim could even hold such devastating power in his hands. He had always believed that destroying Olympus would only be possible after reaching the appropriate rank, but now this goal was before him. However, his body was not ready to withstand such power. He could only use lightning once. From a great height, Kim descended. His fall was like the strike of a celestial spear, bringing absolute destruction. The moment he landed, a deafening explosion rang out. The earth shook, creating a giant crater that went deep into the earth. Everything around was plunged into chaos, but even such a colossal blow could not finally finish off Zeus. Pandora, observing the flashes of energy, noticed that this light resembled what she had once seen inside a mysterious box. Meanwhile, Poseidon realized that the battle had dragged on too long and decided to seize the moment to finish off the weakened Zeus. However, before he could deliver the finishing blow, Kim appeared behind him. He firmly declared that Zeus was his adversary and no one else had the right to interfere. Without wasting time, Kim called out to his child. The predator, appearing in this battle-torn space, bared its fangs, radiating pure insatiability. Its hunger was boundless. Zeus tried to resist, but suddenly he felt Kim's restraining force coming from outside. It seemed to deprive him of his will, leaving him unable to resist his inevitable fate. And then the predation began. Kim stood over his fallen enemy, realizing that he was now much stronger than Zeus. The battle is over. The little child has had his fill. Now the remaining family members had to finish what they had started and put an end to this story. Zeus, looking at the sky, wondered how far it was from the earth. Everyone hated him, but he didn't regret anything he had done over the years. Suddenly, Hercules, filled with rage and resentment, attacked him, unleashing everything that had accumulated in his soul. The guild that has been paving the way for centuries over heads for greatness in the tower has fallen apart. Asgard, who had been taking a special interest in the battle, finally arrived. The remnants of Zeus's mana were sealed within his body, and he was imprisoned in the deepest prison cell of Asgard. Hercules, for all his hatred, felt only fatigue. He regretted that he had not been able to kill Zeus, but revenge no longer occupied his mind. There was only a deep sadness in my heart that could not be described in words. There was a strange mixture of grief and relief. Those who survived found solace and hope for the future. Olympus would bloom again. This foreboding strengthened hearts, giving them the determination to move on. It was the same for Kim. He received an entrance ticket from Odin, who hinted that he would be happy to meet again if Kim survived. But those thoughts could wait. Now was the time to save Ogon. Arriving at the scene, he looked around, assessing the situation. Then he turned to the soldiers, asking if anyone knew about the 3 sacred treasures. Kim was attacked with the aim of taking away his points, but he quickly dealt with his opponents. One of the attackers wondered why Kim thought the 3 sacred treasures were here, because if they were, they would have been taken long ago. Kim realized that this person did not know the exact location of the relics. He later purchased a house for 12 points, and living in it proved to be a real pleasure. However, this world was in chaos. There was no social order, and the rights to rule the earth were transferred to 3 dear children. There were thefts at every turn, and no one could feel safe. Of the 3 sacred treasures, Yasukani was in the hands of Amadorisu. Another of these relics ended up near Kim himself. He understood that possessing them brought him a lot of unnecessary attention. At one point, Kim's child complained of hunger, and Kim decided to give him a kind of test, promising a reward for his patience. Kim promised that he would get better food for him soon. After a while, Kim engaged in battle with the rankers. They were drunk and eager to fight, but quickly realized their mistake when their comrade was knocked down with one blow. Seeing Kim's strength, they became afraid. Soon he had the opportunity to meet Amadorisu, the owner of one of the 3 sacred treasures, who occupies the 52nd rank. However, it turned out that even he did not possess the lost relic and was still searching for it. Amaterasu asked how Kim knew that the three treasures were here. Kim replied that this information was given to him by the executioners. However, Amaterasu never showed her face, and in fact, as it turned out, it was not real at all. He thought Kim was very arrogant, especially considering the rumors that he had managed to defeat Aries. His behavior irritated Kim more and more, and he felt that Amaterasu was starting to cross the line. Hostility grew. Amaterasu demanded that Kim tell everything he knew, promising to keep him alive. However, for Kim, this option was too risky. Even if he had to destroy the heavenly demon cult, Amaterasu would still try to take his treasure. To turn the situation in his favor, Kim showed him the symbol of Valhalla, a sign that is not given to everyone. Instead, he asked for something that would bring him closer to the three sacred treasures. Amadeurasu's response was unexpected. He declared that he would kill hundreds of people, which meant one thing. He would become Kim's sword until the treasure was found. With the highest rank, Amaterasu could become the most powerful weapon. But Kim wanted to use its power for salvation, not killing. They made a deal, sealing it with a handshake. Susanoo realized that Kim had used the information about the three sacred treasures to trap Amaterasu and force him to join him. However, Kim himself understood that without good bait, hunting was always doomed to failure. He had at his disposal the treasure from the 44th floor that Amaterasu was looking for. Susanoo watched Kim's fighting style with hostility. He noticed that he fought cautiously, not engaging in battle until he was certain of victory. This style irritated him. He hated perfectionists who avoided risk and didn't feel like they were on the edge of life and death. Meanwhile, Kim continued on his journey, knowing that if he collected the three sacred treasures, he would greatly increase in strength, rank, and power. However, he was being pursued. A team acting on the orders of the three precious children was after him, but they had no intention of killing. He believed that Amaterasu had acted meanly by fleeing alone and sending 300 soldiers after him. Kim did not like being hunted, and he gave his pursuers a choice, life or death. They must have chosen the latter because soon they were all lying on the ground, motionless, lifeless. He received a message from Amaterasu, who clearly didn't understand what Kim was doing. In response, he only noted that these people were nothing more than bandits who kill and rob others. Then he hung up without hesitation. Susanoo was pleased to hear Amadeurasu's excited voice. Kim knew that his opponent continued to act as if he were king. If he managed to collect all three treasures, his power would be comparable to the Olympian gods, and Kim couldn't let that happen. The only clue to finding the next treasure was the cave in which it was stored. Using Cinder's eyes, he found the right path and headed forward. Advancing through the dense forest, he chopped branches with the great sword, clearing his way. Soon he reached his destination, the entrance to the cave. Standing in front of the dark opening, he realized that the real difficulties awaited him inside. The great sword trembled in his hands, a reaction to the proximity of the treasure. Once the three relics had been won, and now the sword felt a kindred power. However, the search required caution. The treasure was too well hidden. He had to do everything he could to prevent Amaterasu from getting it. Kim turned to Susanoo, asking for his help in the event of a possible attack on Amaterasu. However, even with Susanoo's soul and body, he could not fully control it. The decision was left to Susanoo himself, and he agreed. But only once. It was a one-time support. By concentrating his mana, Kim created a powerful explosion. Now there was only one thing left to do: to pass through the labyrinth hidden deep in the mountain range